In this vast empire, where magic and healers rule, and the weak are not worth a single coin, our MC, Raymond, was nothing but trash, whom no one took seriously. The illegitimate son of the king, abandoned by everyone, and his only chance to survive, was to become a healer. But even here he was a complete zero. 5 years wasted, they gave him worse than F rank. His dream crumbled to dust, and he accepted that his fate was to serve real healers. But then, a miracle happened. His system suddenly activated, and he awakened as a player of the surgeon class. The knowledge of things never seen in this world flooded his mind. In that same second, he was yanked out of reality, and thrown into an operating room. He froze for a moment, realizing what had just happened. Then he flinched, hearing shouts about massive bleeding. The patient was dying right before his eyes. He did not hesitate. He was going to save that patient, no matter what. But in that same instant, he was pulled back, and he was sitting on the floor of his own room again. Even as he doubted it, he retained specific surgical knowledge his old world should never have given him. He tried to laugh it off as an overworked nightmare, but the certainty would not fade. The moment he reached for the fallen book, he knew the experience had been real. Though he could not explain why, he understood that this new medical method was more advanced and dependable than simple healing magic. He realized that with this medicine, he could save patients whom the continent's healers would otherwise lose. Overwhelmed, he could only ask what in the world had just happened to him. The blue system answered by formally recognizing his awakening as a player. It revealed the full truth of his new identity. His class was surgeon, and its rank was an extraordinary SSS. Then it directed him to inspect the status window, signaling that his ruined life had just opened into something entirely new. A blonde apprentice healer is startled when a mysterious status window appears before him. The system identifies him as Raymond, a rookie surgeon with miserable standing and no developed secondary class. It lists his medical knowledge and a special trait, showing that he possesses surgical skills despite his low overall status. The window explains that his current level severely limits what he can do, and that he must treat patients to gain experience. It further promises that his abilities can keep growing without limit as his level rises. Though confused by what is happening, Raymond immediately realizes that something extraordinary has happened to him. He becomes convinced that this miracle may be his chance to change his fate. That hope is cut short when someone barges in. A superior storms in with open contempt and begins berating him. The man mocks Raymond for still lingering around the clinic instead of leaving in shame. Raymond apologizes and tries to withdraw quietly. Instead, the superior humiliates him further by dumping dirty water over him like garbage. He sneers that someone with talent beneath even the lowest rank has no place in the prestigious Spelton clinic. Others nearby join in, treating Raymond as filth and insisting he should know enough to disappear on his own. Their gossip turns cruel, reducing him to the stigma of being an illegitimate child. As Raymond endures the insults and silence, the whispers make clear that many at the clinic want him gone for good. He bows his head, drenched and humiliated. For a moment he is left with nothing but the weight of that disgrace. When a summons arrives, Chief Healer Langs wants to see him. The name shocks Raymond, since being called by the clinic's highest authority is far beyond anything he expected. He is brought into the chief healer's room. Langs receives him with formal politeness that only heightens the tension. Raymond responds with deep respect, already anxious about why he has been called. Langs reminds him that Raymond has remained an apprentice for 5 years, far longer than normal. He contrasts that failure with his own rapid rise to chief healer, making the gap between them unmistakable. Raymond can only shrink back and blame his own lack of talent. Langs reveals that he and the other official healers have reached a decision. Raymond will never become a healer there. They revoke his qualification as an apprentice and order him to leave the clinic. The dismissal hits Raymond like a death sentence. Desperate, he drops to the floor and begs them to reconsider. Langs coldly says this mercy has already lasted too long, and that only Raymond's family ties kept him from being expelled earlier. Raymond panics, knowing that if he is cast out now, his last path to recognition will disappear. In a crisis, the strange system window appears again before him. This time it gives him a concrete answer. He can treat patients through surgery. Raymond realizes the miracle offers a method no one here expects from him. He steadies himself and accepts that this impossible option is real. With renewed resolve, he plants his hands down and rises from despair. He boldly declares that he can prove his worth by treating patients. Langs challenges him to explain how. Raymond asks for a single chance, promising that if given a patient, he will treat them himself. Unfortunately, he clings to the medical knowledge in his head and convinces himself that he can still become a healer. He repeats his plea, staking everything on this one opportunity. Langs mocks his confidence, amused that someone so incompetent thinks healing is simple. Even so, the chief healer decides to test him and produces a patient file. He offers a deal. If Raymond successfully treats this patient, he will not be expelled, and Raymond gratefully accepts. Raymond leaves clutching the file while Langs watches from behind, clearly expecting him to fail. His assignment takes Raymond to Rankin Street, a poor district far removed from the clinic's prestige. He holds the papers tightly, feeling the full weight of the chance he has been given. As he walks, doubt creeps in over whether he can really do this. He admits to himself that this will be the first time he has ever treated a patient on his own. The blonde apprentice braces himself for failure, convinced that if he cannot prove useful now, he will be expelled from the clinic. He imagines being cast out, forced to wander as an unlicensed doctor and survive by treating whoever he can. He also knows the public would see him as both illegal and criminal, the kind of person people would rather see disappear. In his mind, that path ends in disgrace and a lonely death, which only deepens his desperation to avoid it. Lost in those thoughts, he notices something nearby and snaps back to the present. He moves toward a doorway, trying to investigate quietly. Before he can prepare himself, the door swings open into him. He is knocked to the ground, and the startled child at the door immediately demands to know who he is. Trying to recover his composure amid scattered papers, he awkwardly starts to introduce himself. As he steadies himself, he notices the documents on the ground, evidence that this household had been desperately seeking help. The child suddenly recognizes his clinic affiliation and grabs onto him with urgent hope. Overjoyed, the child calls for their mother, announcing that a doctor has finally arrived. The mother rushes out and finds the apprentice exactly where the child said he would be. Her relief is immediate. To her, his arrival means a last chance has appeared. Seeing their expectation, he realizes he has been placed in the role of savior before he has agreed to anything. He offers a cautious greeting, still unsure how to correct their misunderstanding. The mother urgently invites him inside as a healer, while he tries to explain that he is only an apprentice. She refuses to care about titles and begs him to save her husband. She explains that the clinic turned them away because they lacked the money to pay for treatment. Now she and her child can do nothing but watch the husband die, and that helplessness drives her plea. Reading the case notes, he understands the illness has already advanced and that the family had no way to afford proper care. He sees in front of him a family condemned to lose someone without even receiving decent treatment. That sight brings back his own childhood memory of begging a clinic to save a parent. He remembers promising to repay any debt if only someone would help. He remembers the raw desperation of pleading for his mother's life. The child's cry to save their father merges with that memory and hits him personally. The child's voice pulls him fully out of the past and back into the room. Instead of refusing, he asks where the patient is. The mother immediately leads him in, taking his question as acceptance. At that moment, a system message declares that he has volunteered to treat the patient. More messages follow, awarding him a special bonus and skill points for taking on the case. The system explains that skill points are earned through achievements and quests and can be spent on abilities that improve treatment. Realizing there is a logic behind the strange interface, he starts paying attention instead of panicking. A formal quest appears: treat his first patient, a low-difficulty medical task with major rewards if completed. He fixates on the words first patient, understanding that this case could become the start of his real career. Even though he came intending only to avoid expulsion, his resolve hardens as he commits himself to this patient. Hearing the child reassure the unconscious father that help has come, he feels the weight of that trust. He decides that whatever happens, he wants to save this man. He reminds himself that he may actually be capable of it, because he possesses both healing ability and surgical knowledge. The system confirms he has a surgery-related academic skill, and he realizes that leveling up could make him even more effective. Success here could let him save future patients too and finally earn recognition as a true healer. He approaches the bedside and formally identifies himself, only to be met by the patient's harsh, ragged breathing. The man lies feverish and barely responsive, his condition clearly serious. A foul smell and the patient's labored breathing tell the apprentice that something is badly wrong. When the mother looks to him for answers, he can only stall for a moment, while trying to think. Under pressure, he realizes he cannot remember the proper first steps of examining a patient. His mind blanks completely, and panic threatens to undo him just as he needs to act. Then a new passive skill, Heart of Steel, activates to stabilize his determination in patient care. With his emotions settling, he regains control of himself and can think clearly again. Now composed, he begins the examination by asking about the patient's symptoms and learns there is an abscess around the buttocks with swelling rather than sweating. A man's infection worsens into fever and near collapse, so Raymond quickly shifts from concern to try it and checks his vital signs first. After examining him, Raymond realizes the patient is not yet septic and can still be saved if treated immediately. He moves on to inspect the source of the illness while the patient's family anxiously assists him. Raymond identifies the real problem as a hip abscess rather than something Heal alone can solve. He judges it to be medically basic, even if using Heal on it would be inefficient and unreliable. The wife reveals that ordinary clinics had already given up, saying only a high-rank healer could save her husband. Raymond overturns that verdict by calmly assuring them the man can be treated. He immediately adds that saving him will require the family's active cooperation, and they agree without hesitation. Raymond orders them to prepare thoroughly boiled water and let it cool, prioritizing cleanliness for what comes next. He also asks for a clean, sharp knife, startling the wife with how far his treatment will depart from normal healing. When she questions the knife, Raymond insists it must be heated over fire to make it as safe as possible. The daughter voices the family's fear, unable to understand what kind of treatment would involve cutting. Raymond finally names his method and declares that he is going to perform surgery. Neither the wife nor daughter has even heard of surgery, which shows how alien Raymond's knowledge is in this world. He prepares himself with improvised sterile measures and focuses on turning his unfamiliar theory into action. Then he makes the first incision, opening the abscess to release what heal could never reach. The wife is stunned into silence by the sight of him cutting into her husband. Her shock turns to panic as she grabs at him and demands to know what he thinks he is doing. Raymond refuses to back down and explains that cutting is exactly how he intends to cure the man, despite her insistence on using heal instead. Rather than argue, he addresses her with deliberate calm to regain control of the room. He promises not only to save her husband but to return him to their daughter, asking for trust instead of interference. The wife wavers, torn between terror and the hope he has offered. At last she lets go, surrendering control of the treatment to him. She steps back and prays while Raymond resumes the operation with the family's fragile trust resting on him. Under that pressure, Raymond steels himself and resolves that he cannot afford a single mistake. A flash of surgical memory warns him how quickly bleeding can turn fatal if he loses focus. He recalls the ideal healer's mindset from his medical knowledge, a cool head guided by a passionate heart. That reminder steadies him, and he tells himself this abscess drainage is simple compared with true surgery. He opens the cavity fully and drains out the trapped pus, finally attacking the source of the infection. Even so, the reality of doing this with crude tools and no proper operating room rattles him. The daughter's cry for her father nearly breaks his concentration at the worst possible moment. Raymond forces himself back under control and decides to trust the surgical knowledge he possesses. He wipes away all the pus with clean cloth, methodically clearing the infected material. Then he irrigates the abscess with boiled water until the cavity is visibly clean. After that, he cuts away the dead tissue that would otherwise keep the infection alive. The work is exhausting and tense, but he keeps his hands steady through sheer focus. Once the rotted interior is removed, Raymond knows the critical part of the procedure is complete. He finishes by applying an herbal preparation with natural antibiotic properties to protect the wound. At last he announces that the treatment is over, leaving the family suspended between fear and hope. The wife immediately asks whether the operation succeeded, while Raymond can only catch his breath. Still drained, he simply tells her to watch over her husband carefully. The family gathers at the bedside, waiting for proof that Raymond's strange method truly worked. A quiet pause stretches long enough for doubt to creep back in. Then the patient wakes and weakly calls for his wife, proving he survived the ordeal. She breaks into tears of relief as the impossible outcome becomes real. Mother and daughter rush to him, overwhelmed that he is conscious again. Raymond returns to his clinical role and checks for fever rather than celebrating too soon. He confirms that the fever is gone and predicts a full recovery within a few days. The wife pours out her gratitude, while Raymond downplays his role as merely doing what had to be done. The recovered husband disagrees, making clear that Raymond did what no one else would even attempt. The wife explains that every clinic had dismissed them for being poor and refused to truly examine her husband. She tells Raymond he saved their family, giving him the kind of heartfelt recognition he has never received before. That sincere praise leaves Raymond shaken and speechless. Before he can answer, the daughter runs straight toward him. She throws her arms around him in pure gratitude, turning the family's thanks into something deeply personal. Raymond realizes this is the first time anyone has openly credited him with saving someone. The embrace makes him stop and confront a feeling he has never really allowed himself to name. He understands that this warmth is the joy of truly treating a patient, not just gaining status or survival. That moment is interrupted when a superior hears the story and reacts with disbelief. The man accuses Raymond of lying, insisting someone with such weak healing power could never cure a patient. Raymond reflects that the accusation is predictable in a world that wrongly treats heal as a cure-all. He explains to himself that heal in late Pentania merely boosts vitality, which helps some illnesses but is useless against many others. An abscess like this cannot be cured by vitality alone. The pus has to be physically removed. To Raymond, that proves the kingdom's medicine is fundamentally flawed because it relies too heavily on heal and neglects real treatment methods. The superior storms off to verify the result himself, threatening Raymond if the claim turns out false. He leaves Raymond with a warning that any deception will be punished severely. The door slams behind him, leaving Raymond to brace for whatever judgment comes next. Raymond reassures himself that he did nothing wrong and has no reason to fear the truth. Instead of punishment, the system rewards him for completing the treatment, granting experience, a level up, and skill points while confirming his class as surgeon. He immediately starts wondering whether his job rank can rise like a medical career ladder. That thought expands into a vision of progressing from resident to doctor. He imagines eventually becoming a specialist and then a professor, as if the system can let him build a full medical career. The system then gives him a special bonus for treating his first patient and raises his level again. His status screen reveals his current class, rank, title, and stats, along with the humiliating title tied to his birth. Seeing unspent stat points, Raymond realizes leveling up can directly improve his abilities. The system explains that stamina governs physical endurance, senses control delicate bodily movement, and intelligence improves use of knowledge. There is also a hidden stat he cannot yet access, hinting that the system still has deeper layers. Remembering how clumsy his hands felt during surgery, Raymond invests his points into senses first. That choice convinces him he can gradually turn himself into an exceptional healer through steady growth. He takes a decisive step forward, newly energized by the possibility. For the first time, Raymond believes that even someone with his miserable starting talent can climb higher. That hope swells into ambition as he imagines eventually becoming the greatest healer of all. He is still savoring that dream when reality abruptly returns. The superior reappears, and Raymond instantly realizes his fate is about to be decided. The man grudgingly admits the patient recovered, but he frames it as luck rather than Raymond's skill. Even so, he honors his word and offers Raymond one chance to prove himself. Raymond is sent to the medical relief station, a lowly first aid ward where apprentices and minor cases are handled. He is given 15 days to prove his worth there, with a warning not to rely on luck again. Raymond immediately sees the opportunity hidden inside the punishment. He needs patients to gain experience, and this station is full of them. The problem is that simply being assigned there does not mean anyone will let him treat people. When he tries to present himself as a new caregiver, another student brusquely shoves him aside. He ends up on the floor before he can even begin, humiliated in front of the ward. The surrounding students mock him as a failed healer whose power is beneath even F rank and who should not be near patients at all. Instead of care work, they order him to stop hovering and handle menial labor. Raymond realizes the station may never willingly give him access to real patients. If that continues for 15 days, he will lose this apprenticeship too. Refusing to accept that, he decides he has to create his own opening. He replays the superior's deadline in his head and understands that waiting passively will only doom him. At this rate, he thinks, it could be more than a year before anyone lets him treat another patient. So he resolves to stop waiting for opportunity and go seize it himself. He targets Hansen, a middling but decent student who currently handles the station's cleaning. Raymond abruptly takes the broom from him, forcing Hansen to pay attention. With a friendly smile, Raymond asks whether Hansen is tired from all the work. Hansen, startled and wary, asks what Raymond wants. Knowing Hansen is the kindest student there, Raymond offers to take over the station cleaning so Hansen can focus on other duties. Hansen is tempted but hesitant, unsure what Raymond is really after. Raymond reveals the real bargain. While the others are away, he wants to help with simple patient care like bandaging and applying herbs. Hansen immediately worries that the senior healers would be furious if they discovered Raymond treating patients. Raymond counters that the healers stay in their offices most of the time and only appear when needed so they can keep it hidden. When Hansen still hesitates, Raymond pretends to withdraw the offer, pushing him to choose. That works, because Hansen admits cleaning is the worst job there and asks if Raymond truly means to take it over. Raymond agrees at once, already thinking beyond the broom to the experience he can gain. Their deal begins immediately as Raymond handles a simple bandaging task. The system confirms that even this minor treatment grants him experience, validating his plan. He starts rushing from patient to patient, handing out herbs and wrapping bandages wherever he can. The rewards are tiny, but Raymond accepts them as steady progress instead of complaining. After 3 days of this grind, the accumulated points push him to level 4. He spends the new stat gains on census again, convinced precision matters most for surgery. As he keeps treating minor cases, he imagines that this steady climb will eventually make him the best healer. His ambition quickly turns materialistic, and he starts dreaming of the luxury that success will buy him. In his fantasy, he is already dining like nobility in elegant clothes. He imagines a mansion, rich food, and fine wine as the life he intends to claim. Beneath the greed, though, lies a harsher vow. He never wants poverty to trap him in helplessness again. He remembers being treated worse than servants despite his noble blood, and that humiliation still burns. His resolve hardens around the injustice of being born into status yet denied its protection. He swears he will not keep living miserably in the middle of luxury that belongs to others. Old memories of watching privileged people feast while he could only envy them sharpen his hunger for change. That bitterness still reaches for him whenever he lets himself remember. A patient's casual reassurance snaps him out of the memory before it can swallow him. Raymond startles back to the present, embarrassed that he drifted away while working. He quickly recovers and reassures the patient that the medicine has been applied and recovery should come soon. An elderly woman responds not with demands but with warm praise, calling him both kind and handsome. Raymond brushes it off modestly, saying kindness should be natural. But he also admits that being sick is miserable enough without being treated coldly. That belief comes from personal pain, because he remembers how helpless and hurt he felt when his own mother was ill. The old woman says another healer may have been skilled, but his harshness only made her feel worse while Raymond has comforted her. Raymond laughs it off, but the exchange clearly means more to him than he expected. The system rewards him for being kind to a patient, granting a new accomplishment, increased fame and extra skill points. Raymond immediately realizes that kindness itself may strengthen his growth as a surgeon. He sends the old woman off warmly, now seeing bedside manner as another source of power. Left alone again, he looks over the filthy ward and the debris still scattered across the floor. Though he hates the cleaning work, he reminds himself that he made a promise and has to endure it. As he scrubs through the stench, he starts wondering whether anyone would notice if he cut corners. That temptation fades when he remembers the patients lying in this environment. He realizes the kingdom's medicine barely values cleanliness at all, and even Hansen had accepted that neglect. Raymond rejects that mindset outright. He reminds himself that a dirty environment directly harms patients, making sanitation part of treatment itself. So he decides that proper cleanliness is basic medical knowledge and worth the effort no matter how unpleasant it is. To keep himself going, he falls back on the dream of the luxurious future he is working toward. And with beefsteaks on his mind, Raymond keeps cleaning and pushing forward toward the life he intends to win. After finishing a grueling round of cleaning, the young apprentice takes a brief moment to appreciate the spotless ward. Worn out, he tells himself that if he ever makes it in life, he will never do this kind of labor by hand again. His aching body makes him wish he had raised his stamina more, reminding him how weak his current condition still is. A flood of system notices rewards his work with skill points, a level up to level 5, and permission to buy new abilities. Excited by the sudden progress, he immediately starts considering what kind of skill would help him most. The shop offers rare unique options and warns him that this is a one-time chance, making the choice feel crucial. Seeing several unique ranks at once, he is tempted to grab everything but realizes he can only pick one. Before he can decide, a crisis erupts as the staff shout that a patient is vomiting blood. The ward scrambles for help and calls for healing, but the urgency in their voices makes clear the patient is already slipping away. He quickly understands the problem. Ordinary heal works by stimulating life force, so severe internal bleeding is beyond what low-rank healing can reliably stop. As multiple healers try to stabilize the man, the blood loss continues, proving that their efforts are not enough. He recalls that only Director Bucks has A-rank healing, while this clinic has only a few B-rank healers, so the patient will die if nothing changes. Instead of relying on healing, he realizes that medical technique offers another path. From his surgical knowledge, he knows this kind of case could be treated through an operation rather than brute force healing. But he also knows the cruel limit of his status. As a beginner apprentice, he is not supposed to be capable of such a procedure. A senior notices his attention and confirms the emergency, drawing him into the situation. The senior explains that the director is away treating a noble, leaving no one present with the rank needed to save the man conventionally. The patient suddenly coughs up more blood, making the danger impossible to ignore. The sight of blood on his own hand freezes him for a moment, as the reality of the case hits. Others begin giving up and suggest sending the patient away, treating his death as unavoidable. He rushes forward to argue for trying something, but the senior dismisses him as someone too weak to make a difference. Even so, the senior half acknowledges that the apprentice's B-rank healing might matter, only to undercut him with condescension. When the apprentice pushes back, the senior turns openly hostile and treats him like an insolent inferior. He is belittled as a failure who has spent 5 years unable to graduate from apprenticeship, and the insult lands because it is tied to his real vulnerability. The senior mockingly tells him to handle the patient himself if he cares so much, turning the challenge into humiliation. That taunt traps him in a brutal calculation. Stepping up could easily end in failure. If the patient dies under his hands, he could be blamed and lose the apprentice position he has barely managed to keep. At that moment, the system issues a medical technique quest, daring him to save a patient beyond his current skill level in exchange for major rewards. The sudden quest sharpens the choice in front of him. This is no longer abstract ambition, but a direct demand to treat the dying man. He hesitates, knowing he has survived this far only by being careful, and that one mistake here could ruin everything. Another violent fit of coughing from the patient cuts through his indecision. When the man weakly begs for help, the crisis stops being a career risk and becomes a human plea. The thought that he could tell himself the case is beyond him, clinging to the excuse that refusal is simply realism. But the thought that no one else will act forces him to face what that realism really means for the patient. He attempts one last rational defense, insisting that even if he tried, he probably could not save the man. He tells himself it would be smarter to protect his future, treat easier patients later, and wait for a safer opportunity. Then the patient coughs up blood again, and the sound of him dying makes that self-justification unbearable. Frustrated with his own cowardice, he finally breaks under the pressure. He stops pretending caution is enough and decides to act, whatever the cost. He steps back toward the senior with his resolve set. As his determination hardens, a new skill called Iron Heart manifests, reinforcing his will to endure the fear in front of him. That resolve is framed by the spirit of a physician's oath, reminding him that medicine exists to answer suffering, not avoid risk. He embraces that calling and commits himself to serving human life rather than protecting his own comfort. Accepting that success may be impossible, he decides he still cannot abandon a dying patient. In his last reaction, he asks the senior for permission to treat the man himself. The senior is stunned that the apprentice would seriously make such a request. The apprentice repeats himself clearly, if he is allowed, he will attempt the treatment. Amused and contemptuous, the senior grants permission, convinced the apprentice is acting out of madness. Even while stepping aside, the senior makes sure all responsibility for the outcome will fall on the apprentice alone. With the others watching from a distance, the apprentice stands at the center of the ward, now solely accountable for whether the patient lives or dies. Raymond steels himself for a desperate operation, doubting whether he can save the patient alone. A timid junior offers to help because he cannot bear to watch the man die. Relieved, Raymond immediately accepts the help he badly needed. The assistant questions how anyone can treat a case that ordinary healing magic cannot fix. Raymond reveals he will save the man through a method other than heal. Refusing to waste time on explanations, he orders the assistant to gather specific supplies at once. Once the tools are prepared and sterilized, the assistant grows uneasy about Raymond's true plan. Raymond only tells him to watch and understand through what follows. He explains that the patient has been drugged into unconsciousness and numbed for the procedure. Privately, Raymond is grateful he had already secured catgut and other materials useful for surgery. After cleaning the patient's abdomen, he prepares to begin despite the assistant's confusion. At last he names the forbidden method outright, surgery. He makes the first incision into the man's abdomen. The assistant is horrified as Raymond cuts the patient open, seeing the exposed flesh and blood in reality nearly shatters Raymond's composure. His hands start trembling as panic threatens to ruin the operation. A system's skill steadies his mind, and Raymond forces himself to believe he can become a great healer. That renewed resolve hardens into ambition as he rejects the contempt others have placed on him. He briefly imagines the wealth and honor success could bring, using greed to push past fear. Returning to the task, he recalls the proper midline approach and follows the surgical knowledge in his head. The assistant, convinced this is madness, wonders if he should stop Raymond before it is too late. Instead, Raymond presses on and searches carefully inside the opened abdomen. He finally spots the source of the problem. The assistant hesitates, caught between fear and growing uncertainty. Raymond reasserts his determination and refuses to back down. Watching him, the assistant realizes Raymond is far more resolute than he ever seemed. Raymond identifies the condition as a perforated duodenal ulcer, and knows he must control the bleeding and seal the hole. He orders Hansen to lift an organ so he can reach the damaged area. Hansen is stunned by the command, unable to believe he is being asked to handle exposed organs. Even so, he obeys despite his revulsion. Raymond prepares to cut away the perforated tissue with precision. His hand slips for a moment, exposing how close failure still is. He realizes his knowledge is sound, but his untrained hands cannot yet keep up. Fighting panic again, he desperately searches for a way to save the operation. He remembers a skill he had postponed buying, one meant to give a surgeon the dexterity needed to truly save patients. The system lets him purchase surgeon's nimble hands, boosting his senses and granting a surgical attribute skill. He activates the new skill immediately. His sensory ability surges upward at once. Raymond feels his fingertips sharpen and his hands become refined enough to match his knowledge. Now confident, he asks for the thread. With steadier fingers, he ties off the artery, stops the bleeding, and turns to closing the perforation. He decides to pull the omentum over the hole and create a Graham patch to seal it. He also plans further corrective steps and cleans away the leaked gastric contents contaminating the abdomen. At last he closes the incision, finishing the operation. The system declares the first open abdominal surgery on the continent a success and names Raymond a pioneer of surgery. More rewards follow because he saved a patient far beyond his rank. He also earns recognition as a passionate healer, gaining extra courage for future impossible cases. The tension breaks, and Raymond can only laugh weakly in disbelief. The strain finally catches up to him and his body gives out. Hansen rushes to him as Raymond collapses in tears from exhaustion and relief. Barely able to speak, Raymond admits to himself that he really did it. Still dazed, he repeats the truth while Hansen hovers over him in shock. News of the impossible cure reaches the clinic leadership, and disbelief spreads immediately. When told the patient is recovering, the chief healer cannot accept it even with confirmation. Determined to disprove the report, he heads to the room himself. On the way, he insists that someone with healing power below even F rank could never have saved such a patient. He bursts into the room ready to expose the lie. Instead, he finds the patient awake and speaking with Raymond. The chief healer is thrown into stunned confusion by what he sees. The patient thanks Raymond for saving his life, while Raymond calmly warns him to recover carefully. The chief healer steps in, demanding answers. He first assumes Director Bucks must have been the true savior, only to find Raymond there instead. Unable to accept reality, he accuses Raymond of lying about treating the man. Raymond awkwardly insists that he really was the one who did it. The chief healer explodes, refusing to believe someone so weak in heal could accomplish this. Raymond answers that he did not rely on heal alone. That answer only shocks the chief healer further. Thinking fast, Raymond invents a cover story about using ancient medical techniques. The chief healer is baffled by the unfamiliar term. Raymond spins a tale about falling from a cliff during an errand and finding something extraordinary. He claims that accident led him into an ancient ruin. There, he says, he learned a lost healing art called medical techniques. The chief healer rejects the story as absurd, while Raymond realizes his lie is failing. Before the argument can continue, the recovering patient cuts in with irritation. He reveals the stitched scar on his abdomen as proof that Raymond truly saved him. Faced with undeniable evidence, the chief healer falls silent. The patient then recognizes him as the man who had earlier abandoned him to die. He openly accuses the chief healer of condemning him and trying to deny Raymond's deed. Furious, he denounces the chief healer for failing as a healer and trying to frame the one who saved him. In his anger, he grabs a nearby chamber pot. He hurls it at the chief healer, forcing the man to dodge in panic. The pot shatters and spills its contents across the floor. The chief healer wrinkles in humiliation when he realizes he has been splashed with urine. The patient curses him out and drives him from the room. Humiliated and defeated, the chief healer flees. The patient contemptuously dismisses him as unworthy of the title healer. Raymond, embarrassed by the mess, apologizes instead of celebrating. The patient reassures him that he already feels much better thanks to Raymond. Raymond thanks him in return, moved by the gratitude. Elsewhere, the chief healer tries to salvage his pride by dismissing medical techniques as nonsense and calling the cure luck. Raymond quietly cleans the room, already aware that one miracle will not erase how others see him. He accepts that the clinic's opinion of him will not change overnight, even after saving a life. Hansen watches him in silence, clearly affected by what he witnessed. He finally calls Raymond's name, as if wanting to say something important. But Hansen swallows the words and pretends it is nothing. Instead, he abruptly takes the broom from Raymond's hand. Hansen insists that he will handle the cleaning himself from now on. When Raymond protests, Hansen firmly repeats that this is his duty. As Raymond watches Hansen work, he senses that the younger man's attitude toward him has changed. That suspicion is confirmed when he notices Lang secretly glaring from the doorway. Raymond turns, realizing he is not imagining the hostility. Lang's is no longer merely contemptuous. He now looks at Raymond with murderous resentment. Strangely, Raymond finds that such hatred no longer shakes him the way it once would have. Instead, he dreams of rising so high that everyone who scorned him will have to bow. His ambition flares into a vow to dominate Bellin Clinic with his ability. A fantasy is interrupted when the chief healer suddenly returns with a new demand. Raymond senses trouble immediately. The chief healer's smile makes the trap obvious before he even speaks. He orders Raymond to attend the upcoming Imperial Palace birthday festival as a dispatch healer. Raymond is so shaken that he asks him to repeat it. The chief healer calmly confirms the order and pretends it should be an honor. The story shifts to the grand birthday festival at the Imperial Palace. It is explained as a massive royal banquet attended by the capital's nobility, requiring healers from many clinics. Messengers distribute the official summons for the event. Being chosen for such a dispatch is normally a major recognition of a healer's talent. It is considered even more prestigious for an apprentice, since only the most promising are selected. The chief healer frames Raymond's recent success as proof that he deserves the assignment. Raymond sees through the praise and curses him inwardly. He understands that this is not a reward but a deliberate attempt to ruin him. For Raymond, the Imperial Palace is not a place of honor but the site of his deepest trauma. He remembers the nobles who mocked his birth, abused him, and wished for his death. Those memories return as a living hell he barely survived. Compared with that nightmare, even his miserable life at Bellin Clinic had felt merciful. The memory of being beaten and thrown around still clings to him. The palace itself looms in his mind like a prison. He remembers believing that his very existence had stained his father's dignity. In that memory, he is reduced to crawling on the palace floor. The helpless child he once was still lives inside him. Above him stood the royal figure known as the Shadow Prince. Raymond recognizes the title as one tied directly to his own past. He remembers that prince turning away from him without mercy. The distance between them in that memory captures Raymond's abandonment. He recalls that the kingdom values chivalry while refusing to acknowledge illegitimate children. In that world, he was treated as the king's unforgivable mistake. He internalized the belief that he was filth that should never have existed. Even now, the old shame makes his body tense. The chief healer's smug face only confirms that he knows exactly where he is sending Raymond. He doesn't understand why a man who despises him would push him toward the palace unless he expects disaster. Still shaken, Raymond asks if he truly must be the one sent. The chief healer coldly reminds him that an apprentice's fate and fees are entirely under his control. Raymond falls silent, trapped by the power imbalance. For a moment, rage surges so strongly that he nearly strikes the man. Before he acts, the system assigns a new medical technique quest: protect the banquet and prevent any deaths. The unusually rich reward makes Raymond suspect the festival will be extremely dangerous. He immediately wonders whether a major medical emergency is destined to occur there. That suspicion sharpens into certainty, so he accepts the dispatch instead of refusing. But he demands something in return: permission to take the official healer qualification exam after the banquet. He reminds himself that enduring this clinic only matters if it leads to becoming a recognized healer. The chief healer sneers at the idea, questioning how someone without even F-rank healing power could ever pass the exam. A young healer protests that he was just assigned to a difficult emergency despite supposedly lacking the qualifications for chief healer. His superior's irritation clashes with his sudden excitement, making it clear the assignment is unusual but valuable to him. The superior relents and allows him to attend the banquet only as an observer, and he eagerly accepts. He realizes this is his long-awaited chance to take the healer qualification exam. Fueled by resentment, he vows this banquet will be the last time he ever has to deal with a man who has treated him badly. The scene shifts to the royal palace, where the banquet is being held. Arriving there after 5 years away, he is forced to confront the place tied to his past. Fear nearly makes him turn back before he even enters. He tries to reassure himself that his recent success should be enough to keep him from being thrown out. But memories of humiliation and abuse in the palace still weigh on him. He tells himself that a mere D-rank healer should be useless in a true emergency and that others can handle it. Then he remembers that if a patient cannot respond to healing, delay could mean death. His bitterness toward the palace flares, and he almost runs from everyone there who once treated him like trash. He slows, caught between anger and duty. A voice or presence makes him stop and look back instead of fleeing. That interruption forces him to listen to his own conscience. He challenges his fear, reminding himself that he did nothing wrong. He reframes his past. The true blame lies with the king, while he had only been a victim. Remembering ordinary people who need care, he refuses to abandon patients just to protect himself. With that, he steps forward, choosing responsibility over escape. He decides he is not returning for the kingdom's sake, but for the sake of the patients. That resolve triggers a system response praising his concern for patients. His heart of steel proficiency temporarily rises all the way to A rank. The skill grants him a powerful, steady will that will last through the banquet. A glowing heart manifests in his chest as the effect takes hold. He feels his panic settle almost immediately. With his fear gone, he understands what high proficiency in Heart of Steel truly feels like. His confidence rebounds so sharply that he starts thinking about success, prestige, and even a generous reward. Before going in, he decides to spend skill points on something useful. Through the skill the system explains that his low job rank limits what he can buy, offering a small set of attribute and passive skills. Among the attribute options, he discovers basic elemental magic of every major type. He is thrilled by the idea that magic could become another tool for treating patients. The possibility excites him further, as he imagines surpassing ordinary mages if things go well. Still, he reins himself in and decides to review the currently available practical skills first. The list turns out to be underwhelming, filled with ordinary techniques and one bluntly named method for dealing with difficult people. He concludes that his low level leaves him with nothing remarkable to choose from. Thinking of the nobles waiting inside, he decides that handling difficult people may be the most useful option after all. He purchases that skill, spending 30 skill points. The system confirms it as a normal attribute skill that will help him deal with obnoxious people more easily. Armed with new resolve and a new skill, he finally heads into the banquet. Inside, the guests are openly celebrating the king and the glory of his knights. They insist that one man stands above even the king in importance to the kingdom's rise. That man is praised as a brilliant knight and battlefield commander. He is also admired as a politician who genuinely cares for the people. The nobles revere him so completely that no one dares speak against the king in his presence. Hearing this, the healer bitterly recalls that their contempt had always been directed at him instead. He remembers being treated as a worthless stain on the royal family, a child whose very existence was considered shameful. Even now, guests at the banquet are relieved that the disgraced prince left the palace years ago. To mock him as a powerless, talentless healer still stuck as an apprentice, until one man notices something unexpected. The healer stands among the crowd in silence, present once more in the place that cast him out. At the banquet, Culliam appears calm and striking enough to draw attention from the nobles around him. Nearby guests wonder if the handsome young man in the corner could really be the Shadow Prince. Hearing their disbelief, Culliam notes that his heart of steel skill has made him immune to the discouragement that used to wound him. Seeing his reflection, he decides he must strengthen that skill even further. No matter as he stands among the guests, something suddenly catches his attention. He realizes the person before him is Princess Sophia. Sophia appears in formal dress, presenting herself as a proper noble lady. Culliam quickly notices that despite her polished appearance, her basic personality has not changed. He judges that her hostility is more like a sulking girl's resentment than true menace, and remembers she never had the will to torment him deeply. Looking closer, he also sees that her health remains poor, much like the first queen's once was. He can dwell on that. A mocking voice calls him a rotten lemon and jolts him. Culliam instantly recognizes the voice from a painful past. The speaker turns out to be the fourth prince, Saddle. The sight of him makes Culliam's body tense and tremble on instinct. Old memories surge back of Saddle treating him like disposable prey and taking pleasure in his fear. The trauma still lives in Culliam's body, and the old scars seem to ache under the pressure. He feels as helpless as prey facing a serpent as Saddle closes in. Saddle presses him for an answer, offended that Culliam is frozen before royalty. Leaning in, he treats Culliam's silence as insolence and forces him to respond. He follows with open contempt, insulting Culliam as filth. Culliam is still seized by fear, but he forces himself to endure the prince's grip. He shuts his eyes and steadies himself instead of breaking. At that moment, Heart of Steel activates, telling him he has overcome unjust fear and gained a firmer will. With the skills supporting him, Culliam regains his composure. His strange system even identifies Saddle as an extreme asshole and prepares a matching response skill. Culliam opens his eyes with a new resolve. Then, to Saddle's shock, he bows into the prince's chest and politely offers a formal greeting. Saddle is rattled because the terrified boy he remembered would never have dared address him so calmly. Trying to recover control, Saddle demands to know why Culliam is here. Culliam answers with cheerful innocence, asking in return what brought Saddle here. He points out that this is where healers stay and assumes Saddle must have come because he feels unwell. Saddle is thrown off by the sudden change in Culliam and awkwardly denies being sick. Culliam brightly accepts that answer as good news. He immediately suggests that if Saddle is healthy, he should return to the main hall and enjoy the banquet instead. Saddle realizes Culliam is politely trying to send him away and bristles with anger. Before the prince can push back, Culliam turns to a nearby noble who has collapsed from dizziness and shifts into healer mode. He gently checks on the count, leaving Saddle standing there ignored and increasingly irritated. Culliam reassures the patient that this place exists for people who feel unwell and invites him to rest there. Only then does he look back and ask why Saddle is still present, again implying he should leave unless something is wrong. Saddle understands perfectly that Culliam is trying to drive him out. The balance of the encounter flips as Saddle is left looming uselessly while Culliam keeps control of the room. To stay in the game, Saddle suddenly claims that he too came because he feels unwell. Under pressure, he invents vague symptoms, saying he has been tired lately and lacks energy. Culliam calmly asks whether there are any other symptoms, and Saddle can only say no. Saddle inwardly decides to turn this into a trap and destroy Culliam if his diagnosis is weak. He openly warns that a poor explanation will give him an excuse to ruin him. Culliam remains unruffled and considers the answer for only a moment. He delivers a blunt diagnosis: alcohol poisoning. The unexpected answer leaves Saddle stunned. Culliam finishes by asking whether the prince has not, in fact, been drinking heavily every single day. The blonde healer warns the red-haired noble that heavy drinking is disrupting his body and likely causing his fatigue. He presses the point, advising him to cut back on alcohol if he wants the exhaustion to ease. He finishes with unexpectedly sincere concern, urging the man to take better care of himself. That earnestness leaves the noble off balance, and the healer realizes he has disarmed him without meaning to. When asked if anything else is wrong, the noble can only deny it, and the healer dismisses him to enjoy the banquet. As he leaves, the healer adds one last reminder to stay away from alcohol. The noble retreats unsettled, wondering why someone he used to intimidate no longer fears him at all. A system message rewards the healer for getting rid of the troublesome customer and encourages him to focus on patients instead. Released with himself, he realizes he handled the confrontation calmly for once. He credits the skill he bought for helping him stand his ground against Saddle without panicking. With his confidence rising, he decides Saddle is all bluster and not worth fearing anymore. Emboldened, he even insults Saddle behind his back with childish satisfaction. A sudden voice interrupts him before he can enjoy the moment. He startles and turns out once toward the newcomer. The person before him is the royal princess, transformed into a far more elegant and mature figure than he remembers. Set off guard, he immediately bows and offers a formal greeting. The princess notes how much he has changed, surprising him further. She bluntly reminds him that he used to be a truly unpleasant little creature. He recalls their earlier dynamic, when she towered over him and judged him harshly. Rather than take offense, he lightly agrees that she is still exactly the same as before. When she worries he means her personality is awful, he smoothly reframes it as praise for her beauty and is amused that she catches on quickly. She explains she had stepped away to rest because she was feeling unwell, but intends to return anyway. His healer instincts take over, and he asks what is troubling her. She brushes it off as nothing and says she cannot rest because her speech is about to begin. He urges her to rest before going, but she snaps that it is none of his business and that he is not even a proper healer. Even after being rebuffed, he watches her head off toward the ceremony under escort. He concludes that her temper has not improved, though at least she is equally harsh with everyone. As she takes her place, there is a subtle sign that her condition is worsening. The hall erupts in applause and toasts as the princess steps forward to address the banquet. The banquet begins by thanking everyone for attending her birthday celebration. She continues with a formal message of gratitude to the gathered guests. Mid-speech, her breathing grows strained and her composure starts to slip. From the crowd, the healer senses that something is wrong. The princess tries to continue with a prayer for the kingdom, forcing herself through the discomfort. A sharp pain seizes her chest, and she clutches at herself in alarm. The pain overwhelms her, and she begins to collapse. The guests panic as they realize the princess is falling in the middle of her speech. She reaches out helplessly as her body gives way. She hits the floor before the crowd can react. Attendants rush to her side, desperately trying to wake her. Someone shouts for healers to come immediately. The emergency throws the hall into frantic motion. The healer pushes through the chaos toward the fallen princess. As he reaches her, he realizes this crisis centers on the banquet's most important guest. Others are already yelling for healing magic to be used at once. He arrives as the princess is lifted and surrounded by anxious nobles and attendants. A high-ranking healer unleashes healing magic over her body, but the spell produces no improvement at all. Being even in A rank he'll fail, the blonde healer is horrified. He realizes this may not be an ordinary illness at all, but a different kind of condition hidden beneath the symptoms. Raymond hesitates over the collapsed princess, fearing that if he fails to save her, the punishment for interfering will ruin him. He tries to justify walking away, reminding himself that he and the princess are not even on good terms. He convinces himself that if he does nothing, no one will force a mere apprentice to take responsibility. But that excuse clashes with the ambition he finally gained after awakening a new ability and daring to dream of a different life. He rejects the idea of dying unfairly just because he stayed passive. Even the princess notices he has changed from the troublesome outcast he once was. As he looks at her lifeless body, he falls silent at the choice before him. His resentment gives way to urgency, and he decides he cannot let her die before facing what lies between them. He runs toward her, stubbornly telling himself that at the very least she still owes him an apology before death. Throwing caution aside, Raymond publicly declares that he will treat the princess himself. The other healers are outraged that an apprentice would dare overstep them and order him out of the way. Raymond apologizes for the force of it but pushes through anyway, insisting there is no time left. His system recognizes that he chose to save an emergency patient despite the risk, strengthening his heart of steel trait. That resolve manifests physically, hardening his nerve as he commits to the attempt. He dives straight into action before anyone can stop him. Kneeling beside the princess, he ignores the shocked cries demanding to know what he is doing. Raymond is told to trust him, warning that hesitation now will only let the princess die. Checking her neck, he confirms there is no pulse and realizes she has gone into sudden cardiac arrest. He immediately understands that ordinary heal magic will not restart a stopped heart, so he needs to restore circulation by other means. Raymond begins chest compressions on the princess. The nobles recoil in horror, mistaking life-saving measures for desecration of the princess's body. While continuing compressions, Raymond shouts that this is the only way to save her. The crowd brands him insane and calls for him to be dragged away from the princess. Before the guards can rush him, a commanding voice orders everyone to stop. The king himself arrives and takes control of the room. His presence silences the chaos as everyone waits for his judgment. Raymond keeps working, knowing he has only moments to bring the princess back. The king asks the healers directly whether he can save his daughter in this condition. They falter because they know the answer is no. With no magical solution available, the king decides they have no choice but to let Raymond continue. Raymond presses on, focused entirely on the princess. When her pulse still does not return, panic starts to creep in. He realizes that if this continues much longer, she will die for good. The onlookers, unable to understand CPR, think he is simply striking the princess. He keeps compressing her chest despite their horrified misunderstanding. The strain shows on his face as the pressure mounts. He knows failure now will endanger not only the princess but himself as well, so he forces himself to stay calm. He steadies his thoughts and searches for another way to restart her heart. Remembering that CPR alone may not be enough, he considers what else modern medicine would use. A solution suddenly comes to him. He thinks of defibrillation, but immediately realizes no such device exists in this world. Then he grasps that he might be able to replace a defibrillator with something else. He calls up his status window in the middle of the crisis. Using the system, he opens the option to purchase a secondary skill. Among the available basic elemental magics, he finds lightning. Without hesitation, he spends his hard-earned skill points to buy basic lightning magic. The new skill grants him the ability to wield lightning, however crudely. Raymond immediately shifts from planning to execution. He recalls the proper placement for a shock, setting one hand below the right collarbone and the other near the left side of the chest. He sends lightning through the princess's body in a desperate imitation of defibrillation. A guard lunges in, convinced Raymond has attacked her. Raymond is knocked back as the guard demands an explanation at sore point. The guard accuses him of assaulting a critically ill princess with lightning. In an instant, Raymond is treated as a criminal who attacked the imperial family. He desperately protests that he never meant to harm her. Still shaking, he insists that the shock was meant to save her life. The king cuts through the accusation and orders them to check the princess first. The healers rush back to her side. One of them feels for her pulse again. To everyone's shock, the princess's heart has started beating once more. The rumor rubs in disbelief that Raymond revived her without using heal at all. Raymond remains frozen under the sword, waiting to see whether he will be praised or condemned. He holds his breath as the king studies him in silence. The king's unreadable stare only deepens Raymond's unease. At last the king asks Raymond to explain exactly what he did. Raymond bows and carefully says that after judging he'll use useless, he used a different treatment method instead. The king listens without interrupting, forcing Raymond to choose his next words carefully. Raymond worries that one wrong answer could turn this miracle into a fatal misunderstanding. As the banquet ends around them, the king orders Raymond to remain available until he is summoned again. He addresses Raymond by name and makes it clear this matter is not over. Raymond is startled and immediately wonders why the king intends to call for him later. As the royal party withdraws, Raymond is left standing under the weight of that summons. Seeing the king's back awakens an old memory, because this is only the second time in 5 years that Raymond has faced his father. He remembers that the first time came only after his mother died of illness. Back then he had been starving alone in the slums, abandoned and close to death. The memory returns with painful clarity as he relives that helpless moment. A nobleman had entered the miserable room where he lay beside his mother's corpse. That man was the king, though Raymond did not know it yet. Too weak to even rise properly, the child could only stare up at him. His body had already begun to fail from neglect and starvation. A healer declared that Raymond's mother had been dead for some time. The boy, confused and terrified, asked who this stranger was. After examining him, the healer warned that without the highest level of heal, the child would not survive either. The king stood over Raymond, weighing that verdict. Then he abruptly lifted the boy into his arms. That choice brought Raymond from the slums into the imperial palace. People watched in shock as the king carried the dying illegitimate child away himself. The memory shifts to the room where Raymond was taken to be treated. When attendants hesitated, the king gave a simple order to save the boy. After that command, he left without another word. Raymond remembers that as the first and last time he ever heard warmth in his father's voice. Even after surviving, he was never allowed to speak to his father again before being pushed out of the palace. That silence became one of the deepest wounds he carried. He remembers being shunned because he was an illegitimate child who should never have existed. When Raymond suffered abuse in the palace, he often wished the king had simply left him to die back then. To Raymond, being saved only led to years of pain and humiliation. The memory fades, and he returns to the present still carrying that bitterness. A new system notification interrupts his thoughts. He learns he has completed the banquet quest, gained several levels, and earned more skill points. Only then does he remember that the system rewards were waiting for him. An additional achievement grants him even more levels, bonus skill points, and increased reputation for saving a noble. His mood brightens instantly as he realizes how profitable getting involved turned out to be, and his resentment toward his father resurfaces. He decides the king's feelings do not matter to him, because what matters is that he saved Princess Sophia. With that leverage in hand, he resolves to squeeze the greatest possible reward from the king. Soon after, Raymond is brought before the throne in a formal audience. He greets the king humbly and presents himself as a mere servant. The king asks him to explain the treatment method he used instead of heal. Raymond introduces it as a mysterious discipline he calls medical technique. To make it believable, he claims it is an ancient secret art he learned in old ruins. He relies on the fact that this continent is full of ancient ruins associated with lost powers and strange discoveries. Because people already believe ancient civilizations possess superior knowledge, his story sounds plausible enough to protect him. The king and his advisor accept that lost ancient knowledge could include a method like this and ask him to confirm the name. The king concludes that whatever it was called, it undeniably saved Princess Sophia. He formally acknowledges Raymond's deed and promises a reward. Raymond perks up the moment the word reward is spoken. The king first offers him wealth great enough to free him from financial worry forever. Raymond outwardly rejects the offer as if money were beneath his concern. In truth, he knows he can earn money later once he becomes a successful healer. What he wants now is something only the king can grant. He frames himself as a healer whose true calling is to care for patients. Maintaining that saintly image, he says his only concern is serving the sick. He declares that he has no need for treasure, winning murmurs of admiration from the crowd. The advisor is impressed, believing Raymond is thinking of patients even at the height of royal favor. Others begin praising him as the kind of true healer their age needs. Even those who despised him as an illegitimate child are shaken by how noble he appears. Inside, however, Raymond coldly reminds himself that this holy image is complete nonsense and that money still rules everything. He steels himself, knowing he must keep acting sincere a little longer. He tells himself this performance is only bait to secure what he really wants. Then he reveals that what he truly needs is the ability to keep saving patients for the rest of his life. He asks the king to guarantee that he can continue doing so for his patients. The king realizes Raymond is asking for official protection to practice this new medical technique. Raymond formally requests that medical technique be recognized as a legitimate treatment method. He knows that without royal backing, established healers and the healing tower would eventually denounce his methods as dangerous sorcery and suppress them. So he seeks the king's authority before any opposition can move against him. The king agrees, declaring in his own name that medical technique is now an official treatment method. Raymond quietly celebrates, having secured the recognition he needed. Even so, he decides this victory is only the beginning and that he still has one more prize to claim. Smiling politely, he announces one final request. He says he wants neither gold nor silver, only the honor befitting a healer. The king presses him to explain what honor he means. Raymond takes a breath and commits to the gamble. He asks to be awarded the Medal of the Bringer. The request catches the king off guard. The crowd recognizes the medal as a prestigious decoration for imperial merit, but many assume it is merely symbolic and are moved that Raymond would choose honor over material reward. People who once dismissed him begin revising their view of him completely. They now see him as an innocent and admirable healer devoted to principle. The system notes that others are being moved by Raymond's apparent compassion, increasing his fame. Raymond notices the emotional reaction around him and is pleased that his act is working perfectly. Privately, he scoffs at their misunderstanding, because he would never choose a worthless reward on sentiment alone. His real aim is that the Medal of the Bringer can lead to an honorary knighthood, giving him a path into nobility even if only as a title without power. Raymond is thrilled that the chance to be recognized as a noble has finally come to him. Even so, he wonders whether a single medal will truly be enough to secure his future. Before the throne, he answers with confidence when asked if the reward will satisfy him. He humbly insists that he only did what he had to do and asked for nothing beyond what is proper. His restraint impresses the court, and people begin to accept that the medal alone is a fitting reward. At that moment, his standing rises sharply as his public reputation grows. Raymond feels the weight of that recognition settle on him. The king approves his attitude and formally grants him the Medal of the Bringer. Raymond bows deeply and accepts the honor with gratitude. After the ceremony, the king watches from above as Raymond departs the palace grounds. Outside, Raymond allows himself a small, satisfied smile. From the window, the king continues to study him rather than dismiss him as just another subject. An attendant remarks that Raymond has changed so much he is almost unrecognizable from the dying child he once seemed to be. That realization pulls the king back into the memory of Raymond's past. He remembers first seeing a frail boy on the verge of death, hidden away in misery. A physician had warned that without the highest level of healing, the child would not survive. Faced with that truth, the king had gone to see the boy himself. When he found him, the child was weak and frightened, yet undeniably his own blood. The king decided to take the boy to the palace so he could receive the best healer available. His aide objected that doing so would expose the king's illegitimate child to the world. The king rejected that logic, refusing to let the boy die for the sake of appearances. He also remembered the mother's choice to disappear without ever bringing the child to the palace. To the aide, that meant she had chosen the child's death over staining royal dignity. The king left with Raymond in his arms, ending the argument by acting on his own judgment. He made it clear that the decision was his alone and not open to challenge. Later, Raymond reflected that from the moment he was acknowledged as the king's son, people stopped openly trampling him. He understood that his father's status, not justice, had protected him from further abuse. The attendant bitterly concludes that if Raymond had been born legitimate, he would never have suffered so much in the first place. The king instead focuses on Raymond's unusual medical skill, noting that he can sustain himself with techniques far beyond ordinary healing. When the attendant points out that surviving alone is remarkable for an illegitimate child denied proper support, the king falls silent. He turns away and walks off, carrying that uncomfortable truth with him. The attendant is left uneasy, having said more than was safe. Elsewhere, life resumes in the healer's quarters. Raymond returns in high spirits, clearly enjoying the change in how the world now treats him. A fellow healer congratulates him on what happened at the palace and addresses him by his new title. Raymond revels in the respect, pleased that even people who once looked down on him are suddenly careful around him. He is especially delighted that Lance, who used to trouble him, now has to watch himself. Testing that new power, Raymond politely asks the chief healer whether there is any reason he should still be barred from taking the healer qualification test. Put on the spot, the chief can no longer justify excluding him and falters under the pressure. Raymond pretends not to hear, forcing the man to repeat himself and making the imbalance between them obvious. When the chief tries again, Raymond keeps pressing with feigned innocence, making him squirm. At last the chief addresses him properly as Sir Raymond. Raymond immediately seizes on the title and treats it as the only part worth hearing. The chief apologizes and formally corrects himself, while Raymond openly savors both the deference and the status attached to it. Bowing his head, the chief offers a proper greeting to Sir Raymond. Even then, he struggles to say the title smoothly, showing how unnatural this reversal feels. Raymond leans in and makes him say it again, enduring every second of the humiliation. He basks in the sound of his new rank, delighted that the title finally forces others to acknowledge him. Yet beneath the gloating, he reminds himself that this is only borrowed influence, because he is still a noble in name without real authority. So even while standing taller than before, Raymond keeps his ambitions guarded and knows he still has farther to climb. Raymond decides that if reckless treatment is the price of avoiding punishment, he can at least use the chance to help people and gain something from it. When another healer hesitates over a patient, Raymond steps in and asks to examine the case himself. He confidently claims he can handle the patient, signaling a new willingness to act instead of staying passive. As he treats patients one after another, he resolves to use every forced assignment to build his skill and standing. His repeated successes quickly translate into rapid growth, with his level rising again and again. The staff notice that the one-sided prince is suddenly working hard, and his change becomes a topic of gossip. Their chatter draws the attention of another healer, who quietly watches Raymond from a distance. That observer studies him in silence, as if reassessing who Raymond really is. Raymond's system rewards more than technical treatment, recognizing that his kindness is winning patients over and granting him extra gains. He checks his status and confirms that his class, level, and skill points have all improved significantly. Encouraged by the jump in stats, Raymond decides he needs to keep leveling quickly and raise his class rank as well. His plans are interrupted when word arrives of a new emergency. Someone has suffered a knife wound to the abdomen. The clinic turns toward the crisis as the injured man is brought in and the room shifts from routine work to urgency. Raymond immediately judges that a pierced abdomen is survivable if treated properly, though recovery will take time. He identifies the victim as Lance and realizes the injury will put him out of action for days. But the other healers freeze instead of helping, leaving the wounded man unattended. Raymond is baffled that they are doing nothing over an injury he believes should be treatable. The blood trail reveals Lance had staggered in from outside after barely escaping his attacker. Lance clutches the wound and struggles to stay conscious, still reeling from the attempt on his life. He curses the leak that exposed him, realizing someone must have betrayed the information that put him in danger. The story shifts back a few days earlier in August County to explain how Lance ended up here. In a noble office, a man reports that the Shadow Prince has distinguished himself at the banquet and even received a medal from the king. Another man dismisses Raymond's achievements, arguing that talent as a healer does not make him worthy of being called prince. The political problem is laid out clearly. The kingdom already has 3 competing princes. With 3 claimants already straining the balance of power, Raymond's rise threatens to become a dangerous new factor. Their faction backs the 3rd prince, and they fear Raymond could be used by the 1st or 2nd prince to upset that alignment. To prevent that, they order their agent Cleekin to deliver secret information to the 3rd prince. Because the 2nd prince's side is watching them, Cleekin is told to disguise himself and pass the message without being detected. On his way, Lance realizes the attack on him is no random robbery but an assassination attempt tied to the 2nd prince. He escapes, but the wound is severe and he knows he is losing too much blood to last long. Remembering that Bellin Clinic's director is a top-ranked healer, he forces himself there as his only hope of survival. Reaching the clinic door, Lance believes he has finally made it to safety. His sudden arrival shocks the people inside and halts the room. Barely standing, Lance begs for help before collapsing toward the healers. The staff recognize the abdominal wound and call for Chief Healer Lang to deal with it. Lance tries to reassure himself that he is not about to die, clinging to consciousness while they examine him. Yet even with the severity obvious, the senior healers still hesitate instead of treating him. Their reluctance is exposed as prejudice when one of them objects that a beggar has no place in the clinic. They give only minimal healing to stop the bleeding enough to move him, making clear they have no intention of properly treating him there. The decision is to send him to the white clinic that handles commoners, even though the transfer itself could kill him. Lance desperately tries to stop them, struggling to explain that he is not just some vagrant. A violent coughing fit cuts him off before he can finish. Through the pain, he starts to reveal that he belongs to the August family, hoping his identity will change their response. But the room remains chaotic and dismissive as he collapses again under the strain. One healer openly mocks the idea that someone like him would dare come to Belen Clinic. Raymond suddenly notices the contradiction. There are no white clinic healers present, so sending Lance away now would abandon him. He states the obvious truth that if they force the man out in this condition, he will die. The senior healer turns that concern into a challenge, telling Raymond to treat the patient himself if he cares so much. He sharpens the insult by saying that a man supposedly skilled enough to save princes should find this easy. As the others murmur around them, Raymond is left standing at the center of a public challenge that will decide whether he acts. The blonde rookie realizes the wounded man cannot be saved with the clinic's usual treatment, because that method only works on minor cases. He admits his current status as a rookie resident leaves him unqualified to save the patient. By his own judgment, the injury demands someone at least at chief resident level, far beyond his present skill. The others take his hesitation as weakness rather than caution. One of them coldly tells him that if he cannot handle it, he should send the patient away himself. The pressure sharpens as they mock the famous kindness associated with his family and imply it is meaningless here. When he protests that a chief healer should save anyone he can, they challenge him without remorse. Their answer is blunt. This clinic exists to make money, not to treat the poor for free. That cruelty jolts him into anger. He remembers the ruthless creed he had been following, that becoming the best healer and gaining wealth mattered more than intervening now. For a moment he accepts that standing down would be the safer choice. But his conscience wins, and he declares that a healer cannot ignore a dying patient and that he will treat him. That resolve triggers a new power, granting him a hardened will and steel-like determination. Steadying himself with that newfound resolve, he commits fully to the operation. When challenged about using the royal family's medical techniques, he turns the accusation back, warning that exposing the truth would implicate Sir Raymond instead. He accepts the risk of punishment and chooses to proceed anyway. He moves to the patient's side as the man struggles for breath, making the crisis immediate. Facing the severity of the wound, he fears failure will bring both disgrace and backlash, but he does not retreat. At that tense moment, he awkwardly asks if anyone can assist him. A dark-haired colleague steps forward, reminding him they worked together before. The offer is hesitant, but it gives him exactly the support he needs. Relieved, he asks Hansen for help and regains confidence from not being alone this time. He immediately assigns Hansen practical tasks, sterilize and heat the tools, and clean the operating area as thoroughly as possible. The patient is prepared for surgery while the assistants ready the room and instruments. He recognizes a major limitation. Blood transfusion would help before surgery, but this world lacks the means to preserve and transfer blood. So he sets his priorities clearly. First maintain the patient's vital signs with fluids, then stop the bleeding surgically. To compensate for his inexperience, he activates a special surgical ability. The skill heightens his senses dramatically, giving him temporary precision beyond his normal limits. With his mind sharpened, he enters the operation in complete concentration. He begins the procedure while Hansen assists at the table. His first incision opens the abdomen cleanly. He realizes the enhanced senses are making the operation far smoother than his previous attempt. That improved control lets him handle the instruments with growing confidence. Even so, the seriousness of what he is doing still unnerves him. Then the operation suddenly worsens as blood bursts from the wound. He understands that blood trapped in the abdominal cavity is now surging out in a volume he has never faced before. Hansen panics and asks whether this amount of bleeding is survivable. The blood obscures the field so completely that he cannot identify the source, and for a moment he freezes. Hansen calls to him, trying to pull him back before the hesitation becomes fatal. He remains trapped in the same problem. Without seeing the cause, he cannot decide how to stop it. Hansen calls to him again, waiting for direction. Shaken but thinking, he searches for any immediate way to regain control of the situation. The repeated call finally snaps him out of his paralysis. He realizes the answer is not more panic but better assistance, and remembers Hansen can help restore visibility. He orders Hansen to use the disinfected cloth to wipe away the blood. Hansen obeys at once. With the field temporarily cleared, he can see inside again. He identifies the true problem. The weapon passed through the mesentery and damaged multiple veins, causing internal bleeding. He quickly judges that tying off a single vessel would not be enough because too many veins are injured. He concludes that all the damaged veins must be cauterized at once, but the ideal tool for that does not exist here. While operating on a critically wounded patient, Raymond desperately searches for any method that can save him. He suddenly remembers that he now has access to magic and sees a possible way to control the bleeding. Without hesitation, he opens the system market and buys basic flame magic for the operation. The purchase goes through, costing him a large amount of skill points. Even as he summons a tiny flame, Raymond worries that one mistake could burn the patient and end everything. The system reassures him that his high intellect lets him control magic better than expected, surprising him. Realizing his medical growth also improves his ability to use magic, he gains confidence in the gamble. He orders the flame to stay as gentle as possible and brings it into the surgery. The tiny fire responds exactly as he intended. His assistant is stunned when Raymond uses the flame directly over the open wound. The assistant can barely believe that Raymond knows magic as well as surgery. The cauterization works well enough to sharply reduce the bleeding and buy Raymond time. He immediately takes command and asks Hansen for thread so he can finish the repair properly. With steady hands, he prepares to suture the damaged vessels. As the assistant watches in awe, Raymond closes the wound with practiced precision. At last he announces that the bleeding has been fully stopped. Only then does the assistant remember the magic and press Raymond about what he used. Caught off guard, Raymond tries to brush it off as a harmless hobby. He quickly invents a story that he learned magic while researching ancient ruins and happened to gain those abilities there. To keep anyone from checking, he adds that the ruins collapsed as soon as he escaped. The assistant suspects Raymond is hiding the truth but cannot prove it. Raymond shuts the subject down and pushes them back to the patient, and the assistant reluctantly follows his lead. With the crisis over, Raymond judges that only cleaning and minor repairs remain and realizes how close the patient came to death. The assistant reevaluates Raymond, no longer seeing him as talentless but as someone with real accomplishments and strange abilities. Whatever Raymond's secrets are, the assistant admits his medical techniques can save patients ordinary healing cannot. That realization tempts the assistant to learn those techniques for himself because they seem more effective than standard heal magic. Still, he assumes Raymond would never willingly share them, especially after hiding even the location of the supposed ruins. As the final stitches are finished, the system marks the operation as complete. Raymond is rewarded for saving a dying patient above his rank and gains bonus experience. He turns away from the bed, trying to process the sudden rewards. The system announces a level up and grants him more skill points. His assistant nervously asks whether the treatment is finally over. Raymond removes his covering and reveals himself more openly. The assistant, overwhelmed with relief, thanks him sincerely for carrying the operation. He celebrates that together they managed to save yet another patient. He goes further and admits that without Raymond's help, both this patient and the last one would have died. Raymond can only think again how oddly earnest this man is. Their patient wakes up groaning, proving the surgery truly succeeded. Disoriented, the young man asks if he has been taken to the White Clinic. He is told instead that he is in the Bellin Clinic because his wound was too severe to delay treatment. The patient is confused because he remembers being told to go elsewhere. Before the explanation can continue, a powerful noble bursts into the room calling for Clearin. The newcomer is overjoyed to find his son alive, and Raymond realizes the patient is no ordinary man. The assistant is shocked when he recognizes the visitor as Count August, one of the great nobles of the south. Raymond is stunned to learn that the man he just saved is Count August's heir. Clearin weakly recognizes his father. The Count confirms they are truly in the Bellin Clinic and praises its reputation for expensive but reliable treatment. He immediately asks which famous healer saved his son, intending to reward that person lavishly. The assistant points straight to Raymond as the one who saved the young master. He formally identifies him as Sir Raymond. Clearin recognizes the name at once as the Shadow Prince who once saved the princess at the palace. The assistant explains that Chief Healer Lance refused to treat Clearin and that Raymond took the risk instead. The Count is appalled that anyone would refuse treatment to his son. When he hears it was likely because Clearin looked poor and unable to pay, his anger turns fierce. Elsewhere in the clinic, Lance is still calmly working when he hears the Count has arrived. He is delighted by the news and sees only an opportunity to flatter a powerful guest. He rushes off, furious that no one informed him sooner and eager to greet the noble personally. On the way, he convinces himself the Count must be visiting for some unrelated reason, since no noble patient had been admitted. He arrives at the room still confident in that assumption. Lance enters with polished manners and apologizes for greeting the Count late. He introduces himself as the chief healer of the Bellin Clinic. The room falls silent as he notices the hostile mood waiting for him. The Count coldly identifies him as the man who abandoned his son to die. Lance is left speechless by the accusation. He tries to laugh it off as absurd, still not understanding how badly he has misjudged the situation. The Count's fury makes clear that both father and son know exactly what happened. Clearin realizes with horror that this is the same healer who turned him away. Lance panics and insists it is all a misunderstanding. He scrambles for an excuse, claiming he merely trusted Raymond to handle the case because Raymond had cured the princess. Clearin immediately exposes the lie and says he personally heard Lance dismiss him as not worth treating. He repeats Lance's contempt for poor patients and reminds everyone that Lance was angry simply because a beggar had come to the clinic. The Count declares that Lance not only neglected his son but did so out of cruel prejudice. Lance is horrified as the Count also accuses him of trying to deceive a noble with lies. Reduced to begging, Lance apologizes and claims his only mistake was failing to recognize noble status. The Count seizes on that confession and asks whether Lance truly believes letting commoners die would have been acceptable. He condemns Lance as a disgusting fraud unworthy of being called a doctor. Then he orders his men to seize Lance and promises to put him on trial for insulting a noble. Lance begs desperately for mercy. The Count refuses, throwing Lance's own lack of mercy toward the poor back in his face. He escalates the punishment further, vowing to banish Lance from practicing medicine not just in one kingdom but across the entire alliance. Lance is dragged away in terror, still crying out to the Count. His pleas fade as he is hauled from the room. Watching him go, the assistant feels no pity and thinks the punishment is still too light. The Count's anger finally settles and the others look on in stunned silence. He explains to Raymond that his delayed greeting was only because he had to deal with this outrage first. Then, with complete sincerity, the Count thanks Raymond from the bottom of his heart. Raymond is inwardly shaken to find a great noble bowing to him. He hurriedly tells the Count to raise his head, though privately he is thrilled by the respect. The Count says Raymond saved the heir of the August family and asks how he can ever repay that debt. Raymond immediately starts hoping for a major reward. The thought of receiving wealth from a noble sends his imagination running wild. Instead, the Count praises Raymond's integrity, remembering that Raymond once rejected royal treasure. As he searches for a fitting reward, Raymond silently regrets that earlier refusal and wishes he had simply taken the money. The Count offers something different and far more political by asking to treat Raymond as a friend of the August family. Raymond does not immediately grasp what that kind of friendship means. The Count explains that Raymond has honors but still lacks the standing to protect himself, so their family will back him. He promises the August family support from now on. Raymond is stunned by how valuable that protection could be. He realizes that friendship with such a house would shield him from many people who might otherwise attack or belittle him, so he gratefully accepts the offer with outward humility. The Count repeats his thanks and invites Raymond to ask for anything else he wants. Raymond immediately remembers one practical matter and says that friendship does not cancel the medical fee. He insists that, by a doctor's principles, even friends must still pay for treatment. He hands over the bill while privately rejoicing that the patient turned out to be rich after all. As the Count accepts it, Raymond celebrates inwardly that he has secured both protection and payment. The Count is briefly left speechless by Raymond's blunt practicality. Once Raymond is gone, Clearin asks why his father rewarded him so generously. The Count says the reward was justified because Clearin's death would have thrown the succession struggle into chaos and hurt both their family and the third prince. Still, he admits that practical value is not the whole reason. He asks Clearin to consider what happens in a kingdom where several princes are already fighting for the throne. In that struggle, Raymond could become entangled because of his royal blood and growing importance. The Count turns his thoughts toward Raymond's future. He notes that Raymond once seemed irrelevant to the succession, but recent events have changed that. Using an old saying, he suggests Raymond's hidden worth is beginning to show itself. A harmless, talentless prince would never matter, but Raymond is no longer harmless or ignorable. The Count sees clearly that Raymond has begun to stand out. A prince with royal blood and visible talent will inevitably draw the attention of every faction competing for power, and the more Raymond rises, the more enemies will try to destroy him. For that reason, the Count admits he wants to see Raymond survive and flourish as a doctor. He hopes the August family can become a shield around him when that storm arrives. The scene shifts away from the clinic to a more luxurious setting. There, the third prince hears the report that Raymond saved Clearin. A subordinate apologetically explains that Clearin had been critically wounded and that no one expected him to live after being taken to Bieland. The prince finds this interesting because Bieland had previously cured Sophia as well, despite his low opinion of their healing. Rather than press the matter, he calmly orders the current plan cancelled. He remarks that Raymond, the puppy-like prince, has ruined his scheme, though he sounds more amused than angry. His expression sharpens as he starts taking Raymond more seriously. He rises and moves to the window, thinking ahead. The prince decides that Raymond is now worth watching closely. Looking down, he notes with private amusement that his once boring little puppy keeps changing. Back at the clinic, Raymond reaches the moment he has been waiting for. He bursts with joy because the long-awaited chance has finally arrived. He reveals that the only reason he endured 5 miserable years at Bieland was to reach this day. At last he can take the healer qualification examination. Overcome with emotion, he celebrates that he can finally stop being just an apprentice and become a proper doctor. News of Lance's expulsion spreads quickly through the clinic, with everyone saying Raymond caused it. People also spread the story that Raymond healed Count Auguste Air after previously healing the princess, though some dismiss it as luck. One apprentice hesitates, no longer fully convinced by that explanation. He points out that if it were only luck, it would not have happened 3 times already. That leads him to wonder whether Raymond's so-called medical techniques might truly work, even if they differ from ordinary healing magic. The others recoil from that possibility because it threatens what they believe. They denounce Raymond's methods as savage nonsense and refuse to accept surgery as real medicine. He counters that the king himself has already acknowledged those techniques. Even so, the others insist the king only accepted them because the patient was his own child. They look forward to Raymond's upcoming license exam, convinced it will expose his methods as worthless. One even bets Raymond will fail miserably. Hearing this, Raymond's assistant stays silent instead of joining the ridicule. Time passes, and the day of the examination arrives. The candidates gather in the exam hall, and Raymond takes his place among them. After 5 long years of waiting, Raymond faces the advancement exam determined to finally move forward as a true doctor. As the healer advancement exam begins, the other applicants recognize Raymond as the rumored Shadow Prince and question why someone with such weak healing ability was even allowed to apply. They quickly answer themselves that he must have received special permission because he once saved the princess, making his presence feel like political favoritism. Their mockery makes Raymond imagine the humiliation of failing here too, as if disappointing not just himself but the royal family as well. The pressure hits him physically, and he trembles while wondering what will become of him if he fails this chance. His thoughts spiral toward losing any future opportunity and being exposed to everyone as truly useless. His friend interrupts that panic by asking what Raymond plans to do if he passes instead of dwelling on failure. Caught off guard, Raymond is reminded that he spent 5 years as an apprentice for a reason and must have once wanted something from this path. That question pulls him back to the simple desire he once had when he first chose this work. For a moment his mind drifts toward a selfish answer, wanting comfort and good food rather than anything noble. But he rejects that impulse, knowing it is not the real answer he has been searching for. He digs deeper and recalls the wish that first took root during his apprenticeship. In memory, he sees himself entering a treatment room where healers are caring for the sick and injured while anxious families wait nearby. He remembers helping however he could, carrying supplies and supporting those in distress from the edges of the work. That memory stirs something in him, and he begins to put his true feeling into words. Raymond admits that what he really wants is to treat patients himself. Once he says it plainly, his goal becomes firm and direct. He wants to become someone who heals people with confidence. He realizes the part that moved him most was seeing patients recover and witnessing the relief on their faces and in their families. What he longs for is the meaning and fulfillment that come from giving that relief to others. In his mind, that desire takes shape as the image of an ordinary family made whole and safe. His system responds to that sincere resolve, strengthening his heart of steel and granting him a tougher, steadier will. Raymond feels the change immediately as his racing nerves begin to break. The anxiety that had been choking him starts to fade from his chest. He understands that his heart of steel activates whenever his thoughts turn toward helping patients, even in the middle of an exam. His friend, seeing the sudden change in him, warmly encourages him and says he hopes Raymond succeeds. With his confidence restored, Raymond answers without hesitation that he will pass. That composure catches another observer off guard, because Raymond no longer looks like someone crushed by fear. Soon Raymond is formally called in as applicant No. 39 and summoned before the examiners. He answers immediately and steps forward to face the test. Seated before the judging panel, Raymond enters the practical evaluation under the scrutiny of the room. The examiners first confirm his identity and his embarrassingly low healing rank. They then order him to demonstrate his healing power. Raymond agrees and begins the test. He releases his healing energy, but the result is visibly weak and unimpressive. The judges and onlookers react with immediate disappointment rather than interest. Raymond notices their judgment at once and understands how badly the demonstration is landing. Even so, he keeps himself composed instead of collapsing under their reaction. The room openly ridicules him, treating his healing as too pathetic to even count as real power. The lead examiner goes further, saying Raymond should never have applied for an advancement test with ability this poor. Raymond admits his healing power is lacking, but before he can argue further, he is told to leave if he already knows that. Refusing to be dismissed so easily, he asks for one chance to explain himself. The examiner pauses, skeptical but willing to hear what this weak applicant thinks he can say. Even then, the examiner coldly tells him not to waste the panel's time and to leave. Raymond had expected exactly this kind of rejection, and he reveals that he came prepared for it. He decides to rely on a purchased skill called eloquence, so he can make his case convincingly. The skill activates. Its effect sharpens his ability to tell a persuasive story, especially when combined with his patient-centered resolve. Standing before the panel, Raymond challenges them by asking whether the healing tower intends to defy the king's own judgment. That accusation instantly shocks the examiner and forces him to pay attention. Raymond begins his argument by conceding again that his raw healing ability is weak. But he counters that the medical technique he uses was personally acknowledged by the king and by the renowned physician de Houston, giving him authority the panel cannot dismiss lightly. When the examiners question whether Raymond can publicly claim healing tower authority while defying the Houston king's wishes, he turns their own rules into a trap. His sudden eloquence catches the hostile judges off guard and makes them realize he is not as easy to dismiss as expected. They argue that every healer in the empire belongs under healing tower doctrine, which recognizes only heal magic. By their logic, acknowledging Raymond's medical methods would undermine the healing tower itself. Raymond points out that this objection only applies if they reject him without even testing what he can do. He presses further that if the local healing tower truly respects the king, it should at least let him prove his treatment works. That argument forces the judges to admit that expelling him outright could be seen as disobeying the crown. Cornered, they agree to give him one chance and promise recognition if he can cure the patient they assign. Raymond seizes on the opening with relief, knowing the exam is no longer rigged against him in the open. He immediately focuses on the only thing that matters now, identifying and curing the test patient. As he opens the case file, he expects a challenge, but not the trap waiting inside. The patient's identity shocks him, suggesting the judges chose someone especially difficult on purpose. The story shifts back to before the promotion exam, revealing how that patient was selected. At the Healing Tower branch, a proposal is made to assign this same patient to Raymond's exam. Others object because even a B+ rank healer named Traz had failed to cure that case, making it absurdly hard. Jaren's son insists that Raymond's medical methods are dangerous and disgraceful, citing the princess incident and his surgical treatment at the clinic. He argues that someone who uses such crude methods should not be allowed to advance unchallenged. When asked if he is trying to make Raymond fail on purpose, Jaren's son openly admits that he is. Another examiner worries that assigning such an impossible patient could provoke Count August, Raymond's sponsor. Jaren's son dismisses that concern, claiming the healer exam is an internal healing tower matter beyond August's authority. Even so, some remain uneasy about the political risk. Jaren's son's real motive surfaces as naked contempt for Raymond's birth, which he sees as unforgivable. A flashback reveals that the fourth queen, whose family opposes the fourth prince, personally asked Jaren's son to make sure Raymond failed. The other examiners conclude that Jaren's son is acting out of spite and assume Raymond will be crushed quickly. The story returns to the present as Raymond studies the patient file again. He confirms the diagnosis and understands exactly why the judges thought this case would ruin him. Instead of despairing, he brightens when he realizes the patient only has bed sores. His confidence unsettles Jaren's son, who expected fear rather than enthusiasm. Jaren's son reminds himself that bed sores are notorious because heal magic regrows flesh without solving the cause, so the wound keeps returning. Raymond politely accepts the assignment and leaves, already certain he can handle it. The judges are left rattled by how calmly he walked into what they believed was a death sentence for his exam. Jaren's son convinces himself Raymond must simply be ignorant or driven mad by desperation. Raymond arrives at the patient's home to begin the treatment that will decide his future. He meets the patient's anxious son and immediately starts gathering information instead of making grand promises. The son desperately asks whether his father can recover, and Raymond answers by requesting to examine him first. The son quickly leads him inside, clinging to the possibility that this healer might be different. Raymond finds an elderly man bedridden and clearly weakened by long illness. His sharpened senses pick up an unusual smoky odor from the wound, giving him an early clue about the infection. The son apologizes in embarrassment for the foul smell that had driven other healers away. Raymond reassures him instead of recoiling, showing compassion that immediately changes the mood in the room. The son is moved because Raymond is the first healer to respond with concern rather than disgust. Raymond confirms that the old man cannot move on his own, and the son explains he has been bedridden for a long time due to age and weakness. Raymond recognizes this as the classic setup for pressure ulcers and asks to inspect the wound directly. When he exposes the sore, he sees severe tissue damage and infection. He realizes the condition is serious, but not yet beyond saving. Because the bone is not exposed, he judges that proper treatment is still possible. The son anxiously asks for Raymond's verdict, bracing for another hopeless answer. Raymond calmly explains that he can remove the dead tissue and help healthy flesh grow back. The son says previous healers also tried to regrow flesh with heal magic, but the wound always worsened again, and Raymond immediately understands why. He explains that this time will be different because the real cause can be addressed in a simple way. Before that, however, he says surgery is necessary to cut away the dead tissue and expose the infection. Seeing the son's fear, Raymond asks him to trust him. He prepares surgical tools and water, bringing modern medical discipline into a world that distrusts it. Raymond dresses for the procedure with the seriousness of a trained surgeon rather than a spellcaster. His status window confirms his class as surgeon and reminds him of the strengths he has built. He notices that his senses have risen high enough to give him a major advantage in delicate work. Realizing how much his sensory stat has improved, he gains confidence in his ability to perform beyond a rookie level. He decides to combine those heightened senses with his surgical skill for maximum precision. Once he begins, the operation feels manageable instead of overwhelming. He carefully opens the wound, removes the blackened tissue, and drains the infected discharge. The son watches in alarm, but Raymond remains steady and controlled. Raymond finishes by sterilizing the wound with an herb that functions like a natural antibiotic. With the infected tissue removed and the area cleaned, he declares the first procedure complete. The son can barely believe the frightening treatment is already over. Raymond tells him the first round went well but stresses that recovery now depends on following instructions exactly. His key instruction is simple but revolutionary to them. The patient must be repositioned regularly. The son is baffled that something so ordinary could matter. Raymond explains that bed sores can be prevented just by changing the patient's position from time to time. He adds that the infection still needs continued care, and he will stay until the old man recovers. Overwhelmed by gratitude and hope, the son thanks him immediately. Raymond continues the wound care with patience and consistency rather than relying on a single miracle. As treatment progresses, he also helps the old man move, addressing the cause of the illness instead of only the symptom. After sustained care, Raymond is finally able to announce that the patient has fully recovered. He accepts the result with quiet satisfaction, knowing he has proven his methods through action. The father and son thank him deeply, now seeing him as the healer who truly saved them. The old man explains that even a B+ healer failed him, and his family had nearly given up because they could not afford anyone higher ranked. His son adds that Raymond not only cured the illness but treated them with warmth and dignity. Raymond brushes off the praise and says he only did what a healer should do. He leaves them with practical guidance so the bed sores will never return if they keep caring for the patient properly. News of the successful cure reaches the exam hall and shatters the judges' expectations. Garen's son erupts in disbelief. Raymond somehow cured a condition they thought impossible for him. The examiner who verified the case confirms that the patient was completely healed with new flesh. With the cure undeniable, the judges admit they have no grounds to disqualify Raymond, leaving Garen's son scrambling for a new way to limit him. The debate shifts from whether Raymond passed to what rank he should receive. One examiner notes the contradiction. Raymond's heal magic is below even F rank, yet he cured a disease difficult even for B+ healers. Some suggest giving him a high rank based on the difficulty of the case, but Garen's son rejects that outright while also admitting F rank is impossible. The others force Garen's son to state his own recommendation. He hesitates, trapped between political pressure and his desire to suppress Raymond. Garen's son finally proposes D rank, trying to sound reasonable while still keeping Raymond low. Several examiners immediately protest that D rank is absurdly low for what Raymond accomplished. Garen's son argues that because Raymond used an ancient medical technique rather than recognized healing magic, D rank is the highest he can justify. Others warn that such a low rank will anger Count August, who sponsored Raymond. Garen's son insists August has no authority over the Healing Tower's internal exam, but the others remind him that the king and princess also know Raymond's value. They point out that if the royal family learns the man who saved the princess was given only D rank, the judges will have no defensible explanation. That reminder leaves Garen's son visibly shaken. He realizes he must satisfy both the fourth queen and the king, and that either side could punish him if he chooses badly. To escape responsibility, he decides to ask the Healing Tower headquarters in the imperial capital for a ruling. The others are startled that he wants to escalate the matter all the way to the central authority. The narration explains that the capital house is both the emperor of the 10 allied lands and the headquarters of the Healing Tower. Garen's son reasons that if the capital makes the decision, even the king cannot challenge it. The other judges agree because that shifts the risk away from them. Soon afterward, the answer from the capital arrives. Garen's son opens the sealed reply expecting a conventional rank. He announces that the capital has responded, but his confidence vanishes as he reads. The contents stun him completely. The capital has assigned Raymond a U rank, a designation none of them recognize. The judges are baffled because no such rank has ever existed in their system. Some guess it might mean undetermined, assuming even headquarters could not classify Raymond properly. Garen's son quickly realizes this strange ruling protects him politically while also letting the Healing Tower avoid formally endorsing Raymond's methods. He accepts the loophole and orders Raymond to be announced as U rank. Thus, the first U rank in history is created specifically for Raymond. Ordinary people and lower healers are left confused because they have never heard of such a rank. Many mock it at first, assuming it means worthless and that Raymond passed only through tricks. The ridicule spreads easily because the new title has no established meaning yet. But the narration notes that the letter U would soon become inseparable from Raymond himself. As time passes, people begin to reinterpret the meaning of U entirely. It comes to stand for untouchable and ultimate, a rank beyond the known hierarchy. The story hints that one day this title will surpass even the highest transcendent ranks, though that future is still far away. For now, Raymond can only tremble as he reads the strange certificate in his own hands. Then the truth finally hits him, whatever the letter means, he has passed. He bursts into joyful celebration because he has finally become a doctor. His happiness immediately turns practical as he rejoices that his miserable apprentice life and its meager meals are over. Drunk on success, he even fantasizes about never seeing the filthy Bellin clinic again and impulsively wanting to burn it down. A fellow apprentice catches him in the act before he can do anything reckless. Raymond awkwardly covers by pretending he only lit the flame because he felt cold, which convinces no one. He changes the subject by asking whether his junior also passed, and learns the boy earned C rank. Raymond asks what the junior plans to do next and hears that Maple Clinic has already contacted him. That excites Raymond because Maple Clinic is one of the capital's top clinics for commoners. He warmly congratulates the junior on his success. The junior hesitates, clearly wanting to ask Raymond something more personal. Raymond, still writing his own victory, brushes it aside and insists they celebrate with food first. The junior immediately points out that apprentices have no money, so Raymond cannot possibly be paying. Raymond proudly reveals that he took out a healer's loan the moment he passed. Before the junior can question that terrible idea, Raymond drags him off to celebrate anyway. The celebration ends with too much alcohol and a messy room. Both of them are drunk, but Raymond is especially blissful and barely coherent. He keeps murmuring happily about steak, making it obvious what mattered most to him all along. Seeing Raymond in such a good mood, the junior decides this is his chance to ask the question that has been bothering him. Raymond drunkenly encourages him to ask anything. The junior asks where the ruin is that supposedly taught Raymond those medical techniques. Raymond dodges by vaguely saying that even if the ruin collapsed, some knowledge might still remain there. The junior eagerly begs for the location and promises to keep it secret. Raymond finally admits that no such ruin exists at all. Instead, he claims he simply gained the power one day. He elaborates that while cleaning, unfamiliar knowledge suddenly flowed into his head like a miracle. The junior is stunned, unable to tell whether Raymond is mocking him or confessing something impossible. Hurt and frustrated, he snaps that Raymond could have just refused to answer instead of making up nonsense. He explains that he understands why Raymond would hide a gift that others would envy or exploit, especially after being looked down on for so long. But what truly pains him is the feeling that Raymond chose to lie to him personally. Unable to convince him in that moment, Raymond can only watch his junior leave after offering a strained congratulations, insisting to himself that he was telling the truth. A few days later, the story shifts to the Maple Clinic, where news begins to spread about Raymond's future. The staff learn that the prestigious Roe Clinic has contacted Raymond, a rare honor given its status among the capital's elite institutions. Even those around him admit that, considering his troubled past, Raymond has risen far beyond what anyone expected. Raoul's reputation makes the offer even more significant, since it stands just below the very top tier of clinics in the kingdom. The excitement turns to shock when word comes that Raymond has refused the offer instead of accepting it. The decision is so unbelievable that his peers can only demand an explanation. One of them rushes straight to Raymond's room, determined to confront him about it. He wakes Raymond and immediately presses him to confirm the rumor. When Raymond confirms it, his friend argues that turning down Roe makes no sense because it is larger and better equipped than Maple. Raymond reveals that he rejected Roe because he intends to open a clinic of his own. His friend is stunned, reminding him that he only recently became qualified and questioning how someone in his position could possibly do that. He keeps pushing, insisting Raymond should first gain experience at Roe instead of leaping into something so difficult. Raymond stays firm, saying he always planned to become independent as soon as he officially could, no matter how hard it would be. He explains that his current rank is still only beginner resident, so he needs to treat many more patients to advance. His growth as a healer depends on accumulating real experience and leveling up through practice. Raymond reasons that if he joins a major clinic like Raoul, senior healers will sideline him and he will lose chances to see patients, especially while his techniques are still looked down on. What he truly wants is independence, so he can treat people freely without being judged or restricted. His friend then asks the practical question of where such a clinic could even be established, since the surrounding regions are already dominated by large institutions. Raymond has already chosen, he plans to go to the Bay region, one of the poorest areas on the map. He openly declares that he intends to build his clinic in that poor region despite how irrational it sounds to everyone else. To Raymond, the poverty of the area is exactly the opportunity, because endless patience there will let him gain experience, build independence, and eventually become both a great healer and wealthy. His blunt ambition leaves his friend momentarily speechless. The idea lingers as something far more serious than a passing whim. Elsewhere, the consequences of Raymond's choice begin to reach the royal court. Third, Prince Limerton receives the report that Raymond refused Raoul Clinic and is instead preparing to establish his own practice. Limerton is caught off guard since he expected Raymond to accept Raoul's offer after the prince had already shown him unusual favor. He reflects that he meant to reward Raymond for helping with court affairs, but Raymond has cast aside the path that would have kept him close. Limerton had even planned to ease Raymond into Raoul through his own connections and later repay him more directly. Once Raymond became useful and polished through training there, the prince intended to bring him into his service. When asked whether Raymond's medical skill matters that much, the prince makes clear that saving lives is enough to make him valuable. Still, Limerton concludes that since Raymond chose his own road, their relationship may never become what he had hoped, and he judges Raymond naive for it. He then asks why Raymond plans to open the clinic. The answer startles him. Raymond is heading to the Bay region. The Bay region is known as a poor northwestern outskirts district that respectable nobles avoid entirely. Its misery traces back a century, when the Houston Kingdom lost the Southern Territory after a failed war and displaced refugees were pushed into the outskirts. Those refugees built a large settlement in the Bay region, but the kingdom never properly cared for it while recovering from the war. Over generations, neglect turned the area into a lawless, malignant place that no one could cleanly fix. Even King Odin once promised any reward to whoever could stabilize the Bay region. Yet every prince who tried, including Limerton and his brothers, failed to bring it under control. Some at court argued the region was beyond saving and should simply be erased rather than reformed. The king rejected that cruelty, insisting the people there were still citizens of the kingdom. His sons privately resented that concern, dismissing the Bay's poor as a stain on the realm. Remembering that even the three princes failed there, Limerton realizes Raymond is stepping into the very place where royal power accomplished nothing. Instead of stopping him, the prince grows curious about what Raymond's appearance in that region will set in motion. Back at Maple, time passes as Raymond prepares to leave his old life behind. When others hear that he is really going to the Bay region, they cannot understand why he would choose the worst possible destination. Some respond with open contempt, mocking him as a disgrace fit only for a filthy place. Others react with fear instead, begging the healer not to go because the Bay region is too dangerous. A worried woman warns that he has no idea what could happen to him there, but Raymond calmly reassures her that he will be careful. He promises to succeed in the Bay and expand from there, asking everyone to trust his skills even as they can only urge him to survive the choice. A servant brings Raymond a sealed letter, and he is immediately curious about who would write to him. He turns toward the messenger while Hansen lingers nearby, still occupied with their departure preparations. Raymond casually asks for the letter to be handed over, expecting nothing unusual. The signature reveals the sender is Princess Sophia, instantly raising the stakes for him. Raymond opens the letter with Hansen beside him, both focused on what the princess wants. Sophia's message is openly insulting, making it clear she still looks down on him and his decision to go to the Bay region. Raymond is irritated by her attitude, and Hansen hesitates before bringing up a more serious concern. Hansen urges him to reconsider the trip, warning that Raymond should not go just to chase more patients. Raymond understands the danger better than Hansen expects, because he has personal ties to that place. He reveals that he was born in that poor village, surprising Hansen. Hansen realizes Raymond's Shadow Prince reputation began with his years in poverty before entering the palace. Raymond explains that after his mother died, he was taken from the village to live in the palace. He rejects the idea that the poor village is some hellish place, insisting it is simply where ordinary people live. In his memory, that village felt warmer and more human than either the royal palace or the Bellin Clinic. He admits he has long dreamed of opening a clinic there and serving the people he came from. So he tells Hansen not to worry too much, because this journey matters deeply to him. Hansen accepts that he cannot stop Raymond, but decides he must at least protect him. After a moment of resolve, Hansen steels himself and prepares to act on that decision. He abruptly asks Raymond to take him along to the Bay region. Hansen argues that Raymond should not travel alone, especially since he already has an offer from the Maple Clinic in Paris. He dismisses the prestige of that offer, valuing the chance to stay with Raymond more than joining wealthy doctors. Even when Raymond jokes that he is also going there to make money, Hansen bluntly insults those rich healers and refuses to be swayed. Hansen makes clear he sees through the joke and knows Raymond genuinely cares about patients. He says he would rather work with Raymond than with famous but greedy physicians, and then asks for something in return. Gathering his courage, Hansen prepares to make a far more personal request. He asks Raymond to let him learn medicine by observing him directly. Raymond is caught off guard that Hansen wants him as a teacher. Hansen stays firm, showing this is not a passing impulse but a serious commitment. Raymond hesitates and protests that he is only a beginner resident, not someone qualified to teach anyone. As Raymond worries he is disappointing Hansen, a strange system response begins to appear before him. The system identifies Hansen's request as a formal petition to learn under Raymond. It offers Raymond the chance to accept Hansen as an apprentice and explains that doing so will activate a training mode. Raymond stares at the unexpected interface, confused by this new function. The system presses him for a direct yes or no decision on taking Hansen as his apprentice. A new pupil fostering feature is revealed, promising Raymond skill points and shared experience whenever his student successfully treats patients. Raymond instantly realizes this could solve his experience problem and becomes excited by the opportunity. He notes that his required experience had recently increased, so this new method feels like a stroke of luck. The system also warns that his low rank limits how effectively he can teach, but Raymond still sees the value in it. While Raymond reflects on his own shortcomings, Hansen waits anxiously, afraid he may have asked for too much. Raymond decides that his imperfections are not a reason to refuse, and promises to teach Hansen while continuing to improve himself. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Hansen immediately accepts and bows deeply to him. Raymond formally accepts Hansen as his first pupil, and the system confirms the new bond. The acceptance rewards Raymond with skill points and a new teaching-related ability. That ability, clumsy teaching, reflects that he can now instruct beginners, though his explanations are still limited and imperfect. Even so, Raymond resolves to build Hansen up step by step while also using this chance to advance his own growth. Teacher and student enthusiastically commit themselves to the journey ahead together. What begins as a simple apprenticeship is framed as the first step in a partnership that will later change the future of medicine. Time passes to the day they are set to leave for the Bay Area. Before departure, Hansen appears in armor with a weapon and shield, having prepared himself for real danger. When Raymond is startled by the sight, Hansen explains that he armed himself because the Bay Area is too dangerous to enter unprepared. The blonde healer notices his companion is wearing armor under his clothes and calls him out on it. The dark-haired assistant awkwardly claims it is only precaution, but the healer sees through him and realizes he is afraid of the Bay Area. The healer admits he is nervous too, because they are about to leave for a district known as Lawless. Even so, he presses ahead and hands his assistant something to carry. What he offers turns out to be a metal stick, meant as a basic way for the assistant to protect himself. The moment the assistant grips it, the system recognizes it as a weapon and offers him a self-defense skill. That sudden notification catches him off guard. The system explains the skill is for doctors working in dangerous places, but his stamina is too low to learn it. While he is still processing that, the healer demonstrates that he can fight with a sword, proving he is not as helpless as he looks. Reassured, the assistant agrees to go with him to the Bay Area. The healer puts on a brave face, though he is clearly forcing his confidence. They arrive in the slum-like Bay Area under the watch of wary locals. The healer anxiously wonders whether they will be safe, and his assistant tries to steady him. He explains that people here used to avoid him on sight, showing how unwelcome he once was. From inside nearby homes, residents quietly watch the newcomers instead of approaching. The pair move deeper in, tense and alert to the hostile atmosphere. They survey the rough neighborhood and prepare to begin their work. The healer decides to open the clinic first, since the place has already been set up. Their new clinic stands ready in the middle of the district. Dressed for work inside, they wait for patients, but no one comes. They tell themselves it is only the first day and try to stay patient. Half a day passes with the clinic still completely empty. By the next day, they are still waiting without a single visitor. 2 days later, the silence has become exhausting and demoralizing. The healer can only sit there and brood over the failure. He cannot understand how there are still no patients, while his assistant wonders if the locals do not even know the clinic exists. The healer rejects that idea immediately, pointing out that the clinic gate bears a large healer's emblem. He adds that news spreads quickly in the slums, so everyone should already know they are there. Before they can think further, a window suddenly shatters. A rock lands inside, confirming someone has deliberately targeted the clinic. The assistant rushes to see who attacked them. What he finds leaves him shaken. He urgently calls the healer over to look for himself. The healer hurries outside, demanding to know what happened. The assistant points him toward the wall, and the healer realizes the attack was meant as a warning. Scrawled in red is a message telling them this place is not for children to play at. The threat makes clear that the locals see their clinic as an intrusion, not help. Another line warns them to leave if they do not want to die. Back inside, the clinic suddenly feels exposed and unsafe. The assistant urges an immediate retreat, convinced they are in real danger. The healer admits the hostility is far worse than he expected and that staying could lead to serious trouble. Even so, he says he cannot abandon the clinic. He reveals why. He borrowed a huge sum from a healer loan to establish this place, and leaving now would ruin him. Most of that money went into buying and remodeling the building, not just stocking herbs. The scale of the investment makes the risk painfully real. Worse, the debt is already accruing interest, tightening the pressure on him. His assistant realizes the lender is dangerous enough that failure to repay could bring consequences beyond bankruptcy. At that crisis point, the system suddenly issues a new quest. The quest explains that the slum residents have grown cold toward outsiders, and their objective is to win the people over and make them accept the clinic. The healer resolves that quest or not, he will not give up, and his assistant turns to him, ready to hear what comes next. The blonde noble insists he cannot abandon the slum patients and tells his companion to leave if he wants, because he intends to stay. The dark-haired attendant hesitates, still clutching his resolve as he weighs whether to remain at his master's side. Realizing the noble is willing to endure the filth and danger of the slums for the sick, the attendant feels he must repay that sincerity somehow. He takes the noble's hand and decides he will stay with him, leaving the noble startled by the sudden loyalty. The attendant frames his choice as devotion to noble virtue, while the blonde man insists he has a practical reason for not leaving. When the attendant starts praising him too earnestly, the noble realizes his motives are being misunderstood and awkwardly tries to stop him. The misunderstanding only deepens, and the attendant becomes fiercely determined to support what he thinks is a selfless sacrifice. They shift from emotion to strategy, agreeing they cannot wait while the situation in the slums worsens and must decide on a plan. The blonde noble settles on an approach after a brief moment of thought. He announces that he has an idea. The plan leads them to the crowded center of the slums, where many residents can witness what happens next. Questioned about choosing such a public place, he explains that visibility is exactly the point, since hidden alleys would reach too few people. Nearby residents notice the newcomers and begin paying attention. The noble greets them warmly and tries to reconnect through familiarity. The men recognize him as the child who once lived here before being taken to the imperial palace. Encouraged that they remember him, he decides to use that shared past to win their trust. He starts by claiming he has missed the place, hoping nostalgia will soften them. But when he references being raised here by local caretakers, the memory only highlights how distant and awkward he now sounds. His first attempt falls flat, and he realizes sentiment alone will not persuade them. The locals bluntly ask why someone like him has returned at all. Their resentment surfaces as they remind him he is now an imperial noble and no longer belongs in a place like this. They make it clear that whatever his reason, they want him gone because the slums are no place for a privileged outsider. As he recalls that the people here were once close to him before he was taken away as the king's child, he understands that old familiarity may now work against him. Abandoning the memory-based approach, he decides to rely on a direct and conventional appeal instead. He centers his argument on the fact that he has come to provide treatment for the slum pays. That declaration hardens into a new conviction, as if his resolve itself has activated. The men are thrown off when he calmly rejects their assumption that he came to play at charity. He states plainly that he is here to treat patients, and his words gain unusual force and clarity. His sincerity and conviction reinforce each other, making his appeal far more persuasive than before. He argues that as someone born from the slums yet now carrying noble authority, he is uniquely positioned to secure better treatment than the people here usually receive. The hostile mood begins to shift as the listener senses that he may be serious. Even so, they remain confused, because no healer ever willingly comes to the slums. He answers that this neglect is exactly why he came. His attendant, still tense, voices the cruel reality. Poor people fall ill too, yet healers avoid places like this. The noble reveals the wound behind his resolve, remembering that his own mother died without receiving treatment. His companion is shaken as the personal truth behind the mission finally comes into focus. The attendant realizes with shock that the noble's mother died because no one cared enough to heal someone of low status. Turning to the gathering crowd, the noble vows that he wants to stop such a loss from ever happening again. His promise carries across the square, and his attendant watches with renewed emotion as the declaration reaches the people. He explains that he opened his clinic here because no one should be denied treatment simply for being poor or lowborn. He makes clear that serving the slums, rather than a safer or richer district, was always his deliberate choice. The two men who challenged him fall silent, no longer able to dismiss him so easily. Seeing their hesitation, he proposes that he prove his sincerity through action instead of words. He declares that he will go to the deepest part of the slums and treat the patients there for free. His attendant is alarmed, because that area is feared even by the people of the slums. The place he names is Crescent Street, an isolated district shunned because those hiding there are believed to carry the god's curse. He confirms that those cursed patients living in hiding are exactly the people he intends to treat. Crescent Street is shown as a sealed-off corner of the slums, marked as somewhere others are warned not to enter. His attendant voices the common fear that the curse might spread to anyone who goes near those patients. The noble counters that this fear of contagion is precisely why the cursed have been driven into the deepest corner, even as his attendant warns that entering such a place could be dangerous. The blonde healer insists on seeing the slum illness himself to confirm his suspicion, even offering to go alone if his companion is too worried. His companion hesitates, clearly alarmed by what they might find. He refuses to stay behind, arguing that after watching the healer neglect his own health for others, he cannot stand aside now. As they enter the slum, the companion admits he has long treated the healer as a master because he learned medicine by observing him, which only embarrasses the blonde man. Putting that aside, the healer leads them deeper in to examine the patients. They find a woman sitting alone with her head lowered, visibly marked by illness. The healer immediately identifies himself by his role, making clear he is here to help. He tells the patients he came to treat every one of them. Behind her veil, the woman studies him with wary disbelief. She mocks the promise, challenging whether he can really cure people like them. Her challenge turns into a test, daring him to prove it. The two men hold their ground instead of retreating. The woman reveals the disease they fear most, the so-called God's curse. While his companion identifies the visible ulcers and spots as signs of an infectious disease, the healer asks to inspect her more closely. Ignoring his companion's alarm, he approaches the woman directly and begins examining her. She is stunned that he comes near without fear, because everyone treats her condition as a curse. From the symptoms, the healer recognizes the illness he had suspected. He concludes it is not a supernatural curse at all, but a skin disease known through ordinary medicine. To confirm the diagnosis, he asks to examine the other women as well, including the hidden areas where the disease tends to appear. The women bitterly remind him they survive by selling their bodies and warn him not to let their curse spread to him. He reassures them that if his diagnosis is correct, simple contact will not infect him, so they need not fear for him. He firmly overturns their belief, explaining that the God's curse is simply a normal illness. That claim shocks the women, who have lived with the disease as something mystical and hopeless. The healer gathers the patients and begins explaining the condition to them more systematically. When asked directly, he names the disease as syphilis, giving the slumps a medical identity. The unfamiliar name spreads confusion, but it also opens the possibility that the illness might be curable. He explains that the spots can fade and lie dormant for a time, and that what they suffer is merely a local variant of syphilis. He adds that unlike ordinary cases that improve with healing magic, untreated slump patients worsen instead. That worsening is why people here came to mistake the disease for a divine curse. His companion reflects that although the exact symptoms differ from textbook cases, the underlying disease and its treatment should still be the same. When they ask whether there is a cure, the healer says the treatment is actually simple. He points to moldy bread and asks for it, startling the patient who thought it was worthless. When she questions him, he focuses on the mold itself rather than the spoiled food. He declares that he will turn that mold into a medicine the people here can use. He records the idea as a practical plan to make a pill from bread mold. His companion, Raymond, senses that the healer is about to attempt something unusual again. As Raymond wonders what madness this is, the healer cheerfully accepts the moldy bread and proceeds. He recalls that in another context penicillin became a legendary medicine that transformed medical history. He reasons that he does not need true penicillin itself to treat syphilis if local herbs can achieve the same effect. The real obstacle is cost, because those herbs are too expensive for slump patients. So he decides to use cheap bread mold instead, aiming to create a substitute medicine at almost no expense. He begins the extraction process with his equipment. The mold mixture is stirred and worked into a usable form. He continues refining the preparation carefully. When a drop of the extract destroys bacteria taken from an infected patient, he knows the experiment has succeeded. A system message announces that he has created the first antibiotic in this world and earned the title creator of penicillin. More rewards follow, granting him skill points and bonus level increases for the breakthrough. He is delighted by the sudden flood of unexpected benefits. Another message confirms he has extracted a new substance and learned a new skill called alchemy. He focuses on that final reward in surprise, realizing his medical experiment has unlocked an entirely new ability. Raymond learns that alchemy lets him create new substances from existing ones, but his current mastery is so low that he can only handle simple extraction. The system makes clear that his extraction skill is still too weak for anything complex, forcing him to start with the most basic applications. As the new knowledge floods his mind, he realizes alchemy depends on breaking materials down and pulling out what he needs through catalysts. He quickly sees the practical value. He can extract only the useful ingredients from medicines, reduce waste, and cut production costs. That insight excites him because it means he can make penicillin more easily and turn his healing work into a profitable operation. He puts the idea into practice by preparing the extracted medicine and applying it to infected skin. The treatment works immediately enough to reassure the patient that she should recover from here. While the clinic keeps running, Hansen is already worn out and longing for even a single day of rest. Some time later, word spreads through the slums that something unbelievable is happening. Patients begin realizing their curses are fading and their conditions are improving, confirming that Raymond's treatment is truly working. Grateful patients try to repay him, knowing treatment ingredients should be costly. Raymond understands they are poor, isolated people with no real means to pay, so he decides to use their recovery to build his clinic's reputation instead. He refuses payment and tells them not to worry about money. Outwardly, he presents himself as a healer devoted to his patients, claiming their recovery is reward enough. Privately though, he is thrilled that this goodwill will make his clinic famous and bring in enormous profits. He encourages everyone to send him more patients, knowing wider word of mouth is exactly what he needs. The people of the slums are stunned by his kindness and begin seeing him as a rare healer who truly cares about people like them. Meanwhile, Hansen collapses asleep from exhaustion as Raymond's campaign gains momentum. Rumors spread fast that the prince has personally opened a clinic in the slums and is curing patients for free. Even skeptical locals admit Raymond is unlike the nobles who came before, and some decide to bring their own families to him. The system recognizes his success and marks his quest to heal the wounded hearts of the slum residents as complete. He also earns an achievement, a bonus level, and 30 extra skill points for helping the slums. With the slum residents now more favorable toward him, Raymond finally feels his efforts are paying off. Soon the clinic is surrounded by crowds, showing that his reputation has turned into overwhelming demand. Seeing the flood of patients, Raymond can barely contain his excitement at the success and money he expects to gain. Hansen takes charge of organizing the crowd, telling everyone to line up and collect waiting tickets so the clinic can function. With the system in place, Raymond begins receiving patients one after another and moves straight into treatment. Each successful case earns him experience, reinforcing that every patient advances both his skill and his ambitions. As more people recover, the clinic fills with relieved smiles and growing trust in Raymond's methods. The stream of successful treatments continues, turning the clinic into a place where even the poor start believing they can be healed. Raymond is delighted by how quickly the constant flow of patients is boosting Hansen's experience and confirms taking him on was a smart decision. An elderly patient personally thanks Raymond for treating her. Her gratitude deepens when she admits people like them had assumed the poor were simply left to die if they fell ill. Her son tells Raymond plainly that he saved his mother's life. That simple thanks lands harder than Raymond expected. For the first time, he realizes this sincere gratitude is exactly the feeling he had wanted from healing. He gently brushes off the praise and says he is simply glad to see her recovering. As the family leaves safely, Raymond stands in quiet reflection over what the work has begun to mean to him. Hansen, watching this change, calls out because he has suddenly reached an important realization. He asks Raymond where the medicine for syphilis came from, pressing him on how he developed it. Caught off guard, Raymond hastily claims it came from ancient knowledge rather than the ruins, trying to hide the truth. Hansen notices the awkward answer, while Raymond internally panics over how to explain knowledge and talent that seem to appear from nowhere. Before Hansen can pursue it further, a new emergency interrupts them. A desperate woman begs Raymond to save her mother, and he immediately shifts his attention to the patient. As the woman explains her mother has had severe stomach pain since the night before, Hansen watches Raymond focus on helping first. That moment makes Hansen understand that Raymond's sincerity toward patients is not an act but a constant instinct. He reflects that Raymond has always been this way, even back when his weak healing ability made others dismiss him as unfit to be a healer. Despite being looked down on, Raymond never stopped studying medicine seriously, showing that healing had always mattered to him. Hansen concludes that Raymond's unusual growth may have come from that long, genuine devotion to treating patients. With that renewed understanding, Raymond orders Hansen to prepare for surgery, and Hansen immediately moves to assist. A quiet night settles over the town as work finally winds down. After a hectic day of treating patients, the two healers take stock of how exhausting it has been. They turn to their accounts, hoping to see what their labor has earned them. Instead, they discover they are operating at a loss, leaving Raymond stunned by how large the shortfall is. His partner reminds him that the deficit comes from Raymond treating people who could not pay and absorbing those cases himself. Raymond admits he expected losses from serving the slums, but not this badly, and worries they cannot keep surviving like this. Trying to lighten the blow, his partner jokes that free medical training means free labor, and Raymond forces himself to treat the hardship as an investment. They reassure each other that if Raymond's reputation keeps growing, wealthier patients will eventually come and stabilize the clinic. Clinging to that hope, they encourage one another and resolve to endure the lean period. Outside, an unseen man overhears their talk of scraping by on cheap food and realizes how vulnerable they are. He watches in silence, clearly taking in the situation. Elsewhere, anger hardens into action as someone decides Raymond cannot be allowed to keep operating freely. A group of illegal healers fears Raymond's clinic will draw away all their patients and destroy the income they depend on. The others listen as the threat to their livelihood becomes impossible to ignore. Rather than compete fairly, they decide to pressure Raymond into joining them and raising his fees. At the same time, Raymond continues treating patients and steadily gains experience, showing his work is advancing. As he and his partner head out, a woman warns Raymond not to overwork himself because people are relying on him. Their attention is caught by a group waiting ahead blocking their way. The newcomers directly identify Raymond, making it clear they came for him. Raymond confirms who he is, and they reveal themselves as members of the Bay Region Healer Alliance Association. The Alliance accuses him of disrupting their order and demands that he raise his treatment fee to at least 100 pena or leave the region. Raymond's side is stunned, because that price would be more than 10 times what he currently charges. Raymond immediately sees that such a fee would shut the poor out of treatment entirely. The Alliance leader dismisses that concern and justifies their power as something heaven granted them. He argues that receiving treatment is a privilege, so high prices are only natural. He goes further and declares that those who cannot pay should simply die without complaint. Hearing that, Raymond recognizes these men as the reason poor people have been denied proper care. The cruelty hits him personally, stirring memories of his mother's suffering because of exploitative, unqualified healers. He realizes persuasion will not change men like this, but he still answers with controlled restraint. The Alliance members hesitate, unsure how to read his calm response. Then they drop the pretense and make clear that what they really believe in is dominance, not reason. Raymond's anger flares, but he reins it in and reminds himself of his standing. The Alliance abruptly tries to reverse the situation by accusing Raymond of threatening a noble and calling for the guards. Raymond calls the bluff, pointing out that bribed guards who serve them will not come to the slums. He warns that if they send thugs after him, Count August, who supports him, will not ignore it, and that threat unsettles them. His partner still worries, but Raymond refuses to back down just because they tried intimidation. He explains that predators like these only target the weak and avoid anyone stronger than themselves. With that understanding, Raymond composes himself and chooses his next move carefully. He ends the confrontation by apologizing to the waiting patients for the disturbance and calmly resumes treatment, denying the Alliance the reaction it wanted. Back at their headquarters, the Alliance decides they cannot simply let Raymond continue. They worry that acting against someone backed by Count August could provoke a noble's wrath and drag them into court. So they ask Lance if there is another way to deal with the problem. Lance pauses, then begins to form a more devious answer. He is shocked that Raymond has appeared in the Bay region at all, recognizing him as a dangerous complication. Remembering that Raymond was once disgraced and banned after his family's fall, Lance blames the current crisis on that return. He proposes a simple solution: destroy Raymond's credibility by spreading rumors that his treatments are fraudulent. When the others question how that could work against Raymond's growing reputation, Lance presses on. He argues that the poor can be bought cheaply, so bribing Raymond's former patients will be enough to manufacture doubt. From there, he plans to amplify the lies until public opinion turns and Raymond is recast as someone exploiting the poor. The scheme appeals to the group because it could also strip Count August of any reason to defend Raymond, and they eagerly embrace the plan. The story opens with a vow to make Raymond pay for what he has done. That threat hangs in the air as the scene shifts to a tense gathering at night. A battered messenger bursts in with urgent news, immediately alarming the others. He reports that the slum residents turned on him when he tried to recruit them. Worse, the poor have decided to strike back at the people who exploited them instead of following this faction's lead. The group realizes their influence is collapsing because Raymond's treatment has made them less dependent on outside control. As panic spreads, they admit that if the slum residents unite on their own safety and authority will be at risk. After a brief silence, one man decides they have reached a point where they must gamble everything. He proposes bringing in the Blue Moon Guild to deal with Raymond. That suggestion shocks the room because it means involving a powerful outsider. They hesitate, knowing the guild was founded to protect the poor and already distrust people like them. Their fear deepens when they consider that the guild may now see them as disposable too. Still, the schemer reveals he has a way to manipulate the situation. He targets the Blue Moon Guild, a group created to fight criminal organizations that prey on the slums. Because the guild survives on merchant donations, its leader can be pressured through appeals to justice and public duty. The schemer meets Guild Master Cancer and begins laying out his accusation against Raymond. He frames Cancer as a righteous but gullible man and prepares to exploit that weakness. To gain credibility, he identifies himself as the former healer from the Bellin Clinic who once worked with Raymond. He claims Raymond came to the Bay region with sinister intentions and has been using slum residents as test subjects. When Cancer notes that Raymond is known for cheap treatment, the accusation nearly falters. The visitor quickly twists that reputation into supposed proof that Raymond is luring invulnerable patients for experiments while ignoring the risks to their health. He presses harder, insisting that if Raymond is left alone, the people of the Bay region will suffer severe side effects and only Cancer can stop it. Cancer pauses to think, visibly weighing the charge. He suddenly resolves to intervene and refuses to let Raymond continue unchecked. The instigator is delighted, convinced Cancer's simple sense of justice has made him easy to direct toward violence. Certain that Raymond will be beaten into retreat, he eagerly anticipates the outcome. Cancer storms into Raymond's clinic, confronting the people inside with immediate hostility. At that same moment, the protagonist's system identifies the intruder as an aggressive target. Trying to stay calm, the protagonist asks whether the man is Raymond and offers help if he is unwell. Cancer is thrown off by the timid response, unable to reconcile it with the monster he was led to expect. Even so, he orders everyone to leave at once, making clear he is on the verge of violence. He raises his hand and begins threatening force if they refuse. The clinic staff freeze in fear as the danger becomes immediate. Cancer's intimidation sends the workers recoiling, and the room teeters on the edge of an attack. He gathers himself to follow through on the threat. Cancer declares that he will smash both Raymond and the clinic to pieces. The protagonist panics inwardly, worried less about dignity than about being ruined before he has even earned enough to survive. Faced with the terrified staff, Cancer stands ready to act. Before he can, an injured patient recognizes him and interrupts. The patient asks why he is so enraged and whether Raymond has actually done anything wrong. Cancer repeats the accusation that Raymond has been conducting human experiments on the people of the Bay region. The patients are stunned, hearing for the first time the claim that they were being used. Cancer orders everyone out and explains that Raymond supposedly came to the slums to test new treatment methods on them for free. The protagonist immediately denies the accusation. As the confrontation peaks, the system confirms Cancer as a hostile patient and activates a treatment path tailored to dealing with him. A bonus quest appears, directing the protagonist to treat this aggressive patient instead of fighting him. The system explains that if he sincerely treats suffering patients, they will trust him and become loyal supporters. It further promises easy progress, skill rewards, and even the goodwill of this abusive patient if he succeeds. The treatment effect begins at once, easing fear and steadying the protagonist's heart. Realizing even this attacker is still a patient, the protagonist decides to see the treatment through. Raymond proudly presents himself as a healer newly recognized by the king and officially qualified through the healing tower. He claims the Bay region's healers are retaliating against him for offering cheap treatment, prompting a burly visitor to suspect Lance may have deceived him. The man recalls that Lance always charged the poor outrageous fees despite making plenty from Blue Moon Guild work, deepening his anger. Realizing he may have judged Raymond unfairly, the man demands the truth, and Raymond calmly offers to clear up the misunderstanding on the spot. Just as the confrontation peaks, Raymond stops him and asks to confirm something first. Seeing through his quest system that the man is both a patient and someone wealthy, Raymond realizes this is a valuable opportunity he cannot miss. He immediately shifts into a warm, accommodating manner and invites the man to stay and talk before leaving. Internally thrilled at finally finding a rich patient, Raymond begins checking whether the man feels any discomfort. He reassures him that even minor symptoms matter and that he should mention anything, including illnesses other healers failed to cure. The man hesitantly admits he has a condition that keeps coming back despite prior treatment. Raymond presses for details, and the embarrassed patient struggles to say it aloud. At last he confesses that he suffers anal pain and bleeding during bowel movements. He explains that ordinary healing eases the pain only briefly before it returns again. Raymond immediately identifies the problem as hemorrhoids and declares that he can treat the root cause instead of just the symptom. When the man asks if it can truly be cured, Raymond promises a simple surgery that will stop the condition from recurring. The patient is alarmed by the idea of surgery and wonders if Raymond is experimenting on him, but he remembers how much money he wasted on Lance's repeated temporary treatments. Faced with the chance of a permanent cure, he decides Raymond's claim is worth trusting. He accepts the treatment, and Raymond moves out once to proceed. The operation begins with surgical tools prepared for the procedure. Raymond diagnoses a grade 3 internal hemorrhoid and judges that he can handle it if the prolapsed tissue is reduced. He activates a skill that sharpens his senses and steadies his hands for surgery. Using herbal anesthesia, he plans the operation precisely, remove the hemorrhoids, tie off the vessels, and stitch the area cleanly. He carries out the procedure methodically, excising the worst hemorrhoid first and then the remaining ones. The treatment succeeds, and Raymond's system rewards him with quest completion, a level increase, and bonus skill points. He is elated that the surgery worked exactly as intended. When the patient wakes, Raymond assures him the operation is over, and the man is stunned by how quickly it ended. Raymond explains that some pain may linger for a few days and gives aftercare instructions, including sitz baths. Overwhelmed with relief, the man thanks him for curing a problem that had tormented him for years. Raymond brushes off the gratitude and bluntly reminds him that treatment still has to be paid for. Even while acting modest, Raymond immediately starts calculating how much he can charge this obviously wealthy patient. Instead of haggling, the man insists that money alone cannot repay what Raymond has done. He vows to protect Raymond's clinic from slander and refuses to let the debt end with mere words. To Raymond's shock, he thrusts a heavy sack of money into his hands. The payment turns out to be around 300 pennies, far beyond what Raymond expected. Still furious at Lance, the man leaves determined to settle matters with the fraud who exploited him. Raymond and his assistant politely see him off, unaware of the trouble he is about to cause elsewhere. When the assistant mentions hearing the name Lance, Raymond dismisses it and focuses instead on celebrating their windfall with a good meal. Elsewhere, chaos erupts as crates crash around a group of illegal healers. Lance panics and tries to claim there has been a misunderstanding when the enraged patient confronts him. The man reveals he had long despised these profiteers for preying on the poor and had only tolerated them because no legal healer would come to the slums. Now that Raymond has proven a real healer exists, he condemns them for slandering a good man. The illegal healers beg for mercy, but their pleas do nothing to calm him. Lance is left terrified and injured, fixated on the damage done to his teeth. The man warns Lance never to show his face in the Bay region again, or he will lose every tooth for good. Driven out by force, Lance and the other illegal healers flee and never return to the capital. With the charlatans gone, Raymond's clinic quickly begins to thrive. Patients gather in growing numbers, praising him for healing conditions they had endured in silence and spreading his reputation as a genuinely good healer. As grateful visitors continue to leave satisfied, Raymond gains more experience and levels up again. His status rises with it, showing steady growth in skill, reputation, and potential as a surgeon. After reaching level 28, Raymond grows more ambitious and vows to keep advancing until he becomes the greatest healer. Because the recent flood of patients has been exhausting him, he realizes he now needs to raise stamina instead of relying only on intelligence. He imagines his future success and convinces himself that becoming the best healer is only a matter of time. That confidence is shattered when an elder bursts in with urgent news of a crisis. The man warns that someone with a contagious disease is nearby and urges everyone to flee at once. He identifies the threat as the Grim Reaper of Death, a name feared enough to mean certain infection and death if they remain. Raymond recognizes that this title is the local name for smallpox, one of the most dreaded infectious diseases. He judges that he might save a few people if he intervenes, but not enough to stop mass death if the outbreak truly spreads. The scale of the danger hits him. Once this disease runs wild, countless lives could be lost. While others insist this should escape, Raymond hesitates, torn between self-preservation and the duty to help. He recalls the rules surrounding both smallpox and the Black Death. When either appears, immediate flight is considered the only safe response. That brutal policy has become the Healing Tower's unofficial doctrine for handling such outbreaks. Knowing smallpox's history as a disease that has killed vast numbers, Raymond understands that staying could mean his own death. The elder adds that the usual response is to burn the patients and pray, then begs them to leave before that fate reaches them too. A woman questions whether the illness has truly been identified correctly. She reminds them that the disease once called the curse of God may not be what they think it is. She points out that smallpox has not appeared in the kingdom for a long time, making its sudden return in the capital suspicious. Her doubt gives Raymond a crucial opening. The diagnosis may not be certain after all. He immediately asks for the patient's actual symptoms instead of accepting the label. The report is high fever and widespread blisters, symptoms matching what older people remember from past smallpox cases. Raymond realizes those signs are not unique to smallpox and that other diseases could present the same way. He decides he needs to examine the patients himself, even though approaching them would be deadly if the disease really is smallpox. He weighs the two outcomes. If he stays away, people who might be curable will be burned, but if he goes in and is wrong, he could die and still fail them. Unable to accept either choice, he desperately wishes for some way to know the truth with certainty. At that moment, a system quest appears, ordering him to save the patients from unjust deaths. The quest frames the situation as a medical problem he can solve and explicitly rejects burning the infected as proper treatment. It also offers a major reward, giving him both incentive and confirmation that intervention is possible. Raymond understands from the quest that the patients are being condemned unfairly, which means the assumed diagnosis is likely wrong. He makes his decision and declares that he will not run away. Raymond tells the others the patients do not have smallpox and insists he can save them with his knowledge. Drawing on medical knowledge, he recalls that diseases like smallpox spread through droplets from saliva, nasal discharge, and coughing. From that, he concludes he needs a physical barrier if he is going to approach the patient safely. He orders Hansa to bring thick cloth for a mask, along with gloves and a robe that can cover his whole body. His companion is alarmed, realizing Raymond intends to enter the danger zone himself. Raymond confirms that he will personally inspect the patients. By the time he arrives outside, a crowd has already gathered under the night sky. From inside, terrified voices beg for mercy as children cry out, making it clear the family is about to be executed rather than treated. A man with a torch apologizes bitterly, blaming the families and pending deaths on the threat they pose to everyone else. Before the mob can act, Raymond steps in and stops them. He appears in improvised protective gear, covering his body and face to reduce the risk of infection. The crowd is startled by the stranger until he identifies himself as Healer Raymond and tells them to calm down. When they recognize him, they warn that the infected children must be purified before the Grim Reaper of Death spreads further. Raymond challenges their certainty and asks how they concluded it was smallpox without any healer properly examining the patients. The crowd can only repeat the visible symptoms, revealing that their judgment is based on fear and assumption rather than diagnosis. Raymond explains that some other pox diseases cause the same signs, so nothing has been proven yet. He announces that he will go inside and confirm the illness himself despite the crowd's shock. To reassure them, he says he has prepared a makeshift protective suit, though he knows it is still not enough on its own. As he prepares to enter, he opens the system market to look for a skill that can improve his protection. He finds a support magic skill called Shield and focuses on it as the answer. Raymond purchases Shield, gaining a brief magical defense that he hopes will let him examine the patients without being infected. Raymond activates Shield magic and learns it boosts his intelligence in proportion to the spell, letting him control magic more precisely. He realizes the barrier will only last briefly, but it should at least keep infectious droplets out of his airway. By combining the shield with his protective suit, he judges that he now has enough defense to enter safely. He tightens his coverings and commits himself to the risk. Ready at last, Raymond heads into the quarantine house while the anxious crowd watches from outside. Even as he moves, he is startled that he managed to use shield magic at all. Inside, he finds a mother clutching her sick children as the family waits in terror for death. The frightened mother demands to know who has come to them. Raymond introduces himself as a healer, trying to calm her without revealing more than necessary. The children mistake him for the prince and desperately beg him to save them before they die. He firmly corrects them, promises to examine everyone, and begins with the boy. Raymond moves in for a close inspection, focusing on the child's symptoms. Seeing the rash, he concludes the illness resembles smallpox at first glance. But as he compares the signs more carefully, he realizes something does not fit that far deadlier disease. He reassures the panicked family that this is not the plague they feared. Raymond identifies the sickness as chickenpox, using an older medical term to explain it. He points out that the blisters are clean and fluid-filled rather than dark and necrotic, proving it is chickenpox rather than a lethal pox. He tells them the disease usually resolves on its own if left alone, and the mother is overwhelmed to hear her children can recover. Raymond promises to explain the truth to the people outside so the family will no longer be treated as doomed. He steps back out and addresses the gathered residents, with his companion beside him. Soon after, the children are already lively again, showing the crisis was never the death sentence everyone imagined. Their parents thank Raymond profusely for their full recovery, while he downplays his role. The mother insists that he saved their lives and vows never to forget his help. His companion admits he had truly feared the worst and is relieved Raymond proved otherwise. The neighbors thank him too, realizing that without his judgment they might have killed innocent people out of fear. The system acknowledges that Raymond has saved patients from an unjust death and completed the quest. He earns a new title recognizing him as someone who lives for his patients. Additional rewards follow as he gains a bonus level, extra skill points, and increased reputation. His standing with the slum residents improves even further. As the crowd celebrates, Raymond quietly savors the moment. Helping people and seeing them safe again still fills him with fresh happiness every time. The residents praise him for stabilizing the Bay region and giving them hope of living normal lives. That relief is contrasted with a warning from the capital about how long the Bay region can be left unattended. At court, an official warns the king that war with the Droughtn kingdom may soon erupt and that the unstable Bay region could become dangerous once conflict begins. He argues that, as Prince Limerut has advised, the region's problems should be eliminated before they grow stronger, and he presses the king for a decision. The king remains silent, visibly troubled by the choice before him. Elsewhere, the tension gives way to an ordinary meal as meat sizzles on a grill. Raymond's companion reveals that the grateful mother of the children sent them meat in thanks and has prepared it for them. Raymond eagerly embraces the gift, joking that eating beef will strengthen their bodies for the sake of future patients. While enjoying the meal, he notes that he has reached level 29 and that things in the slums are going well. He thinks ahead to level 30, expecting that clearing the next threshold and earning the rookie resident title will let him provide even better treatment. In the middle of their meal, his companion brings the conversation back to the magic Raymond used earlier. He directly asks whether Raymond really casts shield magic during the outbreak. Raymond confirms it, explaining that it is not ancient magic but simply an ability he happened to obtain, which leaves his companion amazed that healing magic can branch into defense. Raymond adds that he cannot sustain it for long, so its usefulness is limited, prompting a question about whether his mana is just too low. He reflects that mana is the mysterious power behind miracles like healing, magic, and aura, though different professions use it differently. Mages shape it into spells, while knights turn it into blades and aura. As a healer, Raymond technically has mana, but by his own reckoning his amount is pitifully low. He wonders whether there is any way to raise his mana to help his treatments, though he doubts knightly training would solve it. He recalls that while everyone uses mana, knights build it in a completely different way by training the energy gathered below the heart. The explanation begins by stating that mages draw on a middle energy core called the mana heart, which is formed through knowledge and enlightenment and stores mana around the heart. It continues that healers rely on an upper energy core instead, and among the three classes they have the hardest time gathering mana at all. Raymond realizes that this leaves healers fundamentally disadvantaged since their power is capped low unless they are born unusually gifted. That makes him question what source of mana he is currently using for his own magic. The system of power is laid out clearly. Healers can only heal, mages can only cast magic, and knights can only wield aura, with no switching between cores. Raymond is startled because he is using magic despite having only developed a healer's mana heart. He admits he had treated that as just another game mechanic before, but now understands it may be a crucial anomaly. His thoughts are cut off when someone urgently begs the healer for help. Raymond and his assistant immediately rush to respond to a new emergency patient. A woman explains that her husband fell from a roof and has stopped breathing. Raymond orders Hansen to begin CPR while he prepares to treat the man. Elsewhere, two hooded men move through the Bay region in secret. The companion questions why the king must personally travel there covertly. He warns that the Bay region is dangerous, especially after Prince Limerton was badly hurt there before. The disguised king brushes off the danger, trusting his swordsmanship as long as the military does not appear. Still, he insists he cannot judge the condition of ordinary people from reports alone and must see it himself. He decides to start by visiting the tavern and learning what is happening on the ground. Inside the tavern, the two blend in among the common people and listen. They overhear talk that someone has died in Raymond's clinic. The locals say Raymond tried an unfamiliar treatment, but ultimately failed to save the patient, proving he is not all-powerful. The gossip turns harsher, tying him to rumors that he experiments on poor patients like the rest of the royal family treats the Bay region as disposable. Hearing this, the disguised king bitterly remarks that nobles in high places often ignore the suffering hidden in the slums. A nearby witness immediately objects and insists Raymond is different. She explains that Raymond chose to save a hopeless patient everyone else would have abandoned because he could not bear to waste a life. She recalls that when the patient finally died, Raymond broke down in grief beside the bed. In that moment, Raymond had blamed himself for failing to save the man. Even though modern medicine teaches doctors to learn from loss, Raymond was too shaken to treat it coldly. When the dead man's family cried out for him, Raymond faced them in anguish. All he could offer the family was a sincere apology. His apology only deepened the family's grief as they clung to each other and wept. Raymond silently vowed that he never wanted to endure such a failure again. The witness tells the tavern that she has never seen anyone care so genuinely for patients. Her words spread through the room, and people begin to see Raymond as a savior sent to the Bay region and a prince worthy of loyalty. Others join in, saying Raymond saved their children and treated long illnesses while charging almost nothing. The tavern erupts in cheers for Raymond, hailing him as the prince of the slums. As his reputation surges, Raymond receives a system reward for exceeding the requirements for a new title and its accompanying buffs. He is puzzled by the sudden title notification but quickly recognizes it as a major improvement over the disgrace attached to his old identity. He turns his attention to the promised additional buff. The title is revealed as the one who helps the slums, a village-level distinction tied to his service there. Its effect greatly increases goodwill between Raymond and the slum residents, giving him strong influence over them. The reward also grants him an extra level and 20 bonus skill points. Raymond is delighted, deciding this new reputation is far better than being known as a dirty illegitimate child. Encouraged, he expects his rising reputation to bring in much more money. Outside, the disguised king notes that Raymond standing among the people is far better than expected. His companion says he had only hoped Raymond might survive in the Bay region, not thrive there. Their conversation is interrupted by the king's worsening cough, which his companion notices immediately. The king dismisses it as nothing more than a mild cold. He decides they should return to the palace for now. Before they can leave, a desperate cry for help rings out nearby. The two men instantly run toward the source of the emergency. As thugs rough up a red-haired girl, she desperately begs for help while the bystanders only add to the chaos. A hooded swordsman steps in and orders the attackers aside, making it clear he will handle the situation himself. When he draws his blade, it crackles with sword energy, revealing that he is far more dangerous than an ordinary fighter. The men panic at the sight of that power and try to keep their distance while clinging to the girl. He charges straight at them, forcing a decisive end to the standoff. The girl freezes in shock as the clash begins around her. With a single sweeping strike, the hooded man blows the assailants away and breaks their hold on her. Standing over the aftermath, he lowers the tension and reassures the girl that she is safe now. Instead of calming down, she notices a glowing knife in her hand and realizes an opening has appeared. She suddenly springs at her rescuer and slashes at him with the hidden blade. The attack lands on his arm, leaving a shallow but ominous wound. He instantly understands that the girl was not a victim at all but an assassin sent after him. Now fully exposed, she pulls back with the dagger still ready, abandoning any pretense. He studies her in silence, reassessing the threat instead of panicking. She braces herself, tense and cornered, as if preparing her next move. Muttering a spell, she begins using magic rather than pressing the knife attack. Smoke erupts around them, and she uses the smoke screen to block his sight and create a path to escape. He sees through the tactic at once and refuses to let her slip away. Even while pursuing, he notes that the smoke is laced with ingredients meant to damage the airways, turning the escape into another attack. The assassin dives through the haze for one more strike, trying to finish him before disappearing. She hesitates when the counter comes faster than expected, her surprise showing that she misjudged him. He emerges bloodied but composed, having turned the exchange in his favor despite the poison and smoke. An ally rushes in and addresses him as royalty, revealing that the hooded swordsman is a king. The king downplays the injury, but his companion immediately notices the wound is turning dark. The spreading discoloration confirms that the blade carried a potent poison. Though the king insists he will not die from something this minor, his ally warns that delay could still cost him his arm. The ally urges him toward the palace healer, but also warns the poison may spread too quickly for that trip. As the symptoms worsen before their eyes, the king grimly considers that amputation may become necessary. His companion suddenly remembers a nearby clinic that might keep the poison in check. The king is skeptical about entrusting himself to that doctor, but the alternative is losing time he no longer has. His ally argues that the local physician has enough high-level experience to perform emergency treatment even if he cannot fully cure it. Accepting the logic, the king agrees to go. They leave the scene and head to a nearby building before the poison can advance further. Inside the clinic, a young blonde doctor greets them routinely, unaware of who has just arrived. The two cloaked visitors loom over him, their blood-stained masks making the visit immediately unsettling. The doctor is alarmed for a moment by their appearance, but quickly shifts from fear to professional focus. He identifies the arm injury at a glance and politely moves to receive them as patients. The king cuts through the awkwardness and states plainly that he has been poisoned and needs emergency treatment. The doctor decides their hidden identities do not matter and begins examining the wound without hesitation. One look at the arm tells him the poisoning is severe, and he asks what toxin caused it. He starts a proper assessment by checking for systemic symptoms beyond the wound itself. The king reports dizziness, mild headache, and a somewhat rapid pulse, confirming the poison is already affecting his body. From the wound's condition and those symptoms, the doctor identifies it as a combination of dragon blood poison and nerve poison. The king asks only for emergency treatment to stop the spread, planning to seek fuller care afterward. The doctor immediately rejects that limited plan and declares that he can treat the poison himself. That confidence catches the king's companion off guard, and he demands clarification. The doctor explains the exact toxin mixture and states that if the antidote is administered promptly, the poison can be neutralized. His precise diagnosis astonishes them, since most healers can only support the patient, while the poison remains unidentified. He casually reveals that his knowledge comes from studying medicine extensively, especially medical botany, where he ranks at the top level. He backs up that claim by noting he studied poisons and medicinal plants to compensate for lacking healing power, making him exceptionally qualified for this crisis. The healer reveals that the clinic has an antidote, but warns there is a serious complication. He explains that the poison is a mix of snake venom and that the antidote must somehow counter all three components to make the antidote work fully. He says they must use a method the two visitors may find hard to accept. Instead of having the patient drink it, he proposes injecting the antidote directly into the bloodstream with a needle. The hooded visitors recoil, treating the idea as bizarre and unacceptable. The healer calmly notes that while syringes are common elsewhere, this world has never used them before, so their distrust is understandable. One visitor tries to stop the discussion by stressing that the patient is far too important to risk on such a strange method. The other visitor adds that someone recently died in this clinic, deepening their suspicion. Rather than panic, the healer holds his ground. The accusation shifts to the clinic's past, with the visitors condemning the ruler for forcing free treatment and turning patients into experimental subjects. Their anger becomes personal as they refuse to forgive what they see as abuse of the sick. Faced with their pressure, the healer's special ability activates. The ability recognizes that he has endured intimidation from the patient's side. He realizes the man is not actually frightening because of royal authority, but simply behaving badly. The skill bluntly classifies the patient as an asshole and activates a method for dealing with such people. Following that cue, the healer decides the best response is to stay polite and smiling no matter how rude the man is. He gently reassures them and reframes injection as an old, legitimate medical technique rather than reckless experimentation. The calmer visitor is surprised that the healer remains friendly even after being threatened. The healer swears on the name of Pinnan, inherited from his mother, that this is the best way to treat the poison. He asks them to trust him. The patient hesitates, weighing that all seriously. At last, he agrees to undergo the treatment. The healer prepares the unfamiliar instrument. When asked, he explains that it is a specially made syringe designed to deliver medicine into a blood vessel. He warns the patient that the injection will sting. The patient braces himself nervously. The healer performs the injection. Once it is done, the companion anxiously asks whether the patient feels anything unusual. The patient suddenly notices a change. He clutches his head, and the healer fears the syringe may have caused a harmful side effect. For a moment, the healer worries that his first use of this method here has gone wrong. Instead, the patient reports that his dizziness and headache are already easing. He confirms that while he is not fully recovered, he feels distinctly better almost immediately. That rapid improvement shocks them, since antidotes should not work so fast. The healer is delighted that the treatment is working even better than expected. He explains that the poisoning symptoms should disappear completely. The arm wound should heal naturally over time, and no lasting after effects are expected. The patient reflects that without this help he might have lost the use of his arm, and he recognizes this as the second time the healer has saved him. As the treatment ends, the patient decides that such help deserves a proper reward. He openly admits he owes the healer a great debt and invites him to name what he wants. The healer answers with disarming directness. He wants money. He insists this is not a debt of honor at all, only a bill for medical treatment. Even while smiling like a saint, he privately thinks about charging extra because the patient is a powerful noble. The companion offers that their side can provide more than money if the healer asks, but the healer refuses to turn care into obligation, saying that as a healer he simply treats patients. Outwardly he claims payment alone is enough, while inwardly he jokes that taking a huge pile of money would satisfy him completely. The companion is impressed by how righteous the healer seems and asks what the treatment fee is. Seizing the chance, the healer names a price of 500 pena. The patient repeats the amount in disbelief. The healer immediately worries he may have asked for too much, since it is a fortune large enough to feed a commoner household for half a year. Before he can retreat, he doubles down and insists the fee is 500 pena, demanding actual cash rather than a mere promise to pay later. A cloaked patient is stunned when Raymond asks only 500 pena for treatment that should have cost far more. The patient's companion realizes Raymond even lowered the fee despite the antidote, making the price absurdly generous for a healer of his level. Watching him, the companion concludes Raymond's reputation in the bay comes from genuinely caring about patients rather than profit. Before leaving, the companion decides to probe Raymond's motives while Raymond privately braces for another attempt to haggle him down. Instead of bargaining, the man asks why someone so skilled would choose hardship over opening a lucrative clinic elsewhere. Raymond reveals that money is secondary to a larger objective he is pursuing. Pressed on that answer, Raymond confirms he truly is working towards something beyond personal gain. The patient takes this to mean Raymond is devoted entirely to helping others, while Raymond lets the misunderstanding stand in awkward silence. The companion is impressed that a noble-born healer could be this selfless and wonders what the disguised superior beside him is thinking. The cloaked superior accepts Raymond's answer and seems to reach a conclusion about him. After confirming the patient has recovered enough to leave, the pair prepare to return. The patient then admits he has no cash on hand, throwing Raymond into inward panic over losing the payment. To settle the debt, the patient offers a ring and asks Raymond to sell it. Raymond immediately senses the ring is far too valuable for an ordinary fee. His assistant recognizes it as a rare jewel worth vastly more than 1,000 pena, making the payment shockingly excessive. The cloaked superior remarks that even this item alone would not be enough compensation, leaving Raymond baffled. He adds that he intends to return later, implying this visit is only the beginning. As they leave, he says he looks forward to seeing what Raymond's clinic will become by the next time he comes back. Raymond cannot understand the remark and instead focuses on the fact that he has unexpectedly made a fortune. The windfall instantly turns into celebration as Raymond promises his assistant beef for dinner. Outside, the companion interprets the visit as the superior taking interest in how Raymond's clinic may grow from here. He also reflects that Raymond is the first prince to actually work in and stabilize the Bay region, succeeding where the others failed. But the superior's thoughts shift sharply from Raymond to unfinished business, finding the person behind the assassination attempt. He reveals he was the real target and deduces that someone inside the castle leaked his location. He orders his companion to identify the informant within the palace, and the command is accepted at once. He foresees that the conspiracy will soon turn the castle into a slaughterhouse. Elsewhere, the hidden plotters learn that Odin survived their assassination attempt. They are frustrated because white snake poison should have crippled him at minimum, even if it failed to kill him. Still, their leader remains calm and insists they have many chances left. To demonstrate that confidence, a blade is set into motion as part of the next scheme. The weapon is directed over a map of the city, suggesting a planned strike on a larger scale. The conspirator is unsettled that a healer and the Bay cured poison no one should have survived, but decides any further interference can be dealt with later. When a subordinate offers to eliminate that healer, the leader refuses to waste effort on him. The leader claims the next operation cannot be stopped, no matter how capable Raymond may be. He gives his subordinate 1 month to succeed, making clear that failure will not be tolerated again. With the order given, the conspirators settle into cold confidence. Their leader toasts the coming destruction of the Houston Kingdom. Back at the clinic, the promised beef dinner arrives and the tension briefly gives way to comfort. Raymond urges Hansen to eat plenty, framing it as good for building resistance and staying healthy. When Hansen questions the sudden lecture, Raymond reminds him of his own claim that beef helps strengthen the body. Raymond then quietly admits to himself that he is really eating it because he loves the taste, not because it is some miracle medicine. The two enjoy the meal together, and Raymond basks in the simple happiness of being a healer with good food on the table. That peaceful moment is broken when loud voices outside demand entry and ask for someone named Raymond. Neither Raymond nor Hansen immediately understands who is calling for him. Raymond cautiously opens the door and asks why such a crowd has come to his clinic. He finds the entrance packed with men, turning the visit into an obvious threat. Two of them directly confirm that he is Raymond, their tone making the encounter feel dangerous. Hansen recognizes them as members of the Dark Guild and fears this may be connected to a former patient, while Raymond nervously admits his identity and asks what they want. Before the tension can escalate further, another man steps in and reins his subordinates back, noting that they are frightening Raymond. Their leader introduces himself politely as a small business owner from Langtran, masking his true intentions behind courtesy. The healer realizes that the visitor at his clinic is Toms, the feared ruler of the entertainment district. He remembers that Toms commands the Bay region's largest dark guild, Dark Blade, and understands just how dangerous this visit is. Toms calmly announces that he has come to speak with him privately. The healer is rattled, wondering why someone like Toms would seek him out at all. Even so, he tries to hold himself together while his assistant clings to him in fear. Toms notices they were eating and answers their caution with an unsettling calm. He mocks their meal as food unfit even for dogs, making clear that he has no respect for them. To prove the point, he flicks the plate with a finger. The dish bursts apart, and the healer and his assistant recoil at the casual display of force. Whispers remind the healer that Toms comes from one of the highest-ranking mana user families, making his threat feel even heavier. Toms casually orders his men to replace the ruined food, as if his intimidation were ordinary courtesy. The healer is shaken by how suddenly the situation has turned dangerous. His system reacts to the intrusion and recognizes that hostile outsiders have entered the clinic. It activates Heart of Steel, helping him steady himself. The system judges Toms to be an extreme menace and confirms that he is dealing with someone thoroughly vile. It also activates a response mode specifically meant for handling people like this. Bolstered by that support, the healer forces himself to stop trembling and decides he must face the underworld figure with courage. He directly asks why Toms has come and offers treatment if he is here as a patient. Toms is amused to find that the healer is not cowering and begins to take him more seriously. He smooths over the tension by claiming there has been a misunderstanding. Presenting himself as someone who appreciates the healer's work in the Bay region, he asks his men to bring forward what they prepared. One of Toms's men hands the healer a gift. The gift turns out to be a heavy bag marked with Toms's initial. When the healer checks it, he realizes it contains a large sum of money and is bewildered by the generosity. Toms frames the money as a personal token of gratitude for the healer's service to the region. Then his tone shifts as he reveals that the gift comes with a request. The healer senses that this was the real reason for the visit and asks what Toms wants. Toms finally states his demand. The clinic must stop treating anyone from the Dark Blade side of the conflict. The healer is stunned that Toms expects him to refuse patients and points out that this would betray his duty as a healer. Toms dismisses that principle, insisting that in the Bay region patients are not all equal and that power decides who deserves care. Before the healer can answer, a blade is suddenly driven up to his throat. Toms makes the threat explicit, warning that royal blood will not protect the healer if he disobeys. He closes in and physically corners him, forcing the warning into something immediate and personal. Calling him the Shadow Prince, Toms advises him to remember this if he wants to survive as a healer. The healer stays frozen with the knife at his neck, fully aware that Toms knows his hidden identity. Satisfied that the message has landed, Toms eases back. He leaves with a false politeness, saying he hopes their next meeting will be more pleasant. With that final farewell, Toms and his men withdraw from the clinic. After they are gone, the assistant anxiously checks on the healer, who is left silent and shaken. The assistant warns that Dark Blade is the most terrifying group in the region and fears their lives, or the healer thinks hard, trying to find a way to protect his patients without inviting death. He wonders whether learning a self-defense skill could help and consults his system. The system explains that such a skill exists for doctors working in dangerous environments, but it can only be learned by someone with enough stamina to endure that kind of combat pressure. His current stats show that his stamina falls short of the requirement. He realizes that despite his other talents and status, he cannot rely on that option right now. Unable to abandon his patients yet lacking the strength to confront Toms directly, he struggles over what to do. At that moment, the system presents a quest tied to the threat hanging over the clinic. The quest defines the situation as an injustice and reaffirms that a healer must not refuse treatment out of intimidation. To clear it, he must continue treating patients without yielding to Tom's threat, with major rewards promised if he succeeds. Raymond bristles at being told to accept unfair treatment, but his frustration is cut short by a sudden plea for help. He and Hansen turn from their work as the emergency at their door pulls their full attention. Two men rush in carrying a badly injured young woman and beg the healer to save her. Seeing her condition, Raymond immediately suspects she was caught in serious violence. The men reveal that the Dark Blade Guild beat her savagely over a payment dispute. The name alone shocks Raymond and Hansen, making the danger behind the case instantly clear. The woman is laid down, barely breathing, while her companions plead for immediate treatment. Raymond diagnoses broken ribs and a punctured lung, warning that she will die if nothing is done. He hesitates for a moment, fully aware of the consequences of getting involved. When the patient starts failing in front of him, he abandons caution and decides saving her matters first. Raymond commits himself to the procedure despite the risk hanging over him. Realizing her lungs are filling with blood, he concludes that he must drain it at once. He orders Hansen to bring surgical tools and a hose so he can operate immediately. When Hansen freezes, Raymond snaps him into motion by demanding whether he intends to watch her die. Shaken but obedient, Hansen runs to do as he is told while Raymond prepares himself. Time passes as the emergency treatment is carried out behind closed doors. At last, Raymond emerges in surgical clothes, having completed the operation. He tells the waiting men that the woman will survive, ending their panic. Overwhelmed with relief, they thank him repeatedly for saving her life. As the gratitude settles, Hansen notices Raymond is not sharing their relief. He hurries after Raymond, sensing that a new worry has already taken hold. Hansen voices the obvious fear: the Dark Blade Guild may retaliate, and perhaps they should ask Cancer of the Blue Moon Guild for protection. Raymond imagines the kind of men they are dealing with and understands just how brutal the enemy is. He concludes that Blue Moon would be crushed if they confronted Dark Blade head-on. His thoughts spiral into debt, weakness, and the possibility that this choice may force him to flee before he can even repay what he owes. He pictures both the guild and his creditors closing in on him, leaving him nowhere to run. Then the system interrupts his panic by declaring that he has completed a quest. It rewards him with a title for overcoming injustice and grants him a bonus level. He also receives 20 skill points, giving him a sudden new resource to work with. Raymond stares at the floating rewards, realizing the system may have opened a path forward. A further message appears, announcing that he has been granted a hidden bonus. Startled, Raymond focuses on the unexpected extra reward. The hidden bonus turns out to be an A-rank item that can raise one skill's proficiency to A rank for 24 hours. That sounds powerful, but he immediately realizes most of his current skills are too low for the boost of matter much. Before he can settle on a plan, the system issues a new high-difficulty quest to save his patients from further suffering. The quest makes the situation explicit. A criminal group is tormenting his patients, and a true doctor must stop it rather than look away. Its condition is blunt and terrifying: defeat the Dark Blade Guild for a massive reward. Raymond's first reaction is disbelief, because the system is asking a healer to take down a violent guild. He stares at the message in horror, unable to believe what he is being pushed toward. In his mind, the idea ends with him getting beaten senseless, which only makes the quest seem more absurd. He considers ignoring it and running, but that would only leave him trapped by his debtors and his own helplessness. So he starts thinking practically, wondering whether the temporary A-rank boost could be used on a skill that would actually change the fight. He imagines raising his magic high enough to use advanced spells and possibly dropping toms in a single hit. But the fantasy collapses when he remembers he lacks the mana to sustain such power, even if the skill rank rises. Still searching for an answer, Raymond turns his thoughts from magic to any other ability that might help. A new idea suddenly strikes him, and his mood shifts from despair to intent. Acting at once, he asks Hansen to deliver a letter to Cancer as soon as he finishes writing it. When Hansen asks what he is planning, Raymond begins drafting the message without hesitation. He makes his decision clear to himself: he will not run away from this. Even as Hansen warns that provoking the Dark Blade Guild is dangerous, Raymond insists that knowing the risk is exactly why he cannot abandon this place. A worried ally warns that helping the slum residents is far too dangerous. The blonde young man insists he already has a plan and asks for trust. He hands over a letter and stresses that delivering it is the most important task now. The other man accepts the mission with total devotion, promising to get it done even at the cost of his life. As his subordinate leaves, the blonde man steels himself for what comes next. He turns his attention inward and prepares to use one of his system-given advantages. He spends a hidden bonus to raise his proficiency. He targets the one skill he believes is essential for the strategy ahead. That skill is Heart of Steel. Its proficiency jumps all the way to a rank. The upgrade temporarily grants him a legendary level of iron will and emotional steadiness for the next 24 hours. Fear surges through him as the strengthened skill takes hold. Realizing how much stronger his resolve has become, he concludes that fear can no longer shake him. With his nerves secured, he heads out to put his plan into motion. He goes to the Darkblade Guild in Lantaram's entertainment district. There, the guild master Mr. Toms receives him with amused politeness and hints that he already has business in mind for him. Toms reveals he had been about to summon him anyway. The blonde man suspects the guild intends to use him over the people their members recently injured. With Heart of Steel protecting his mind, he refuses to be intimidated. Instead of waiting to be cornered, he declares that he came to make his own proposal. He abruptly bows and begs forgiveness, catching everyone off guard. The room falls into baffled silence at the sudden reversal. When Toms asks what exactly he regrets, the blonde man doubles down and promises to repent and stop making foolish mistakes. He claims the recent incident made him realize he is tired of wasting himself in the Bay region. Then he offers his loyalty directly to Mr. Toms. He sweetens the offer by presenting himself as an exceptional healer who could serve the Darkblade Guild exclusively in any future conflict. Toms is visibly entertained by the performance. Still, he points out that this ambition clashes with the blonde man's earlier image as someone devoted to helping the slums. Sensing the danger in that contradiction, the blonde man realizes his next words are critical. He hesitates just long enough to pivot to a more self-serving explanation. In a confidential tone, he admits his true goal is simply to make money, claiming no one outside the Bay region would hire him. He argues that now that he has found someone as powerful as Toms, he cannot keep wasting his life serving poor people for scraps. Leaning fully into shameless flattery, he says he has endured enough humiliation and now wants to devote his life to Toms instead. Toms approves of the greed in that answer, seeing it as more believable human nature. Sensing acceptance, the blonde man immediately offers a free examination as proof of his value. Toms asks what kind of examination he means, and the healer eagerly confirms the offer. He invents a prestigious secret technique called medical examination, supposedly used to detect illnesses before they surface. He further sells it as an elite method reserved for nobles, making it sound rare and desirable. That exclusivity convinces Toms, who decides he does not want to miss the chance. The healer asks for privacy, claiming the technique is too secret to perform in front of others. Toms orders his men out and commands them not to return until called. Once they are alone, the blonde man quietly celebrates that the first stage of his scheme has worked. He has Toms lie down and begins the examination by checking his abdomen. He performs a basic physical check to maintain the illusion. Finding nothing obvious there, he moves on to examine the heart. When Toms questions the strange device, the healer introduces it as a stethoscope. He explains that the instrument can detect abnormalities in the heart, while privately noting how much effort and money it took to obtain. He positions himself carefully and starts listening. The stethoscope touches Tom's chest as the crucial moment of the examination begins. What he hears shocks him enough to break his composure. A blonde healer examines the green-haired man and notices something abnormal in his heart. He quickly reassures him that the problem can be treated, and the patient entrusts himself to the healer. The healer begins the procedure by placing his hands on the man's chest. Knowing he has only one chance, he steels himself to make this treatment succeed. He secretly uses lightning magic as the treatment instead of ordinary healing. The patient is jolted into alarm by the unexpected shock. A system warning appears, saying the spell exceeds the healer's intelligence stat. Instead of failing, the magic is amplified and becomes even stronger. The shock knocks the man out, leaving the healer startled by how effective it was. The system treats this as defeating a villain, rewarding the healer with an achievement, a bonus level, and recognition for overcoming injustice. He also receives 20 bonus skill points. Realizing his risky plan worked, he is thrilled by his success. He reflects that he created this opening on purpose, reasoning that even a strong knight like Tom's could still be dropped by a direct shock to the heart. Snapping out of his celebration, he rushes to secure the situation before the man wakes up. The unconscious knight tightly with rope. He counts on Cancer to arrive with help after receiving his letter, and decides he only needs to hold out until then. With the guild leader now his hostage, he locks the office and believes this may give them a chance against the Darkblade Guild. He recalls that the Darkblade Guild's power in the entertainment district rests largely on Tom's, whose strength makes them different from other dark guilds. Noticing no disturbance outside, he realizes the wider public still does not know what has happened and anxiously hopes Cancer arrives on time. He pauses by the locked door, listening and judging the silence. The room remains sealed off, buying him a little time. Because of his heart of steel, he notices he feels strangely little fear and starts wondering whether the office contains a hidden vault. Since this is a dark guild office, he searches the room for anything concealed. He finds a ring of keys and immediately realizes they may open something valuable. Convinced the guild leader must be hiding illicit funds, he starts searching the office more aggressively and plans to take everything useful. While rummaging around, he suddenly bumps into something hidden. He stops in confusion, sensing he has found more than loose valuables. Under the desk, he discovers a locked safe. Certain his fortunes are about to change, he eagerly opens it, imagining freedom from his debts. Inside, he finds stacks of documents instead of money. He stares at the contents, puzzled by the unexpected find. Disappointed at first, he wonders why the safe contains papers rather than cash. Then the significance of the documents hits him all at once. He realizes they are secret ledgers detailing the guild's crimes and even records of nobles who accepted bribes. He understands he has uncovered evidence powerful enough to expose far more than simple theft. Before he can process it fully, the bound knight wakes up and furiously accuses him of deception. Toms rises in a rage, no longer subdued. The healer realizes a strong knight has recovered faster than expected and desperately tries to bluff that the restraints are still intact. He doubles down on the lie, claiming his own heart of steel makes him tougher than an ordinary healer and warning Toms not to resist. Toms answers with mocking confidence. He reveals that the rope means nothing by summoning a mana blade and slicing through it. The healer is horrified as he realizes the restraints have been effortlessly cut. Trying to stall, he pretends the rope was part of the treatment, but Toms advances with violent intent. Toms openly declares he will kill him, and the healer realizes the threat is now immediate. With no way to escape physically, the healer turns to his system and checks whether his newly earned points can save him. Seeing his current stats, he decides to spend his remaining points on stamina. The increase raises his stamina to 15 and unlocks the option to learn a self-defense skill. He immediately opens the market and buys the self-defense skill despite the cost. The purchase grants a first-time bonus and teaches him the unique skill healer's self-defense skill. He learns that the skill boosts his stamina and senses when his life is in danger, and he activates it at once. Raymond is stunned that his latest growth is so small, especially after his stamina and senses only rise a little. Even though he feels healthier, he panics because those gains seem useless against a mana user like Toms. As Toms closes in with murderous intent, Raymond braces for what looks like certain defeat. Instead of giving up, Raymond forces himself to act, driven by the desperate thought that he cannot die before ever enjoying the life he wants. At that moment, the A-rank Heart of Steel activates and suppresses his fear. With his terror gone, Raymond realizes he can finally move under pressure and decides to test that new resolve immediately. He grabs a wooden club before Toms can finish him. Raymond swings with everything he has, while Toms still dismisses him as nothing more than a weak healer. Toms suddenly realizes something is wrong only after the blow lands. To Raymond's shock, the single strike drops Toms to the floor. Raymond can barely believe he actually won. He realizes Toms should have dodged easily, and concludes that demands per condition and electrical after effects must have left him vulnerable. The system recognizes that Raymond defeated a much stronger enemy, grants him an achievement, and awards him skill points. He also learns he has gained a special bonus that lets him draw out hidden strength when facing superior opponents. Seeing the message that confirms victory, Raymond accepts that Toms is truly unconscious. Still confused by how it happened, he decides the first priority is tying Toms up. Before he can settle himself, the noise outside pulls his attention away from the fallen enemy. Raymond assumes Cancer has finally arrived with help, but when he looks out, he finds a crowd far larger than expected gathering below. The people of the slums have rallied behind him, treating his stand against the Dark Blade Guild as a fight on their behalf. Raymond is bewildered by how many people have come for him. The system explains that his title as the one who helps the slums is active, and that he has deeply influenced and moved their hearts. Cancer realizes that simply passing along Raymond's message was enough to bring the slum residents together. He understands that they believe Raymond went alone to confront the guild in order to stop violence against the slums. Unable to stay passive while Raymond risks himself for his patients, Cancer resolves to call on everyone for help. He openly begs the people of the area to save Raymond before it is too late. The crowd is startled to hear that Prince Raymond is involved and that he needs their help. When he went to negotiate with the Dark Blade Guild for their sake, alarm turns into urgency. Fear of the guild gives way to determination, and the residents decide they cannot abandon him. Their rescue effort swells into a full uprising as the crowd surges toward the guild's hideout. Someone spots Raymond's silhouette in the window and points him out to everyone. The people below are shocked to see him there alive. Raymond, caught off guard by the commotion, instinctively reacts at the window. The crowd mistakes his battered state for proof that he has been fighting Toms, and they rush to reassure him that they have come to save him. Raymond tries to explain that his injury is just a scratch from searching for the vault, not evidence of a desperate battle. Outside, the crowd's excitement only grows as they gather beneath the guild building. Even attempts to calm them fail because the story of Raymond's sacrifice has already taken hold. Inside, Raymond tells the bound Toms not to worry because the situation is already under control. News that Raymond subdued a mana user spreads through the crowd, turning disbelief into admiration. Raymond is relieved that the mob seems to settle slightly, though only for a moment. The people continue praising him for risking himself and getting hurt for the sake of the slums. When Raymond tries to deny the misunderstanding, his words are drowned out. His small gesture from the window is taken as a heroic salute, and the crowd starts hailing him as the Shadow Prince. Raymond freezes as he realizes the situation has slipped completely beyond his control. Seeing no way to fix it, he awkwardly plays along and waves back. He still has no idea why this simple wave is causing such a powerful reaction. To the people below, his calm posture and quiet wave make him look even more composed. The crowd fully embraces the image of Raymond as their fearless protector and prince. The system declares the quest complete and rewards him with multiple bonus levels. It follows up with even more rewards, granting bonus skill points and a major rise in his reputation. Raymond's recent success sharply raises his standing and influence across the Bay region. News spreads through the city that Raymond has brought down the Darkblade Guild. Officials marvel that he managed to uproot a gang that had long controlled the slums and wonder how he pulled it off. The story circulating is that Raymond infiltrated their base with a careful plan and personally captured their leader, Toms. That feat sounds even more impressive because Toms was known as a high-ranking mana user strong enough to dominate smaller night orders. People are stunned that someone like Raymond could defeat him, and they begin praising him for risking himself to protect the slum residents. Even those who once dismissed Raymond start reconsidering him, realizing he may have cared about the slums more deeply than they thought. That impression is reinforced by memories of how devoted he always seemed whenever the slum people were involved. When asked whether Raymond was hurt in the operation, the answer is that he escaped with only a minor injury. Hearing that, the reaction is immediate. Such a major achievement deserves a reward. But the report is not finished, because subduing Toms was only part of what Raymond accomplished. He also uncovered a secret ledger recording all of Tom's crimes. That revelation shocks everyone. The ledger exposes not only the guild's crimes but also the nobles who have been backing it and profiting from it. Once the records of money transfers are confirmed, it becomes clear the scandal reaches into the Bay region's own administration. Raymond realizes that if this document becomes public, it will trigger a major political upheaval. Meanwhile, Toms is being held in the palace's underground prison. Locked in his cell, he seethes with hatred and vows to kill Raymond once he gets free. He clings to his pride by imagining himself crushing the weakling who humiliated him. Yet he cannot forget the blow that dropped him so completely, a strike far beyond what he thought Raymond capable of. Comparing it to the force of a powerful knight, he starts to suspect Raymond has a hidden past in a night order. When someone finally approaches his cell, Toms assumes his arranged escape has arrived. Confident in the bribes he paid, he believes the nobles behind him are now coming to release him. Instead, armored guards appear in the darkness. They secure him for interrogation rather than setting him free. The noose around his neck makes it clear that his situation has turned deadly serious. Toms panics and demands to know who would dare treat him this way. The answer is blunt. He is no longer an untouchable boss but the realm's worst criminal, and his noble patrons cannot save him. The guards reveal that every noble he bribed has already been arrested because Raymond's ledger recorded all of it. With his protection gone, Toms is told he will remain there until he confesses everything about the Darkblade Guild. After days of interrogation, Toms breaks, the corrupt nobles are punished, and the Darkblade Guild is finally wiped out. As a result, Raymond is formally credited with a great service to the slums and with dismantling the criminal organization. Another honor follows as he is recognized for exposing corruption, and his reputation rises even further. His influence over the Bay region expands again, bringing a major boost to his public standing. Raymond reflects that he has somehow become a hero by freeing the slums from dangerous men. Even so, he privately insists he only acted to keep his own life from being ruined, while still marveling at how much that ledger changed everything. Before he can dwell on it, Hansen excitedly calls him over with a special cut of beef bought using their new treatment fees. Hansen proudly explains that the expensive meat should maximize immunity if cooked properly, and urges Raymond to prepare it simply. Raymond refuses to waste such high-quality food, arguing that someone who works non-stop for the slum people deserves to eat well. Though Raymond tries to deny any noble motive, Hansen sees through him. Fired up, Hansen promises to cook in a way that will raise Raymond's immunity as much as possible. Watching this intensity, Raymond starts to think Hansen is becoming a little strange. Still, as they share the meal, Raymond concludes that his rising reputation will only bring more patients, so he has nothing to lose. He also realizes that people beyond the slums now know his name, which may weaken the dirty illegitimate child stigma attached to him. Then Hansen reminds him that the palace is planning to reward him and asks what he intends to request. Raymond's first instinct is simple and practical. He should ask for money. Before he can think further, a palace servant arrives with a carriage and summons him to the palace. Raymond is thrilled that someone from the palace is treating him with such respect and tries to answer with dignity. He and Hansen depart in an ornate palace carriage under guard. As he rides in luxury, Raymond is struck by how far he has come from being treated like trash to receiving royal-level courtesy. Raymond recalls that life in the palace was never privileged for him, because as an unwanted prince he was neglected and mistreated even by the servants. That abuse extended to being left hungry, dressed in filthy clothes, and forced to endure the cold. Even so, he once believed he was leaving that misery behind when people warmly saw him off as Prince Raymond. The cheers from outside the carriage made him think he was finally being welcomed. The crowd celebrated him as a handsome hero and praised his achievements in the Bay region. Hearing that praise, Raymond starts to define himself by his public victories as the prince who defeated the Dark Blade Guild and the healer who exposed corrupt nobles. Buoyed by the admiration, he promises to return soon and imagines he can now enjoy palace life with money and comfort. He basks in the moment, convinced his status has finally changed. But amid the celebration, his attention catches on something hidden behind the cheering crowd. He realizes he has spotted a disturbing sight in the slums nearby. A frail child lies limp in a woman's arms, revealing the kind of suffering still surrounding his triumph. Raymond immediately recognizes the child's condition as simple starvation rather than any complicated illness. That sight reminds him that many children in the slums are suffering the same way, despite everything he has accomplished. He is forced to confront that the people of the Bay region are still trapped in harsh poverty. The realization unsettles him and breaks the glow of his celebration. He tries to tell himself that poverty is a matter for rulers, not something a mere healer should take on. He argues inwardly that kings and ministers should solve such problems, and that his own work as a healer has already done enough. Trying to retreat from responsibility, he decides he should forget the slums and focus on collecting the reward he was promised. Before he can fully dismiss it, the image of the starving child grips him and leaves him shaken. At that moment, a system window appears as if responding to his hesitation. He is informed that a bonus quest has been triggered. The quest offers a reward and identifies the challenge as a sudden mission tied to becoming a great doctor. The system explains that his reward will depend on the choice he makes now, and that his decision will be graded. It lays out the stakes clearly. The best outcome grants a bonus level and many skill points, while failure gives him nothing. He resists the pressure and insists he only wants money, not another strange obligation. Later, he arrives back at the palace, entering a place that still carries the weight of his past. As he walks inside, the people around him recognize him immediately as Raymond, the illegitimate child. Their whispers turn openly cruel, mocking his presence in the palace and treating him as something filthy. They dismiss his achievements as luck and assume his concern for the slums comes only from belonging there. Their contempt reminds Raymond that no matter what he has done, the palace still sees him as slumborn trash. He realizes bitterly that, in their eyes, that is all he will ever be. Anger surges through him as he resents being condemned for his birth and silently vows to remember everyone insulting him. He clings to an old ambition. If he becomes the greatest healer, he will make those who despised him regret it. His dark thoughts are interrupted when a sharp voice demands to know why everyone is idling there. Princess Sophia appears, instantly shifting the mood. Raymond is startled to find himself facing her. Sophia coldly rebukes the gathered staff, making it clear she expects them to be doing their duties instead of loitering. The servants panic under her glare, apologize, and scatter at once. Raymond is puzzled by how fierce she is, though he remembers that severity is normal for her. Sophia warns that if she catches them slacking again, they will not get off with a mere warning. She orders everyone back to work, and the corridor clears under her authority. Once they are alone, an awkward silence settles between her and Raymond. Unsure what else to do, Raymond stiffly offers his respects to Princess Sophia. When she remains standing there, he starts wondering whether she came specifically to find him. Sophia denies that idea and claims she was only passing by. She doubles down on that denial so firmly that Raymond accepts it, though the insistence feels suspicious. She nudges him to move along, and says she will be leaving too, making the exchange feel oddly forced. As he obeys, Raymond notices her irritation and thinks her temper has not changed at all. Just as he starts to leave, Sophia stops him. She says that since they have met by coincidence, she has something she wants to ask him. Still unsettled by how often the woman's words seem to align with what follows, he invites her to state the reward plainly. She turns the question back on him and asks what reward he intends to claim. When he starts to answer impulsively, she warns him to think carefully before speaking. She stresses that his choice today could become a rare turning point in his life. Her warning leaves him silent and uncertain. Before he can decide, the atmosphere in the hall shifts as attention gathers around the throne. He realizes something important is happening and hurries forward. He is stunned to find not just nobles present, but the king himself presiding over the audience. He also notices the prime minister in attendance, making the occasion feel even more serious. Then he sees the second and third princes there as well, and understands he has walked into a far more dangerous stage than expected. Trying to hide his nerves, he bows and offers formal respect while inwardly cursing the lack of warning. Nearby, the princes watch him with interest rather than dismissal. The third prince reflects on the Bay region, a place he failed to pacify despite repeated efforts. That region had resisted every attempt at control and left even the royal family with only the memory of defeat. Seeing Raymond succeed where princes failed, the third prince cannot understand how a slum-born illegitimate child managed it. Raymond notices that fascination and directly calls it out. The third prince dismisses Raymond's origins as beneath notice, yet admits it would be troublesome if someone like him continued to live and gain influence in the slums. He quickly refrains that hostility as political generosity, suggesting support for Raymond could be useful once he takes the throne. Raymond catches the revealing slip and seizes on the prince's ambition. The second prince joins in with a polished smile, remarking that such honesty is unusual from a rival claimant to the throne. He mockingly reduces Raymond to a pet worth coveting, exposing how little the princes see him as a person. Amused, the second prince admits he wants Raymond for himself. The third prince falls silent, unwilling to push the exchange further. The king cuts through the prince's maneuvering and orders Raymond to approach. Raymond obeys at once, though the pressure nearly overwhelms him. As he steps forward, he struggles to steady his racing mind and failing courage. The king openly acknowledges that Raymond not only exposed corruption in the slums but also uncovered everyone tied to it, and invites him to name a reward. Raymond's first instinct is simple greed, he wants money. But the woman's earlier warning resurfaces, making him hesitate over whether taking cash alone would waste this chance. Facing the throne, he begins to suspect the true value of this audience lies in asking for something greater than personal wealth. He searches for a way to gain money while also securing something more meaningful. Remembering the suffering of the Bay region's people, he realizes there is a better use for the reward. The idea settles, and his resolve sharpens. He tells the king he knows what he wants. The king demands to hear it. Standing before his father, Raymond is struck by how little familial feeling remains between them. He recognizes that the king is effectively a stranger he resents, but refuses to let that bitterness control this moment. He pushes aside his personal hatred and focuses on the decision in front of him. As he commits to that path, a system like power acknowledges his choice as one befitting a healer and strengthens his resolve. He rejects the idea that this is noble heroism, insisting to himself that he is acting from practical self-interest. Even so, he concludes that helping the Bay region's people while gaining the greatest long-term benefit is the smartest reward to pursue. So he begins by formally asking for money. The king reacts with mild surprise, as if expecting something else. Raymond immediately clarifies that he is not asking for himself, but for the Bay region as the representative of its neglected people. That shift from selfish requests to public advocacy triggers another surge of power, granting him persuasive eloquence. He argues that since vast wealth was recovered from the recent incident, that money should be directed to the Bay region. His words force the court, the princes, and the king to take him seriously. He explains that the criminal group's assets were built by exploiting the Bay region and through bribes tied to the same corruption. Because that stolen wealth came from the people there, he insists it should be returned for their sake. Watching him speak for others with conviction, an observer realizes the timid illegitimate child is gone and that Raymond is beginning to embody a true prince. Raymond realizes that helping the Bay region could also become his chance to profit and restore his standing. He quickly builds a plan to present himself as the kingdom's best expert on the Bay region so the crown will rely on him. In his mind, stressing the region's terrible living conditions could attract funding for herbs, treatment, and far more money than a simple reward. He also sees that publicly sacrificing personal gain for the Bay region could repair his damaged reputation beyond the slums. His ambition is shaped by the limits on him as an illegitimate child and by the fact that his methods only work on slum illnesses, leaving him unable to change wider public opinion. Before his clinic beyond the slums, he concludes that he needs people to come to him through reputation rather than skill alone. Speaking directly before the king gives him exactly the kind of influence and publicity that money cannot buy. The king turns his attention to Raymond, inviting him into the discussion. Instead of dismissing him, the king asks how the Bay region should be used. Caught off guard, Raymond is baffled that such a decision is being put to him at all. He answers carefully anyway, beginning with the obvious point that the Bay region's environment is dangerously filthy. He explains that poor management has polluted the drinking water and filled the streets with disease-carrying vermin. Improving those conditions, he argues, would directly reduce illness and deaths. The king agrees that environmental reform is necessary but presses him for what matters most beyond that. Observers are stunned that the king is seriously asking Raymond for policy advice. They read the moment as proof of royal disappointment in the failed princes and wonder whether the king is testing Raymond as a possible alternative. Raymond himself is shaken, realizing the king's questions carry expectations far beyond a healer's role. He hesitates, unsure whether he is allowed to speak so boldly on matters that belong to rulers. Before he can continue, another prince asks permission to answer in the king's place. That prince argues that the king has long sympathized with the slums and once lost support for trying to abolish the Bay region. He proposes a simpler solution: relieve poverty by distributing grain regularly so the slum population will be fed and become loyal to the crown. The suggestion is received as politically useful, since it could win the hearts of the poor and strengthen loyalty to the imperial family. The king sees the flaw immediately and insists that handouts alone cannot solve poverty at its root. He dismisses relief as a temporary political gesture that would be expensive to sustain without changing the region itself. The prince defends the idea as necessary for stability, but Raymond remains unconvinced. Watching him, others begin to suspect that Raymond's concern for the Bay region may be more sincere than anyone expected. The king cuts through the exchange and asks Raymond whether he has any better answer. Around the hall, many privately scoff, convinced that if the celebrated princes failed, an illegitimate healer can offer nothing worthwhile. Ignoring their contempt, Raymond returns to his point that environmental reform is essential. The king challenges him again, making clear that sanitation alone will not satisfy him. Raymond realizes from the king's disappointment that he is being pushed to think on a larger scale. He expands his argument, saying environmental improvement must also mean better roads, carriage access, and security. As he commits himself to speaking for his patients, his resolve and eloquence sharpen. With new confidence, he proposes transforming the Bay region into a true business hub by reorganizing the district and drawing legal commerce there. A court official objects that the Bay region lacks outside connections and cannot easily become a center of trade. Raymond agrees that this is true now, but says the region still has a major geographic advantage. He points out that the Bay region lies closest to Alfangado, the route travelers use to reach the capital. At present, merchants avoid the gate linked to the Bay region and enter through the east instead. Raymond argues that if security improves, merchants would no longer need that detour and could pass through the Bay region directly. He adds that the region also possesses something no other district has, prompting the king to ask what he means. Raymond names Langtram, the entertainment district, as the Bay region's unique asset. He explains that nobles already know and visit Langtram despite its bad reputation, which means the area already attracts people. Since illegal gambling, crime, and drugs openly dominate it now, he proposes cleaning it up completely and legalizing respectable business there. His vision is to turn Langtram from a secret vice district into a place where people can openly enjoy themselves with friends and family. If it becomes a proper downtown leisure district, merchants and visitors will gather there naturally, revitalizing the Bay region and giving slum residents a path out of poverty. The court begins to see the logic. A legal entertainment district could replace the underground economy and make broader reform easier. One official realizes the benefits would extend beyond the Bay region, strengthening trade and commerce across the capital. The king judges Raymond's proposal superior to the prince's ideas and openly approves of it. He immediately orders the administration to review the plan, showing that he intends to act on Raymond's suggestion. Raymond is stunned that the cautious king moved so quickly, confirming just how strongly his answer landed. Raymond is unsettled when the king finally acknowledges him with praise, because he has never received even simple approval from his father before. He awkwardly accepts the recognition and addresses the king with formal gratitude. The king makes clear that Raymond's work for the slums is not the only thing being considered and hints that a personal reward is coming as well. The promise of an additional reward catches Raymond completely off guard. Before the court, the king declares that Raymond will be elevated to the rank of baronet from that day onward. Raymond is left speechless as the weight of the announcement sinks in. He realizes this honor goes far beyond anything he expected, and the idea of becoming a noble shocks him. Even if baronet is the lowest noble title, Raymond immediately understands that he is being raised into a far more powerful position than a mere knight. He grasps that, despite not receiving territory in the Allied empires, this is still an extraordinary reward within the Houston kingdom. Kneeling before the throne, Raymond tries to respond humbly and asks whether such generosity is truly meant for him. He quickly corrects himself and insists he is not rejecting the honor, only overwhelmed and sincerely thankful. As he steadies himself, Raymond realizes he nearly exposed his true thoughts in front of the court. The king explains that Raymond has done far more than heal the sick, having also struck at the criminal underworld and exposed corrupt officials. He adds that Raymond has even provided a clue toward solving the kingdom's century-old crisis in the Bay region. For those achievements, the king states plainly that Raymond has earned this reward. When asked what family name he wants to bear as a new baronet, Raymond chooses Pennon. The ceremony proceeds as the king prepares to formalize the title with his sword. Raymond chooses Pennon because it was his mother's surname, tying his new status to the parent who mattered to him. That answer makes the king pause in surprise. Instead of objecting, the king shifts to a more serious test of Raymond's resolve. He asks whether Raymond is willing to devote his life to serving both the king and the Houston kingdom. Raymond swears in his own name that he will offer his loyalty to the king. Satisfied, the king accepts the oath and officially grants him the title, declaring that Raymond will now be known as Baron Pennon. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a dark room where hidden figures discuss the news in secret. A hooded conspirator confirms that the healer has indeed become a baronet. They identify him as Odin's illegitimate son and note that Raymond now bears the name Baronet Pennon. The group reviews his unusual background, including that he became a healer long ago and received the unprecedented U-rank evaluation from the Healing Tower. They also note his fame in the Bay region, his success against Odin's poison, and the rumor that he uses ancient secret methods despite only having F-rank healing power. When they question what kind of medicine he actually practices, one of them dismisses it as some obscure heretical technique. They confirm that Raymond will remain in the Bay region, which matters to their plans. Asked whether his supposed ancient techniques could interfere with their plot, the hooded figure judges that Raymond is unlikely to stop them. The conspirators' confidence hardens as the discussion turns from caution to certainty. He argues that to disrupt their scheme, Raymond would need not just healing talent but broad and highly specialized knowledge. The hidden conclusion is that exceptional skill alone will not be enough to threaten them. The conspirator insists it would be impossible for Raymond to possess the specific expertise needed for their plan, so there is no reason to fear him. With that settled, the hooded figure turns to the next phase and notes that the decisive day is approaching. An accomplice reports that all preparations are complete and promises results soon, while the hooded figure checks that no traces remain. The reply reveals they have already cleaned up evidence of earlier killings, showing how ruthless and organized the conspiracy is. Pleased, the hooded mastermind tells the subordinate to continue. Left alone with the thought of Raymond, the mastermind lingers on his name with personal interest. The figure recalls Raymond's distinctive emerald eyes and begins to suspect a connection to a family they know. After comparing that trait to the symbol of the family in question, the mastermind decides it is probably only a coincidence. The secret meeting ends with the conspirator still quietly considering Raymond. At that moment, Raymond receives a system notice that his evaluation has risen to A. More rewards follow as the completed quest pays out and grants him a bonus level. He also gains 30 bonus skill points from the achievement. Around the palace, people spread word that Prince Raymond refused extra rewards because he only wanted help for the Bay region, deepening admiration for him. Commoners begin praising him almost like a heaven-sent savior, moved by how completely he seems devoted to the suffering region. The system reflects that growing public admiration by raising his reputation again and granting him a new title. His former title evolves, and Raymond is now recognized as the savior of the slums. Raymond receives a new title tied to his work in the slums, signaling that his efforts there have been formally recognized. The title names him the savior of the slums and grants him extraordinary influence and loyalty there, along with a level increase and bonus skill points. Overwhelmed by becoming a baronet, Raymond keeps making Hansen repeat his new rank as if to confirm it is real. He quickly decides that, useful as the level up is, the real prize is the noble title itself. His excitement spills into outright celebration as he revels in finally becoming a noble. Even knowing a baronet is the lowest noble rank and comes without its own territory, he refuses to let that diminish the achievement. He dismisses every limitation at once, deciding the title matters because it opens the door to a new life. Raymond and Hansen feed each other's enthusiasm until the name Baronet Pennon starts to feel like a triumph in itself. Hansen's sincere support makes Raymond even happier, because it proves someone is genuinely sharing in his success. Checking his status, Raymond confirms he is now level 37, still a rookie resident surgeon, and now carries both his old stigma and his new title. He realizes he needs only 3 more levels for promotion and immediately starts planning around that goal. His next objective becomes clear: reach level 40, gain access to the Commoners region, and keep building his future from the Bay region. With that ambition set, he commits to heading into the Commoners region to earn serious money. Elsewhere, a carriage heads toward the Bay region, bringing in someone important to the next stage of the story. The newcomer introduces himself as Raoul Kaplan. Raoul frames himself as an exceptional prodigy from a prestigious martial family who excelled at the Royal Academy far ahead of schedule. He adds that his administrative talent was also recognized, establishing his pride in being elite in both status and ability. That record earned him appointment as the administrator of the Bay region. Raoul carries himself with confidence, convinced of his own superiority. Before his posting, he is told that if trouble arises he should cooperate with Raymond, because no one understands the Bay region better than Raymond does. The instruction offends him immediately, because he cannot accept being told to rely on someone he sees as beneath him. He reacts with wounded pride, insisting to himself that a man of his caliber should not have to work under such circumstances. Raoul tries to correct his own prejudice by reminding himself that birth should not determine worth and that he ought to be more fair-minded. He admits Raymond did not choose to be born illegitimate and tells himself that condemning him for that would be wrong. But his rationalization shifts, and he decides his real objection is not Raymond's birth but the fact that Raymond is still only a healer in his eyes. He reduces healers to greedy materialists, and imagines Raymond as exactly that sort of shallow man. Even so, Raoul forces himself to suspend judgment, and consider the possibility that Raymond may actually be exceptional. He resolves to see Raymond with his own eyes before deciding what kind of man he is. At the same time, he sets a harsh standard, expecting Raymond to prove himself noble and upright in a way the world would recognize. If Raymond fails that test, Raoul decides he will expose his true nature publicly. Meanwhile, Raymond remains blissfully pleased with his own success, still basking in thoughts of wealth and advancement. Raoul's carriage enters the Bay region, where the streets appear busy and lively rather than bleak. Seeing the town firsthand, Raoul is surprised that the atmosphere is far better than he expected. He recalls that the Bay region used to be infamous as the capital's worst district, a place people regarded as hopeless. The contrast with that old reputation leaves him wondering what changed. His driver explains that the streets look different now because of their prince. When Raoul questions that title, he learns the townspeople use Prince as a nickname for Raymond and credit him for the region's transformation. Raoul is startled that so much of the change is being attributed to Raymond and asks what exactly he did. The driver offers to tell the story, beginning with Raymond's arrival in the Bay region. Raoul listens as the account turns to what Raymond did for the people there. The story starts with the criminal named Toms, pointing to the first major problem Raymond confronted. As the full tale can unfold, Raoul only gets as far as hearing that Raymond captured the man. The carriage reaches the official residence, cutting the explanation short before Raoul can hear the rest. Even with the story interrupted, the driver leaves Raoul with a strong impression that Raymond is deeply admired. That praise unsettles Raoul, who begins to scrutinize the situation more seriously. At the residence, locals insist Raymond save them from sickness and oppression and speak of him as someone beyond compare. Others add that Raymond gave them hope for the future and made them believe the Bay region can become a place worth living in. Hearing such unanimous devotion, Raoul grows suspicious and wonders if Raymond has somehow bewitched the people into worshipping him. He starts to suspect that Baronet Pennant may be hiding ulterior motives behind a carefully cultivated image of decency. When he sees Raymond being praised as an angel, a hero, and even the best prince in the continent, Raoul concludes that no one this revered could possibly be genuine. Raymond reflects that if Pennant truly acts only for others without selfish motives, he would be almost saintly. Deciding he cannot judge from rumors alone, Raymond goes to inspect Pennant for himself. When he arrives, his strange ability immediately flags Pennant as an unpleasant type, though only at a middling level. Raymond confirms the man before him is Baronet Pennant, the healer he came to assess. Pennant introduces himself as the new administrator assigned to the Bay region and makes it clear he wants answers from Raymond. Raymond refuses to be drawn into the conversation, insisting his patients come first. Even while his anti-jerk instinct activates, Raymond decides not to provoke a needless clash because he still needs the administrator. He also reminds himself that the Kaplan family is weaker than before, so Pennant likely lacks the power to directly threaten him. To keep control of the encounter, Raymond puts on a firm professional front and politely pushes Pennant aside. Pennant yields for the moment, and Raymond smoothly wins his cooperation. The tension eases as Raymond treats a child while Pennant stays to observe instead of interfering. Watching Raymond work kindly and competently, Pennant realizes the healer's good reputation is genuine. A woman's arrival interrupts the calm and shifts Raymond's attention. The moment Raymond notices her eyes, his instincts flare because they suggest money and a promising opportunity. He immediately brightens, seeing the chance for profit. Pennant is jolted by how abruptly Raymond's demeanor changes. Trusting his own judgment, Pennant becomes convinced Raymond's friendliness is calculated. He concludes Raymond is charming patients on purpose, either to build wealth or to polish his reputation. Raymond privately confirms that attracting more patients will indeed make him more famous and richer. Pleased with his own strategy, Raymond courteously sends Pennant off while maintaining his pleasant image. Afterward, Raymond mentally revises his notes on Pennant, no longer treating him as a harmless saint. Pennant admits Raymond has done nothing illegal enough to punish, so formal action is impossible for now. Still, Pennant decides Raymond must be contained before he gains too much influence in the Bay region. As he leaves, Pennant judges that the Duke's ability to choose capable people has declined. His thoughts are cut short when a laborer rushes in carrying an unconscious coworker and begs Raymond for help. Raymond immediately takes charge and orders the man brought into the treatment room. The coworker explains that the victim failed to come out of the work site, so he went looking for him. He says he found the man collapsed on the ground and unresponsive. Raymond's examination confirms there is no meaningful response at all. He realizes the patient is in a coma, and the suddenness of it makes no sense. Looking deeper, Raymond identifies a brain hemorrhage severe enough that survival would still leave devastating damage. He understands the injury is beyond even his powers, because too much of the brain stem has already been lost. Forced to accept that he cannot save him, Raymond tells the coworker the man is already dead. The coworker breaks down, and Raymond has to steady him through the shock. The grief unsettles Raymond more than he expects, because he isn't used to feeling this affected. For all his materialism, he realizes he genuinely cannot stand losing a patient. That discomfort hardens into suspicion, and Raymond decides he has to find out how such a death happened. He questions the co-worker carefully about the previous night, asking whether the victim suffered any blow to the head or anything unusual. The man insists the victim had seemed completely normal the day before. The only warning sign was ordinary fatigue, nothing that should have led to sudden collapse. Raymond notices petechial hemorrhaging under the skin and realizes this was not a simple brain bleed. He reasons that a dangerous drop in platelets caused uncontrolled bleeding, likely tied to congestive enlargement affecting vital organs. As he thinks through possible causes such as blood disease, infection, or a chronic condition, the mystery only deepens. He gently tells the grieving coworker not to blame himself, because the death was not his fault. Before Raymond can pursue the matter further, his assistant calls for him urgently. The assistant rushes in with alarming news that another person has been found dead. Raymond is stunned to hear that this has happened again. He hurries to the next victim and finds a woman already laid out in bed while another woman mourns beside her. When Raymond demands an explanation, he learns she had only seemed somewhat unwell before suddenly vomiting blood. Examining the body, Raymond concludes she died from massive blood loss caused by the same platelet collapse and petechial hemorrhaging, confirming a second matching death. A young noble is jolted by reports that something is going terribly wrong in the Bay region. He quickly identifies the crisis as an epidemic, noting that such severe thrombocytopenia points to a dangerous blood-related disease. As news spreads through the closed-off district, people begin whispering that a lethal virus is circulating and that rumors are moving faster than facts. The fear sharpens when townspeople connect the outbreak to recent unexplained deaths and gruesome symptoms like vomiting blood. Panic starts to take hold, with some urging everyone to flee before the disease claims them too. In order to stop the unrest, someone calls out for the crowd not to panic. Rao the administrator steps forward confidently and declares that handling an epidemic is exactly his field. But the crowd immediately challenges him, demanding proof that he can solve a crisis that has already killed people. Their distrust turns hostile as they dismiss him as inexperienced and fear that everyone will die under his watch. Rao tries to calm them, insisting the situation is not hopeless and begging for order. The crowd rejects him and shifts its faith to Prince Raymond, convinced their prince will protect them instead. As support for the prince swells, Rao realizes the people are abandoning him and placing all hope in Raymond. The crowd rushes off to seek the prince, leaving Rao behind as their praise for Raymond grows louder. At that moment, a system title activates, marking Rao as the savior of the slums and granting him influence over the agitated people. The title's effect reinforces the public's trust in the prince and their desperate hope that he will save the Bay region again. Left alone with the weight of their expectations, Rao breaks down internally because he knows he cannot promise any cure. He reminds himself that epidemics are varied and complex, and that even studied diseases can be difficult to understand. Worse, Lipentane's plagues differ from those on Earth, putting many of them beyond the reach of ordinary medical knowledge. That reality crushes him further, because unlike the people's idealized prince, he is just as frightened of the epidemic as they are. As the healer responsible for the region, he is tormented by the fact that he should act, yet has no clear answer. Then the system interrupts his panic with a new quest. The quest orders him to stop the mysterious epidemic spreading through the slums, framing it as a medical technique challenge. Its terms are blunt: minimize casualties, resolve the plague, and earn major rewards if he succeeds. Rao accepts that he has no choice but to take the quest. He forces himself into a practical mindset, deciding that if he must solve the outbreak, he should at least turn it into progress for himself. His fear gives way to ambition as he realizes that curing the plague could also bring him money and fame. He even imagines using this success as a foothold into the commoners' district and a way to build influence. By the time he steels himself to seize the opportunity, another man is already waiting to confront him. Rao comes face to face with the administrator who had addressed the crowd earlier. The man immediately makes it clear that he sees through Rao and will not be fooled by his act. Rao is caught off guard, unable to understand how his intentions were exposed so quickly. The administrator accuses him of exploiting the people's fear with a hypocritical display, even if he cannot explain the strange influence surrounding him. Rao is shaken, realizing this man has correctly read him despite his polished image and credentials. The administrator warns him to stay out of the epidemic response, claiming sole authority over the matter and ordering Rao back to his medical room. With that, he leaves Rao behind and shuts him out of the effort. Rao hesitates, tempted to back off, yet still drawn by the rewards, the prestige, and the chance to prove himself. But he admits to himself that epidemics are terrifying and that his usual magical protections are useless against a crisis like this. Even so, he forces himself to keep going and tries to summon his courage. He immediately undercuts that confidence by admitting that Rao, for all his enthusiasm, does not actually know epidemiology well enough to solve this. He recalls that epidemiology is the discipline that identifies the cause of epidemics by tracing symptom patterns and spread. Without that knowledge, infectious disease control becomes extremely difficult, and this world's doctors do not even seem to understand the field. So he concludes that he will have to fill the gap himself, even though his basic medical rank leaves him badly underprepared. Despite knowing his knowledge is meager by Earth standards, he decides he still has to act and calls for Hansen. Rao orders Hansen to investigate the surroundings of recent victims at once, suspecting there may be more patients needing help. Hansen reports back that there are no new patients in the nearby area. That eases Rao slightly, because a true epidemic would already be spreading widely, but he still worries about everyone who had contact with the dead. He tells Hansen to have all contacts stay home, and to send anyone showing bluish skin directly to the clinic while keeping the healthy away from crowds. As he reasons through transmission routes, Rao notes that the most dangerous outbreaks are those that spread directly from person to person. Since this disease does not seem to spread that way, he starts searching for another carrier behind the outbreak. He arrives at a grim possibility. The source may be pathogens carried by the demi-humans and monsters living in La Pentina. Dynan identifies the illness as a hemorrhagic fever that destroys platelets and can end in brain or lung failure. He immediately wonders what could have caused such a disease to appear in this region at all. The more he thinks about it, the stranger it seems, because Houston Kingdom has never faced an outbreak like this before. Unable to find an answer, he buries himself in research until frustration overtakes him. Dynan admits he still cannot trace the source and starts suspecting it may have come from elsewhere. Before he can think further, a servant bursts in and urgently calls for him. The man introduces himself as Han, a servant of Count Kaplan, and comes seeking help. Dynan explains he serves Rao, but asks why Han has come to him specifically. Han drops to his knees and begs Dynan to save his master. He explains that Rao collapsed while investigating the epidemic. Dynan heads to see the patient at once. At Rao's bedside, the household waits anxiously while he lies unconscious with the fever. When Dynan asks what happened, the attendants can only give an uncertain account. They explain that Rao had been working in the slums until he suddenly developed a fever and fainted. After examining him, Dynan notes there is no brain hemorrhage, only high fever and temporary loss of consciousness. That pattern matches the recent victims too closely, confirming for Dynan that the same disease is spreading. He questions why they came to him instead of seeking established healers outside the slums, especially since people usually despise him. Han reveals they did try a major treatment center, but the cost was far beyond what they could pay. He explains that Rao's family is drowning in debt and could never afford the demanded fee. The servants add that Rao has long sacrificed himself to support his ruined family, making his collapse even more bitter. That revelation shakes Dynan, who realizes he had mistaken Rao for a privileged noble when he was actually poor like himself. Rao wakes in a daze and immediately rejects treatment. Still feverish and hostile, he accuses Dynan of being a fraud and refuses to let him touch him. He then decides to turn to throw the supposed con artist out. Dynan fights down his irritation and tries to keep control of the situation. Even as Rao resists, Dynan debates whether the man is worth the trouble. Han pleads that the only other healer they can afford is Dynan, and without help Rao may die like the others. Dynan decides that, however annoying Rao is, he does not actually want him dead. He also realizes he can accept a different kind of payment from Rao instead of money. Seizing the opening, Dynan grabs Rao and addresses him as an administrator. He commits himself to healing Rao and shifts into a more persuasive, deliberate approach. Rao remains wary, but Dynan recognizes he must handle a difficult patient rather than a simple case. Dynan appeals directly to Rao, asking him to judge whether his offer truly comes from malice. He insists they are strangers, that Rao's fate means nothing to him personally, and that he is acting only as a healer. The blunt honesty unsettles Rao and makes Dynan sound unexpectedly sincere. Privately, Dynan realizes that mixing resolve with smooth words makes his act far more convincing. He presses the point, saying that right now Rao is only his patient and that he simply wants to treat him. Rao starts to wonder if Dynan truly means to help rather than profit from him. But his suspicion flares again, and he refuses to be fooled so easily. Dynan sees his first attempt has failed because Rao is sharper than expected. Han steps in to defend Dynan, reminding Rao that everyone in the plague-stricken area speaks well of him. He urges Rao to stop being stubborn and think about the family depending on him. Torn between distrust and responsibility, Rao hesitates because dying would abandon his family. He finally demands proof by asking whether Dynan even has a real treatment. Dynan answers confidently that the disease stems from a dangerous drop in platelets. Though he still lacks the exact name of the illness, he says he understands its mechanism well enough to devise a cure. Then he reveals the treatment plainly: Rao needs another person's blood. Rao recalls, calling the idea monstrous and refusing to accept such a method. Dynan recognizes the reaction as natural here, even though blood transfusion is ordinary knowledge in his own world. He calmly tells Rao that the method may sound shocking, but it is the only way to save him. The patient furiously rejects the proposed treatment, convinced the blonde healer is a fraud who preys on desperate people. The healer takes the outburst calmly, having expected resistance from someone proud of his elite status and wary of anything unfamiliar. He dismisses the patient's attitude as the same ignorance shown by everyone else, turning the insult into a challenge. That jab hits the patient's pride hard, because being called ignorant is intolerable to someone who sees himself as exceptional. Realizing the healer's reputation may be genuine, the patient decides to prove it with his own body and agrees to the method. He accepts, but warns that if the treatment harms him, the healer will be held responsible. The healer agrees to that risk and immediately makes clear that success will earn him a reward. When the others assume he wants money, he rejects that idea outright. Instead, he says he wants something he considers far more valuable than payment. Before treating the patient, he explains he needs a healthy donor for a transfusion, and the older attendant eagerly offers his own blood despite being unsuitable. After checking compatibility, the healer confirms the attendant can safely donate to the patient. The patient, still confused about the process, wonders if this means some kind of vampire-like blood transfer. The attendant jokingly offers his neck, but the healer shuts that down immediately. He clarifies that he will not use whole blood directly and intends to isolate the platelets first. Pressed on the odd-sounding plan, he admits it is unconventional but insists it is still a valid method. He explains that whole blood transfusions are outdated because they are inefficient and cause too many side effects. His real plan is component transfusion, which lets him inject only the useful platelets while minimizing harm. The obstacle is that separating blood components normally requires advanced technology unavailable in this world. He solves that problem by relying on magic, using his system abilities to access a support skill shop. Because he has recently grown stronger and accumulated points, he decides to buy basic wind magic for the procedure. The purchase goes through, costing him 80 points. The system confirms he now has low-rank wind magic and that its effectiveness will improve with proficiency. He draws the attendant's blood and places it into a treated glass vial. Then he loads the vial into a machine he previously had crafted for this exact purpose. With the setup ready, he activates wind magic to begin the separation process. The system informs him that his intellect far exceeds the spell's rank, allowing unusually precise and powerful control. He realizes that advantage lets him outperform ordinary users of this level of magic, at least for now. Even so, his mana is too limited to sustain the spell for long, so he narrows its focus to conserve energy. That strain makes him resent how little mana he has, especially since his other magical growth already exceeds what a trainee mage should manage. The system responds by unlocking an extra stat category because he has now learned 4 magic skills. A hidden attribute is revealed at last as mana, but it starts at a miserable value of 1. He immediately notices the formerly unknown stat has finally taken shape as the resource he desperately needs. The system then explains why his magic is so poor, his mana channels are tiny, his magical foundation is barren, and his reserves are completely dry. Unlike normal mages, healers, or knights, he cannot store mana in any of the usual internal centers. Instead, the system reveals an abnormal 4th storage site and activates mana veins throughout his body. He is stunned to learn that his blood vessels themselves are apparently where his mana must be stored. As a bonus for unlocking mana, he receives 10 extra points that can only be invested into that stat. Since the exact mechanism no longer matters to him, he immediately converts all of those points into mana. The increase is inefficient, raising mana from 1 to 6 and making him realize this stat costs double to improve. Even so, the added mana revitalizes him and gives him enough energy to continue. He casts wind magic again, now with greater confidence and force. Knowing wind magic naturally creates broad gusts, he compresses it into a tight vortex so it can act with precision instead of brute force. As the blood spins, he tracks the separation process, with the heaviest red cells settling to the bottom and white cells forming the middle layer. Above those layers, the platelets gather where he wanted them. The separation succeeds, and he triumphantly declares the procedure complete. Seeing the platelet-rich sample, he knows he now has what he needs to treat Rao. Later, after treatment, he tells Rao that his fever has already gone down. He adds that the danger of severe bleeding has decreased and that Rao is clearly recovering. That improvement leaves Rao and his attendant quietly impressed, with their earlier doubt giving way to relief and respect. With the cure proven, the healer turns back to the agreement and moves to collect the reward he demanded. The brown-haired man awkwardly thanks the blonde healer for saving him. The healer teases him by pretending not to hear, turning the gratitude into a playful exchange. Still flustered, the man asks him to speak louder because of his poor hearing. The healer brushes past the awkwardness and says he is simply glad the man recovered. When asked what reward he wants, the healer reminds him of his promise and presses him for an answer. The man nervously realizes the healer may be asking to be treated as his own. The healer leans into that pressure, arguing that after being mistreated, he deserves at least that much respect. Unable to deny his own unfairness, the man starts to submit. The healer suddenly relents and says it was only a joke, easing the tension. He explains that as a healer, his real satisfaction is simply seeing patients recover. Inwardly, he revels in how saintly and selfless this makes him appear. He openly declares that healing people is his duty and that their recovery is all that matters to him. The brown-haired man is moved and begins to think he badly misjudged the healer. Meanwhile, the healer privately celebrates that his act is working perfectly. The man's admiration grows as he recalls the healer's elite status and promising future. He decides someone this accomplished would be invaluable to attach himself to. Even so, he notices a calculating look in the healer's eyes and briefly suspects hidden motives. A third party urges him not to let the matter pass without at least an apology for the false accusation. The healer refuses any compensation, insisting that healers should not expect payment for helping others. He reframes his earlier demand as a test of character and says he truly wants nothing in return. That completely convinces the man that the healer is sincere and noble. He even blames his own suspicion on jealousy over how highly important people praise the healer. Overcome with shame, he drops to his knees before him. He apologizes for doubting him and vows to treat him with proper respect from now on. He goes further and swears lifelong loyalty, promising to serve him as his superior. The healer modestly tells him there is no need while inwardly celebrating that he has won him over. His manipulation pays off with system rewards, recognition for achieving the first blood transfusion, a level up, and a place in medical history. He is thrilled to receive a large bonus of skill points on top of the level increase. With level 40 now close, his ambition surges. As time passes, patients keep coming to him, and unlike before, none of them die. With Rao's support, even the slum residents who trust Raymond readily accept blood transfusions. Elsewhere, cloaked figures learn that a dangerous disease in the capital has been brought under control and that Raymond healed the victims. They are alarmed to hear he succeeded with a secret treatment called blood transfusion, especially since ordinary healing had only worsened the patients. That revelation shocks the group into silence. One of them realizes that if Raymond keeps succeeding, their plan to throw the capital into chaos could collapse. Another insists it is too early to worry, since more patients will appear and Raymond will not be able to stop everything. Still, they consider eliminating him if he continues to interfere. Back at the hospital, Raymond and his team work directly with contaminated bedding and patient materials. As the number of cases rises, Raymond concludes the source must be hidden in the disease's route of transmission and resolves to identify it quickly. He reasons from the symptoms that the illness is caused by some pathogen, but many infectious diseases can produce the same signs. Since this disease did not previously exist in the capital, he suspects it may have been brought in from outside, until Rao blurts out a clue about rats. That possibility catches Raymond's attention immediately. Rao explains that rats are common around the slums, where many of the patients come from. Raymond wonders if the rats are carrying the disease, but another patient points out that no rats live where he does. That objection makes Raymond pause and rethink the pattern. He turns to Rao for more details, and Rao is delighted by the respectful way he is addressed. Raymond asks where Rao had been before he fell ill, hoping to trace the source of exposure. Rao recalls traveling widely for his new administrative duties and struggling through neglected, muddy roads after rain. He adds that there were puddles everywhere. When Rao mentions that houses in those areas flood with rainwater, Raymond suddenly realizes water may be the true key to the outbreak. A blonde healer notices that the recent illness resembles a rat-borne hemorrhagic disease he once studied, even if the symptoms are not identical. Reviewing his notes, he recalls a fatal infection spread through water contaminated by infected rat droppings and becomes convinced he has seen this before. He identifies it as patent hemorrhagic disease and realizes the match is too strong to ignore. The text confirms that the disease appears during rainy seasons in Michelin and spreads through water tainted by droppings from infected rats. As he compares the progression of symptoms, he concludes the current bleeding sickness follows the same deadly pattern. He remembers that patent rats exist only in Michelin, making their presence here deeply suspicious. Acting on that realization, he urgently questions Rao about the rat he saw. When Rao describes a white rat with stripes unlike ordinary rats, the healer's suspicion sharpens. He confirms it was a patent rat and realizes he was right to connect the outbreak to Michelin's disease. The appearance of the distinctive rats makes the threat suddenly concrete. He considers whether trade might have brought them from another coastal region, since active commerce could spread such pests. But Houston lacks that kind of traffic with Michelin, so normal trade cannot explain their arrival. He concludes the rats must have been deliberately brought in by someone. That leads to a darker implication. Whoever introduced the rats intended to spread the disease. Rao realizes this is no longer a simple medical problem and that he cannot handle a deliberate attack alone. The healer asks Rao for help but insists on staying out of the spotlight himself. He tells Rao to report the discovery to the royal family as if Rao made it, while he continues treating patients. Rao is stunned that the healer would surrender the credit so easily. The healer explains that being publicly praised would only draw dangerous attention from enemies already watching him. He insists he wants no recognition and only wishes to remain a healer. Even though he regrets losing any reward, he accepts that staying hidden matters more. Rao, ashamed of his earlier jealousy, is moved by what he sees as the healer's selflessness. He agrees to carry out the request. Rao promises to handle the report and make sure the healer's role remains concealed. At court, Rao informs the king that a hemorrhagic disease from Michelin has appeared in the Bay region. The king immediately tests whether Rao's report is trustworthy. Rao swears it is true, encouraged by the fact that he has been granted a direct audience. The court reacts with alarm, and some nobles call for quarantining the bay and even sacrificing the local peasants. One courtier tries to object to that cruelty, but the king cuts off the panic. The king points out that the disease is carried by rats, so destroying the region would solve nothing if the rats simply move elsewhere. The force of that rebuttal silences the room. He rebukes the nobles for fear-driven nonsense and demands practical solutions instead. Rao reports that only 2 people have died so far. Hearing the low death toll, the king notes that the outbreak is still limited despite the disease's reputation. Rao then gives all credit to Baronet Penn, presenting him as the one who diagnosed the illness and saved patients. He goes further, claiming Penn cured every patient with an ancient method and even healed Rao himself. The king asks whether Penn also identified the cause, and Rao says yes, adding that Penn advised eliminating the pot in rats. Penn's name quickly gains prestige in court as Rao praises both his medical skill and his strategy. Watching this, another noble realizes Rao is successfully elevating Raymond's reputation again. The king accepts the need to remove the rats and asks how it should be done. One noble proposes burning the Bay region to wipe them out. He is immediately challenged for ignoring both the people living there and the risk of driving infected rats into new areas. The 4th prince, Saitil, steps in and asks for command of soldiers so he can personally exterminate the rats. The king questions whether military force is really the right tool for catching vermin. Saitil boasts that with elite soldiers and the famed swordsman genius, the task will be easy, and he asks to be entrusted with it. Privately, Saitil resents Raymond, remembering that Raymond's earlier success exposed one of Saitil's own corrupt allies. He reflects that he was already lagging behind his brothers, and that setback only worsened his position. Determined to recover, Saitil decides to use this mission to achieve something great and eventually destroy Raymond as well. The king approves the request and orders Ser Bal then and the royal guards to accompany Saitil. With the decision made, the court moves at once, and the mission to hunt the rats begins. Officials accept that clearing out the plague-carrying rats will be difficult, but insist they have no choice if they want to protect the capital. They resolve to do whatever they can, because failing here would let the infestation spread into the heart of the kingdom. A prince pressures the soldiers from above, demanding results even though they still have no practical way to hunt the rats down. His complaints only underline the absurdity of the order, since no one can simply track hidden rats by force. Among the tense crowd, people grow doubtful and impatient, wondering whether the soldiers are accomplishing anything at all. A blond young man listening nearby realizes the whole effort is misguided, because they should be using baited traps instead of blindly searching. Once he sees the infestation is only worsening, he decides he can no longer stay out of it just to avoid drawing dangerous attention. He panics at the thought that if the rats keep multiplying, the district will be quarantined and his clinic will be ruined along with everyone else. Even while resenting the risk of getting involved, he concludes that doing nothing is no longer an option. He secures access to a kitchen and is asked what exactly he intends to make. His answer is a pot and cheese pie, which immediately sounds baffling to the cook helping him. He explains that the pie is a southern dish packed with pungent cheese, and that the rats are strongly attracted to that smell. The cook starts to understand that this unusual food could work as bait. The blond man makes clear he does not plan to serve it to people at all, but to use it as a weapon against the rats. He had hoped to hand off the recipe, but the kitchen staff cannot reproduce it properly, forcing him to make it himself. As he finishes the pie, his strange ability confirms that his heightened senses also make him an exceptional cook. He is irritated to discover that this talent extends to cooking too, but he uses it anyway because the crisis demands it. When he brings out the finished pie, the red-haired prince notices him and is startled to find him involved. The prince quickly recognizes that the blond man has not only interfered in the rat problem but crossed paths with him again. The blond man's inner system immediately classifies the prince as an extreme nuisance while he is trying to stop the outbreak. He steels himself and decides the only way to deal with the prince is to shut out the provocation and focus on the job. Ignoring the tension, he states that he came here for one purpose, to wipe out the pot and rats. The prince openly doubts that a single pie could possibly accomplish that. He follows the skepticism with a cruel insult, dismissing both the plan and the blond man as beneath notice. Before the argument can go further, the scent of the pie draws the first rat into the open. More rats begin emerging at once, proving that the bait is working exactly as intended. The hidden swarm rushes straight to the pie so easily that it becomes obvious the soldiers have been using the wrong method all along. When the rats die as soon as they eat, the onlookers realize the pie was also laced with poison and that the simple trap is devastatingly effective. The prince is left looking foolish for mocking a method that succeeds instantly, while the blonde man moves on without bothering to argue. He asks for the soldiers to be reassigned under his direction so he can place more bait and finish the extermination properly. The prince grudgingly accepts the result and can only pretend this successful plan was worth supporting all along. As the work continues, the people begin celebrating the prince again out of habit, crediting him for another success. The blonde man is momentarily swept into that praise, with the crowd even hailing him by his royal title. The prince immediately snaps at them, furious that they would honor a disgraced royal child and remind everyone of his fall from favor. The crowd quickly backs down and agrees to follow his orders instead of provoking him further. They shift their cheers to safer titles, praising him as Sir Raymond and Baronet Pennon rather than as a prince. Even so, the prince remains bitter that the blonde man is still receiving admiration and status he thinks he does not deserve. Unable to stand it, the prince decides to leave the scene. As he walks away, the soldiers quietly judge him as petty and acknowledge that the real progress came from Baronet Pennon's hard work. Meanwhile, the crowd rallies around the blonde man and asks how they can help him continue the extermination. Watching from the shadows, hostile figures decide they must eliminate him before he solves the rat crisis completely and gains even more protection. For the moment, however, they retreat, recognizing that acting now would be too risky. The soldiers reflect that the prince's flashy approach had been useless, while Pennon's plain method was practical and effective. One knight then notices the blonde man handling a sword with unexpected familiarity. That sight makes it clear he is not merely a clever civilian healer, but someone with real martial training. The knight recalls that Pennon had always seemed physically solid despite his sickly reputation, and starts rethinking what kind of man he really is. The impression grows that Pennon moves with the bearing of a trained knight rather than an untested noble. Though he questions whether he is reading too much into it, the knight cannot shake his suspicion. Before he can pursue it further, news arrives that the palace intends to reward Baronet Pennon for his success. The story then shifts toward the royal palace, where the consequences of Pennon's achievement are about to unfold. Raymond is furious that Rao exposed his role in the crisis despite being told to keep it secret. Rao defends himself by claiming he wanted the world to recognize Raymond's brilliance, but Raymond rejects fame because public honor would only bring him more trouble. Before the throne, the king asks Raymond what kind of reward he wants for his service. Raymond sees that the kingdom is financially strained after the outbreak and asks, only for money. The king finds such a modest request far too small for what Raymond accomplished. Raymond insists cash alone is enough, saying that as a healer he only did what was necessary and wants nothing beyond practical compensation. Privately, he is determined to avoid the danger and attention that come with prestigious recognition. What he really wants is enough money to ease the debts that keep piling up from treating the poor. The nobles acknowledge that Raymond's talent is extraordinary, especially for someone of low birth. The king accepts Raymond's request and grants him reward money. Rao realizes Raymond's fixation on money comes from his difficult life as a healer who gives too much and receives too little. He argues that money alone is inadequate and proposes granting Raymond the Staff of Light as well. Raymond is startled by the suggestion of such an exalted honor. The Staff of Light is revealed as a revered metal tied to saintly healers. Its history makes clear that it is both a treasured family heirloom and one of the highest distinctions a healer can receive. Rao formally recommends Raymond for the medal because he stopped a deadly epidemic in the capital. The king approves the recommendation, leaving Raymond stunned that he has been chosen for an honor reserved for only a handful of people. Raymond offers thanks, and the king adds a reward of 10,000 panna before dismissing everyone else. The size of the payment immediately overwhelms Raymond with greedy delight. Even knowing it will not erase all his debt, he is relieved to finally have room to breathe. His thoughts jump to the system quest reward he expects to receive next. Instead, the king orders Raymond to remain because he wants to discuss something privately. Raymond is left wondering what serious matter the king could still want from him. Once the room is cleared, only the king, Rao, and Raymond remain for a confidential conversation. The king asks whether Raymond has any idea who caused this new pandemic, noting how strangely the disease spread from a distant principality to the Bay region. He presses Raymond for an honest opinion because the pattern feels unnatural. Raymond realizes the king has already reached the same unsettling conclusion he has. Seeing a chance to hand off a dangerous problem, Raymond decides to share his suspicions. He says the outbreak does not feel accidental and may have been spread deliberately. He reasons that if it had been a natural transfer, the disease should have appeared in the busy commercial district first rather than the slums. Even as the discussion turns grave, Raymond inwardly wishes the powerful would handle it so he can go back to treating patients and earning money. The king then asks whether Baronet Pennon has anyone in mind who could be responsible. Though surprised to be consulted so seriously, Raymond admits he has considered what kind of person could do it. The king urges him to think in terms of motive since the incident nearly threw the capital into chaos and must have benefited someone. Raymond concludes that identifying the culprit should be possible by asking who stood to gain from such disorder. He adds that the culprit would have to be both highly capable and politically powerful. Transporting a pandemic unnoticed from Michelin to the Bay region would require influence on that scale. After hearing enough, the king thanks Raymond for his opinion and dismisses him. Raymond bows and withdraws respectfully from the audience. As he leaves, he is still processing what just happened. The king stops him once more to personally praise him for blocking the pandemic and expresses sincere gratitude on behalf of the kingdom. Raymond is shaken because such private thanks from the king is rarer and more meaningful than any formal decoration. He can barely answer, deeply moved by being thanked so personally by the man he thinks of as his father. The moment lands with enough force that he needs a beat to steady himself. Outside, he is visibly unsettled by his own emotional reaction. He reminds himself that although they share blood, he has never called the king father, and the king only showed this warmth now. Trying to regain his usual mindset, Raymond decides to stop overthinking and even starts planning to spend a small part of the reward on good food instead of debt. At that moment, the system announces that he has resolved the unknown pandemic incident and completed the quest. More notifications follow, granting him bonus levels. The reward concludes with an additional grant of 20 bonus points. Raymond finally sees the quest pay off as his level rises from 38 to 40. The system immediately confirms that reaching level 40 qualifies him for a promotion. His position advances from rookie resident to senior resident, marking a major step in his career. The promotion also boosts several medical disciplines at once, especially surgery, general knowledge, and internal medicine. Elsewhere, a ruler and his advisor weigh someone's proposal and agree that it is reasonable. They conclude that the wording may have been plain, but it accurately targeted the real issue. Raymond privately realizes this may be proof that his talents are being recognized as those of a healer, not just an administrator, and that the kingdom's reform plans may still have a path forward. The king then asks whether the missing perpetrator could have fled, wondering whether the culprit is tied to him as a healer or as his son. The advisor points to the Droton kingdom, arguing it is the obvious refuge because its king wants to bring the famed physician from Michelin under his control. That suspicion is backed by the long hostility between Droton and Houston, including many past battles. The advisor adds that Droton may also be behind the earlier assassination attempt on the king, and urges a full investigation instead of guesswork. Unseen by them, someone nearby feels deeply uneasy about where this is heading. At the Lyme Region Maple Clinic, gossip spreads that Raymond has suddenly become the capital's center of attention as the king's illegitimate son. The rumors quickly turn cruel, with people mocking his past failures and claiming his recent rise must be undeserved. In a meeting, senior staff angrily insist that honoring Raymond disgraces the clinic's standards and insults St. Alex's legacy. Their real fear surfaces when they warn that if Raymond gains influence, the neighboring Lyme region could slip into his hands as well. A new voice cuts through the hostility and challenges whether slandering him is all they intend to accomplish. Christine openly condemns the meeting for turning into backroom character assassination. She identifies herself as Christine Rayburn of one of Houston's great ducal houses, and refuses to be treated as a decorative noblewoman. As one of the clinic's strongest healers, she questions whether attacking Raymond is really the most urgent matter before them. When the others keep pressing the issue, Christine leaves in disgust, reminding them that patients need attention more than their scheming does. Raymond later reflects that her intervention was both principled and politically dangerous, and he feels he owes her for standing up for him. Afterward, the remaining staff continue discussing Raymond in smaller groups. Some admit he has committed no serious wrongdoing and that the king has already acknowledged his medical ability, making an outright purge hard to justify. Baron Carlton, the clinic director, proposes a workaround: strip Raymond of his healer qualifications instead. He plans to use the upcoming compulsory lesson for new healers as the trap that will disqualify him. Others recognize this as the kind of ruthless political move Carlton specializes in, noting that opponents of the Lyme region tend to disappear. Carlton remains confident that public opinion will accept it as long as Maple Clinic keeps control of the region. He believes everyone also understands that leaving Raymond in place would threaten them, so fear will keep them compliant. When he learns he has been assigned to oversee the compulsory lesson, he sees the perfect chance to ensure Raymond receives a failing mark. His allies eagerly support the plan, pleased that Raymond can be removed under the appearance of procedure. Carlton looks forward to humiliating Raymond, convinced 5 years as an apprentice proves he is hopeless. Soon after, notice of the compulsory lesson reaches Raymond. He is annoyed to learn that every new healer must attend it. Still, he accepts that as someone below B rank, he has no choice but to go. A friend rushes in and urgently warns him that he absolutely must attend this session in particular. The friend explains that peers at Maple Clinic are saying Raymond has already been marked to fail. They were openly laughing that the result is predetermined and that he will definitely be disqualified. The warning points straight to Baron Carlton as the force behind the scheme and advises Raymond to avoid him if possible. Instead of retreating, Raymond calmly decides he will attend anyway. He asks his friends whether they really think a lesson like that could make him fail. They realize he is not worried about failing at all. Now confident in his growth, Raymond calls up his status window to measure where he stands. The display confirms he is now a level 40 senior resident surgeon with strong intelligence, senses, and a large reserve of skill points. His academic profile shows broad medical growth, with especially high ranks in botany and pathology and improved surgery and internal medicine. Raymond notes that becoming a senior resident sharply raised both his surgical proficiency and his overall medical knowledge. He also gains a new passive skill, prior experience, which enhances his perception during surgery and will scale as he accumulates more experience. With these gains, he judges that ordinary C-rank and D-rank healers are no longer serious competition for him. Since higher-ranked healers will not even be present at the lesson, he realizes the field will be limited to lower-ranked participants he can surpass. Raymond resolves to take first place in the compulsory lesson because he now has a clear reason he must win. As the medical evaluation approaches, the protagonist searches for the real reason he has to succeed. A system quest appears, ordering him to excel in the compulsory medical lesson and promising a reassessment of his medical technique if he does. The quest makes clear that performing well in front of everyone could change how the academy sees him. With bonus growth and skill points at stake, he resolves to clear the test with top marks. He steels himself, deciding that this time he will not settle for merely doing well. His determination is fueled by a very practical dream. First place comes with a reward of 1,000 panna. His friends immediately latch on to that motive with amused approval. He openly declares that he wants to prize money for meat, and his companion teasingly frames the lesson as a chance to enlighten old-fashioned healers. Embarrassed, he insists he is not only thinking about food and realizes he should have understood his teacher's intentions sooner. The others explain that the healers are stubbornly trapped in outdated methods, so the lesson is likely meant to show them a better path. One friend admits he briefly misjudged the protagonist when money was mentioned, then recognizes that greed does not actually suit him. Ashamed of that misunderstanding, he apologizes and praises the protagonist for always acting for others. The protagonist is openly admired, and even his closest companion takes it for granted that he is exceptional. But while everyone praises his character, his mind is still fixed on a different priority. He gives up pretending otherwise and cheerfully returns to the promise of buying meat once he wins the reward. His friends accept that answer, encourage him to do his best, and remind him to eat properly when he can. Buoyed by their support, he heads into the test with both pressure and encouragement behind him. The evaluation is held in the Grand Alex Hall of the Houston Kingdom's Imperial Academy. A noble named Baron Carlton introduces himself as the official overseeing the lesson. Among the gathered students, the protagonist senses that the event feels less like a normal class and more like a hostile inquisition. Carlton flatters the group as exceptional healers, setting up a public judgment. He then singles out one supposed exception, making it obvious that the target is the protagonist. Whispers spread that the protagonist relies on ancient secret arts and strange methods like blood transfusion. Someone recognizes Baronet Pennon, hinting that another influential figure is involved in the attack. Pennon openly likens the protagonist to a rat among proper company while pretending innocence behind formal words. The protagonist and his companion realize they are being deliberately isolated and humiliated. Pennon dismisses the insult as trivial, revealing that he is used to enduring and inflicting this kind of cruelty. The protagonist suppresses his nerves, and a system trait activates to support him during the medical skill test. The system recognizes both his resolve and the extreme hostility around him, triggering a special response for dealing with malicious opponents. Calmly, he answers Pennon as though speaking to a patient, pretending to interpret the insult charitably. He turns the mockery back on Pennon by suggesting that a respected healer who sees things that are not there may be unwell. Carlton is visibly shaken as the room realizes the protagonist has counterattacked without breaking decorum. The protagonist presses further, dryly recommending immediate treatment for what he calls possible early-onset dementia. His companion is stunned by how boldly and cleanly he has reversed the humiliation. The insult finally lands, and the noble can only choke out his anger. To stop the exchange from escalating further, Carlton abruptly begins the lesson and tells everyone to sit and mingle over snacks. As the students move, the protagonist and his companion remain together while others watch them uneasily. A tinted student named Lyndon approaches and politely offers them seats together. Before Lyndon can join them, someone physically blocks him and declares that he is not allowed there. The bullies insist that only healers who use sacred healing power are real healers and brand other techniques as heresy. The protagonist's companion bristles at the insult to him and to everything he has accomplished. The protagonist steps in at once, pulling the situation back under his control before his friend can explode. He demands that anyone claiming to be a real healer should first show respect. To prove Lyndon's standing, he produces a medal representing St. Alex. He places the medal on Lyndon, forcing the boy to affirm his right to be there. The room shifts as others recognize Lyndon as Baronet Pennon, a medal recipient, and begin condemning the hypocrisy of those who mocked him. Humiliated, Carlton slams his hand down and decides to reassert authority through the test itself. He announces a rule change before the first exam, claiming that while other methods may exist, healing power is what matters most in a healer. He raises the value of the healing power test to half the total score, making it nearly impossible for anyone outside the sacred healing standard to rank well. Hearing the blatant manipulation, the protagonist's companion is left tense and alarmed as the test begins under unfair terms. Raymond realizes the Academy's attempt to block him from advancing as a healer will fail this time, because even a fake test cannot suppress the power he has already built. While others worry that the rules were designed to make Raymond fail again, he stays calm and starts looking for a way to turn the situation around. He interrupts with a question that immediately shifts the mood of the exam. Raymond asks whether extra points are awarded to healers who improve the rank of their healing ability. His companion is baffled, unable to see where Raymond is going with this. The examiner inwardly mocks the question, convinced that a healer's innate rank can never be raised through effort. Still treating Raymond like a fool, the examiner smugly confirms that such an achievement would indeed earn many bonus points. That answer is all Raymond needed, because it means the system can now be used against the people who set it up. A nearby healer also finds the question strange, since heal rank is supposed to be fixed from birth. Even the onlookers cannot understand why Raymond would ask something so impossible. One observer concludes that Raymond is simply too hard to predict for anyone to follow. The officials prepare to proceed with the practical test, still unaware that Raymond intends to overturn their assumptions. Raymond quietly gathers healing mana in his hands, ready to demonstrate what no one believes can happen. Another candidate is casually passed at D rank, establishing the low standard Raymond is expected to remain under. The examiner turns back to Raymond with suspicion, sensing that something unusual is coming. Raymond formally asks Baronet Pennant to receive his healing spell as the test subject. Pennant agrees, confident the demonstration will only confirm Raymond's limits. The Baronet treats it as a harmless check, still not taking Raymond seriously. Raymond reminds him that the Academy promised bonus points for anyone who truly raised their heal rank. Pennant dismisses the issue as irrelevant to Raymond, exposing how certain he is that Raymond cannot possibly qualify. But another healer watching Raymond's mana realizes something is wrong with that assumption. As Raymond's healing light intensifies, the old claim that rank cannot rise through effort starts to look less certain. Raymond recognizes that his original power would barely have reached D rank, but he is now testing whether his new growth can push it higher. Inside himself, he activates his mana vein and a passive skill called Mana Exchange, unlocking a new way to use his mana. He understands that this legendary skill lets him redirect mana into different energy cores, including the upper core tied to healing. Raymond realizes that awakening his mana vein gave him not just magic, but a method to strengthen other abilities as well. He confirms that his mana reserves have multiplied from almost nothing to a far more useful level. Though still modest, that increases enough to turn what was once negligible power into something he can actually work with. He decides to pour all of that mana into his upper energy core to amplify his healing ability. A sudden surge of light spreads through the hall, drawing everyone's attention to Raymond's test. The healing energy in Raymond's hands swells far beyond what anyone expected from him. Pennant is forced to admit that the spell now looks like C-rank healing. Raymond realizes he has effectively reached the threshold he was aiming for and can barely contain his excitement. Pennant is shaken because what happened should have been impossible under everything he believed about healers. Raymond keeps his own judgment cautious, noting that his raw mana is not truly C-rank yet even if the output now resembles it. He reasons that if he channels all his mana at once, he can still produce healing that functions at C-rank. When Pennant tries to deny the result, Raymond turns the accusation back on him and implies the real problem is Pennant's lack of dedication as a healer. Raymond openly challenges the doctrine that heal rank is fixed, arguing that Pennant's case has already become evidence against it. He states plainly that he was born with only D-rank healing, making the contrast undeniable. From that, Raymond draws a larger conclusion. If healers can raise the rank they were born with, then the accepted limits of treatment are not absolute. With the practical exam complete, the Academy is forced to acknowledge Raymond's outstanding performance. He is awarded the highest marks and given a certificate recognizing his devotion to healer studies. Raymond immediately turns his attention to the written exam, knowing it is the next hurdle. He is relieved to see that the subjects are medicine and treatment theory he had already studied intensely before gaining power. Because weakness once forced him to compensate through relentless study, he now expects that knowledge to secure another top result. His increased intelligence does not create knowledge from nothing, but it sharpens how effectively he can use what he already learned. Pennant watches all this in growing frustration, his confidence collapsing into resentment. Meanwhile Raymond remains composed and satisfied, holding the proof of his success without any sign of straying. The crowd begins to murmur that Raymond being the top scorer makes no sense, showing how completely he has overturned their expectations. Raymond answers the disbelief with dry sarcasm, asking whether they think someone could reach C-rank healing while barely sleeping if effort truly meant nothing. A noble overseeing the event appears pleased on the surface, while another man quietly fixates on stopping Raymond from taking the top spot. In the grand hall, the gathered students and nobles are brought before a covered object as the examiner prepares the next stage of the test. One rival inwardly panics that Raymond is about to become the overall winner and regrets not eliminating him earlier during the healing exam. The examiner decides the contest is not over and resolves to sabotage Raymond with an injury that cannot be easily healed. He announces that the final exam will be a practical test and draws the crowd's attention to the covered subject. As the cloth is pulled away, the reveal immediately unsettles the room. The students recall in alarm as they realize something dangerous has been brought out before them. The hidden subject turns out to be an orc, and its appearance triggers outright fear. Raymond quickly sizes up the situation, recognizing that a restrained orc should still be manageable for a healer. The examiner explains that this orc is a killer and declares it will serve as the patient for the final test. To calm the crowd, he claims the beast has been tied down and drugged with strong anesthetic herbs. He then gives the real assignment. The students only need to heal a wound on the orc, and he specifically calls Raymond forward first. Raymond steps up, understanding he has been singled out. Pretending to create the test injury, the examiner raises his knife while privately intending to make the damage impossible for Raymond to fix. But the strike does not land as planned. The audience jolts in confusion as the situation suddenly goes wrong for the examiner instead. The examiner stares in disbelief when he finds himself injured rather than the orc. At the same time, the restraint around the orc gives way. Freed, the enraged orc surges upright directly in front of the examiner. The beast roars, turning the stage test into a real threat. Before the examiner can recover, the orc strikes him with overwhelming force. Panic erupts through the hall as people shout for the orc to be subdued and call for the Baron. Healers rush to the fallen examiner and determine that his shoulder has been dislocated and he has lost a front tooth. While others panic, Raymond watches the injury with calm detachment. He immediately judges that ordinary healing magic cannot fix a shoulder that has been knocked out of place. As the examiner lies in pain, Raymond notes that trying to force healing first would only waste time. He reasons that although regeneration can sometimes help after a dislocation, the joint must be reset first, and relying on healing alone would be slow and agonizing. With dry satisfaction, Raymond thinks this is the natural result of the examiner's own malicious scheme. He reflects that the man's attempt to trap him has instead created a far more favorable situation. Raymond realizes the reversal has handed him control of the moment. Even so, he pauses to consider whether he should bother treating someone who tried to harm him. The injured examiner answers that question himself by lashing out, insulting Raymond's low rank and refusing his help. Raymond recognizes that his status makes contempt like this inevitable. He admits he has almost no desire to help such a man, but he stops himself from acting on that resentment. Reminding himself that a healer should not choose patients by personal feeling, Raymond formally offers treatment anyway. A nearby student addresses him with surprise, sensing the tension in his decision. The examiner recalls and protests that Raymond's methods are unverified and unacceptable. For a moment Raymond considers walking away and leaving the fool to his fate. But his conscience pushes back, reminding him that abandoning a patient out of frustration would betray what it means to be a true healer. That thought hardens Raymond's resolve. He exhales, decides to handle this his own way, and prepares to force the issue. The examiner trembles, still trying to hide behind pride despite his worsening condition. Raymond calmly states that he has a method that can treat him instantly. The examiner can barely process the claim before Raymond presses the advantage. Leaning in, Raymond points out that if the treatment truly causes no pain, that would be remarkable, since even a low-ranked healer would normally take at least an hour to deal with this. The examiner is shaken as Raymond turns his own panic into leverage. Raymond coolly calculates that if they wait for another healer to arrive from outside, it will still take about an hour, which he reduces to seconds to emphasize every moment being lost. The bystanders grow alarmed as they realize Raymond is deliberately agitating the patient while his condition worsens. Raymond keeps counting down the seconds and makes the choice stark: accept his treatment now, or keep suffering needlessly. At last the Baron collapses from the strain, and while others blame Raymond, he quietly concludes that his setup is finally complete. A patient collapses in confusion just as the blonde trainee announces he is preparing him for treatment. He clarifies that the preparation is for treatment, signaling that he intends to handle the emergency himself. Someone realizes he may have deliberately provoked the man into fainting so the procedure would be easier to perform. Ignoring the room's tension, he positions the unconscious patient and begins a manual correction while the others watch. He carefully fixes the patient's shoulder in place and sets up the reduction with practiced precision. With a controlled counterclockwise motion, he completes the maneuver in one decisive movement. The dislocated shoulder is restored, and he calmly explains that the man now only needs rest at a clinic. The onlookers are stunned that he resolved the shoulder dislocation so easily without using healing magic. They recognize that such an injury normally requires a high-ranked healer, making his instant manual treatment even more shocking. Seeing their amazement, he realizes this is a perfect chance to promote himself. He uses the moment to argue that his medical methods are not worthless tricks but legitimate treatment. He elevates those methods further by presenting them as traditional techniques from an ancient civilization far beyond current understanding. Then he pitches himself openly, claiming this is only a fraction of his knowledge and inviting anyone doubtful to visit Pen and Clinic. At least one listener is immediately tempted by the possibility that his clinic might offer something others cannot. The hopeful mood is cut short when someone grabs his clothes, interrupting the momentum. An instructor abruptly ends the compulsory lesson before things can continue. The academy cancels the final test and decides rankings will be based on the results already shown. He quickly understands what that means. He has secured first place. His victory is publicly displayed, with Raymond Pennon named top scorer of the new healer compulsory lesson. The system rewards him for finishing the course with excellent results, and as the top scorer, he gains an extra level and 15 bonus points from the achievement. He takes in the rewards with quiet satisfaction. Another benefit follows as his reputation among healers rises and some begin reconsidering their dismissal of medical techniques. Seeing his name posted publicly, he expects the academy's endorsement to spread word of him even further. Back at the clinic, he answers when new visitors arrive. A man and a red-haired woman hesitantly explain that they have come seeking treatment and ask whether he can consult them now. He welcomes them warmly, pleased that ordinary people are finally starting to come to his clinic. Outwardly he stays composed, but inwardly he is desperate to turn this moment into a breakthrough. Once alone with his thoughts, he admits that ambition alone will not solve his real problem. He reminds himself that commoners and slum residents willing to accept medical techniques are usually too poor to pay much. He concludes that anyone with even a little money would choose magical healing instead. That leaves him trapped, because his debts keep growing even though the lenders have strangely stopped pressing him. He briefly wonders if the loan sharks have ceased to be a threat. He rejects that hope at once and suspects they are simply letting him grow fatter before devouring him. Rather than lowering himself to exploiting patients, he forces that idea aside as a last resort. Still, he keeps searching for some way to raise his reputation all at once. He starts thinking in terms of a single dramatic opportunity that could transform his standing. Elsewhere, in a wealthy household, a servant stands before an injured man whose arm is bound in bandages. The servant asks the household director how they should handle the patient. The blonde healer imagines a ruthless answer. Destroy the man standing so thoroughly that no one can fault the scheme. The director settles on the plan to send incurable patients to him. The scheme goes further, with orders to spread rumors afterward. Those rumors will claim his improper methods killed patients, turning desperate referrals into a trap. Meanwhile, on Bay Street, a frantic father runs through town carrying a small child. He clutches the child tightly, clearly racing against time. An hour earlier, at Maple Clinic, he was told they could not help because he lacked the money for treatment. Desperate, he begged them to at least let him speak to Lady Christine on his family's behalf. When the director appeared, the staff appealed to him to intervene. Instead, the director quietly told them Lady Christine was unavailable and offered only a referral to another healer. Now, the father leaves with his child still in his arms, forced to seek that last chance elsewhere. A desperate father clings to his gravely ill child and begs Sam to keep holding on a little longer. The scene shifts to Raymond's clinic, where a quiet room frames the memory of how his new position began. Raymond is reminded that as Lyndon's second disciple, he must carry himself with pride and uphold his master's name. Lyndon eagerly accepts the charge, trying hard to prove he understands the weight of the role. He vows that even as a low-ranked healer, he will study every technique he can and become worthy of the clinic. Raymond's first disciple immediately warns him that serving under Raymond demands strict discipline because every action reflects on their master. Lyndon realizes the senior disciple may look ordinary, but his intensity is unsettling. The warning grows more ominous as the senior insists Lyndon will soon learn that Raymond's standards are no exaggeration. Lyndon nervously submits, already feeling as if he has stepped into something overwhelming. The senior abruptly turns from lecturing Lyndon to pleading for help, revealing that a child's life is at stake. Back in the present crisis, the father rushes in with the child in his arms, desperate for Raymond's aid. The boy lies barely responsive, his condition visibly critical. After examining him, Raymond concludes the child is in terrible shape and that the delay has pushed him into dangerous shock. He grimly judges that even emergency surgery carries a high chance of failure. The father explains that ordinary clinics demand payment first, so he had no choice but to wait until he could gather enough money. Raymond realizes that doing nothing would likely kill the boy anyway, leaving him with no safe option. The father adds that Baron Carlton's Maple Clinic sent him here and begs Raymond to try, promising repayment no matter the cost. Raymond decides he cannot stand by and let the child die without making the attempt. At that moment, the system presents the case as a formal quest. The quest orders Raymond to treat the dying child, offering rewards and a strange bonus called unexpected luck. That unusual reward catches Raymond's attention, though he has no time to dwell on it. Before he can proceed, the door opens and another interruption arrives. Rao asks Raymond for a private word, pulling him aside just as the operation is about to begin. Rao warns that Baron Carlton appears determined to ruin Raymond and would exploit any failure in Raymond's methods. Raymond admits the danger is real. He also finds it suspicious that the patient was referred by Baron Carlton in the first place. Raymond imagines the worst outcome. If the child dies under his care, the story could spread through the commoners' district. That scandal could destroy Pen and Clinic outright and hand his enemies exactly what they want. For a moment, self-preservation tempts him to step back, since the odds of saving the boy are so poor. But the weight of the father's desperation and the child's condition keeps pressing on him. Raymond rejects the cowardly choice before it can take hold. He declares that he will do everything he can to treat the child. Lyndon panics, knowing Baron Carlton's malice could turn any bad result into disaster for them. The senior disciple cuts through that fear by reminding him that their master never abandons a patient. Rao recognizes that this resolve is exactly what makes Raymond a truly exceptional healer. Raymond himself refrains the risk as opportunity, deciding that if he saves the patient Carlton sent, his reputation will only grow stronger. The clinic immediately prepares for surgery, with assistants setting the room and instruments in order. Once scrubbed in, Raymond focuses completely on diagnosis. He identifies the child's condition as intussusception. He explains that the boy's small intestine has folded into the large intestine, causing a dangerous obstruction common in young children. In modern terms it would be manageable, but here the delay means the trapped bowel may soon begin to die. Raymond notes that the child is already in shock, and if necrosis has advanced too far, reversal may be impossible. To know the exact extent, he concludes he must open the abdomen and inspect the likely ileocecal region directly. The operating team follows his lead as he proceeds with the examination. He is relieved to find that the bowel has not invaginated too deeply and that necrosis has not yet set in. That means the treatment is conceptually simple. Gently reduce the telescoped intestine back into place, though the execution is delicate. The swollen tissue is so fragile that even a slight mistake could rupture it and kill the child. Raymond steadies himself and resolves to rely on the gentlest, most careful touch possible. To stop his trembling, he invokes a surgical skill that grants the nimble hands of an experienced surgeon. The system responds by manifesting surgeon's experience and sharply heightening his senses for the operation ahead. As the operation reaches a critical point, Raymond steels himself, knowing one mistake will ruin everything. He commits to the procedure under intense pressure, aware the patient's life depends on his next decisions. His heart of steel skill activates, helping him suppress panic and think clearly. With that focus, he works to return the twisted small intestine to its proper place. He successfully completes the reduction, correcting the displacement for the moment. Realizing how much healing power surgery would normally require, he is struck by how different medical technique is from simple healing magic. When someone hopes the ordeal is over, Raymond immediately shuts that down. He recognizes the real decision is still ahead, whether the damaged intestine must be cut. Although he managed to pull the intestine out safely, he knows the child will die if the tissue has already begun to rot. The only cure would be removing the dead section, but he still cannot tell whether the intestine is truly rotten. He hesitates because a wrong cut would mutilate the child for nothing, and in this place he has only his eyes to judge by. Caught between action and restraint, he wrestles with whether to cut or not. Desperate for another option, he searches for any way to make a more reliable judgment. A sudden idea interrupts his uncertainty. He opens the system market, deciding to buy a skill that might solve the problem. Remembering something useful he saw there before, he reaches for it as his last chance. He finds the skill he was hoping for. Raymond purchases Eagle's Eye, spending 150 skill points to gain it. The skill promises detailed visual perception of tiny or narrow areas, exactly what he needs. Even though the cost is steep, he bets everything on the skill being worth it. He activates Eagle's Eye at once. The skill lets him perceive the surgical field in extraordinary three-dimensional detail rather than simple magnification. But the power overwhelms his limits, rapidly draining his mana. His mana is exhausted almost immediately, and Eagle's Eye shuts down. The glimpse was brief, but it was enough for him to detect faint necrosis beginning in the intestine. When his assistant worries, Raymond steadies the room and continues without hesitation. He takes up the scalpel and commits to the necessary resection. Now certain the intestine is rotting, he decides the diseased portion must be cut away. He knows leaving it inside would cause fatal blood poisoning, so confirming it beforehand has saved the child's chance to live. That realization hardens his resolve, because closing the body without checking would have doomed the child. As the others watch, Raymond carries out the operation with calm confidence. The observers are astonished to see him not only remove the damaged intestine but also stitch it back together. Their amazement grows as they realize he is performing an advanced medical technique without the slightest visible hesitation. At last the final stitch is tied off, bringing the procedure to its end. Only then does the strain show, the tension finally leaving him. Raymond announces that the surgery is over, and the quest is marked complete. The system rewards him with bonus levels and additional skill points. He also receives a benefit called unexpected luck. Elsewhere, in a noble residence, others wait confidently for news of his failure. One man confirms that everything has been arranged perfectly against Raymond. They expect the child to die, after which Raymond will be branded a fraud and ruined as a healer. They even imagine the newspaper headline that will destroy him and tell themselves the report should arrive soon. A messenger suddenly rushes in, disrupting their smug anticipation. The conspirator welcomes the moment, expecting the outcome he planned. The messenger struggles to speak, starting with news about the child. Then the truth lands, the child survived. The expected triumph collapses in an instant as the report is thrust before them. Confronted with the evidence, they are forced to hear that Raymond saved the child. The revelation makes clear that he used real medical technique to rescue a life that had been in danger. Panicked by the threat to their scheme, they order the rumor crushed before it can spread. A father admits he tried everything to help his sick child, but nothing worked, and he is pressed to explain how he managed to pay for treatment. The scene shifts from that tense questioning to the town where the answer is about to matter. Outside, the desperate man reveals the one valuable thing he still has left, his harp. He steals himself, having already made his painful choice. In tears, he thanks Baronet Pennon and offers the treatment fee at last, apologizing for how late it is. Raymond is caught off guard by the size of the payment. He immediately suspects the man should not have been able to gather that much money so quickly. The father explains that he sold his harp because he is a bard and had nothing else of value. That answer makes Raymond picture the family's hardship and the child who depends on them. Refusing to profit from that sacrifice, Raymond decides he will not accept the money. He reasons that taking it could leave the whole family starving, especially when the recovering child needs proper food. Instead, Raymond says he wants something else in return. The father eagerly agrees to any request. Relieved there is another way to repay him. Raymond asks for help repairing his public image by spreading good rumors about him while the man works. He admits that his low birth has made people judge him unfairly despite his sincere care for patients. The father is struck silent by how modest the request is. Then he passionately promises to handle it himself. He vows to spend the rest of his life praising the man who saved his son. To keep that vow, he begins singing publicly in Raymond's honor. His sudden performance draws attention from passers-by. He frames the song as the story of what happened to him personally, inviting people to listen. Through the song, he tells the crowd that Maple Clinic took in his abandoned child and gave him hope when he was in despair. He gives the song a title that elevates Raymond's name and status in the public mind. As the crowd gathers, the father commits fully to turning his gratitude into a public testimony. He continues performing, letting the music carry the story further. Soon, people begin talking about Baronet Pennon everywhere. Even those tracking public opinion realize that if this continues, the once scorned illegitimate son may start to outshine the princes. The praise quickly hardens into print, with newspapers presenting Raymond as a healer devoted to commoners. His image is transformed from suspect noble to admired benefactor. When Raymond sees the article, he realizes the rumor campaign worked better than expected. He wonders if this sudden surge of goodwill is the lucky break he needed. The system confirms it by announcing a major rise in his reputation and a new achievement tied to serving commoners. The rewards keep coming, granting him bonus levels and a large amount of skill points. He also gains a lasting advantage, a favorable impression among the common people. Elsewhere, a noblewoman quietly reads while taking tea, already aware that Raymond's rise has become impossible to ignore. She notes that his reputation keeps climbing even though she has done nothing to help him and his treatments have already spread his influence. Seeing his success in the paper, she concludes that leaving him alone is becoming dangerous. She convinces herself that if unchecked, his patients will eventually suffer and that gives her reason to intervene. With that justification, she decides she can no longer leave the Pennon Clinic alone. Before acting, she is summoned to prepare for breakfast with the Duke. She sets her plans aside for the moment and orders the servants to get her ready. Jewels and formal attire are brought out as she prepares to face high society. Dressed for the occasion, she braces herself for the Duke to raise marriage again, even as she still wants the freedom to keep working until she can secure the throne. The thought of being forced to marry a cruel prince fills her with disgust and dread. At the palace banquet hall, the pressure of aristocratic society closes in around her. Her siblings immediately mock her healing work and ask when she will stop embarrassing the family. Her brother adds that she is too old for such behavior and already disgraceful enough without these games. Rather than lash out, she answers with cold restraint and pointed sarcasm. She declares that from now on she will attend banquets endlessly like proper nobles do, unless they would prefer she take up gambling like her brother. That sharp counter leaves them unsettled as she prepares to press her advantage with one more remark. A young woman brushes off being mocked, but draws a hard line at anyone insulting the way patients are treated. When someone asks where she is going, she heads out at once, saying she is taking a trip before her father arrives. Her determined expression makes clear she has already chosen confrontation over silence. She leaves with a simple answer, making it clear she is going somewhere with purpose. Her destination is a clinic, where another thread of the story is already unfolding. At the clinic, the healer explains that patient demand has finally made the practice profitable, with treatment slots nearly sold out. His strange system suddenly evaluates someone nearby and labels that person's rudeness as mediocre. The healer is caught off guard, realizing the warning may signal trouble. As he steps away from a patient, he suspects an obnoxious visitor has arrived at the clinic. Seeing a noble-looking silhouette outside, he starts to worry the visitor may be someone important. The visitor is revealed to be a high-born young woman who has come in person. He recognizes her as Lady Christine and is baffled that someone like her would come to his clinic. Remembering that high rudeness usually means a fight is coming, he braces for an argument over his medical methods. His system confirms that a troublesome person has arrived and pushes him into a mode meant for dealing with such people. His first instinct is to get rid of her before she can create problems. Instead of facing her himself, he has his apprentice Raymond announce that a guest has arrived. While continuing treatment, he orders that she be kept waiting. He insists that no guest outranks a patient and refuses to interrupt care. Hansen, another apprentice, praises Raymond for that attitude, reinforcing the clinic's patient-first values. The healer notes their closeness and briefly considers taking on another apprentice. His system responds by unlocking an apprentice training option. Though it reminds him he still has room for only one more trainee, he starts weighing the benefits of teaching others and sharing practical experience. But his thoughts return to the real obstacle behind every decision, money. He decides financial worries can wait until after he sends the unwelcome noblewoman away. Hoping she will leave on her own, Christine waits calmly instead, composed and striking enough to unsettle the clinic staff. Hansen is momentarily distracted by her beauty before snapping himself back to his duties. He reminds himself that he is representing his master and cannot afford to act foolishly. Approaching her formally, Hansen apologizes for the delay. He explains that his master gives full attention to patients during treatment, prompting Christine to ask whether he is Baronet Pennon's apprentice. Hansen admits it, though he humbly says he falls far short of his master. Christine reveals she has heard Pennon is utterly devoted to his patients and wonders if that reputation is true. She then exposes why she really came. She believes harming patients under the guise of treatment is evil, no matter how much others praise him. From the doorway, the healer overhears her accusation and realizes the confrontation cannot be avoided. His system escalates the moment by presenting the clash as a new quest. The quest frames Christine as someone speaking from prejudice and urges him to teach her a real lesson through medical skill. He steps forward, committing himself to face her directly. As he steels himself, his abilities combine and harden his resolve for the exchange ahead. He decides that if she has come as a healer rather than merely as a lady, he has no reason to treat her as socially superior. After greeting her by rank and naming himself, he invites her to state her issue plainly. Christine does exactly that, accusing him of harming patients and questioning the legitimacy of his treatments. The pressure in the room spikes as he stands over her in silence, forcing the challenge into a direct test of authority and knowledge. She asks for 3 days to observe the treatments he gives patients and judge them for herself. He refuses, unwilling to let a hostile outsider and Kieran's unofficial fiancée linger around his clinic while he is busy. Instead, he offers a single demonstration by treating a patient whose condition cannot be solved with ordinary healing magic. Christine is caught off guard because the proposal is far more concrete than the moral argument she expected. Before she can recover, her own illness suddenly flares up and leaves her shaken. Trying to hide her distress, she claims she merely overexerted herself and says she will rest briefly. Pressed further, she admits the problem is a heart-pounding illness that worsens as she remains active. That description immediately catches his attention and shifts the encounter from argument to diagnosis. He recognizes her condition as an arrhythmia, likely atrial fibrillation or paroxysmal supraventricular tachycardia, and realizes her frequent episodes point to one of those two causes. The blonde healer decides that if he wants the woman to stop challenging him, he has to prove his ability by treating her himself. She accepts his confidence but warns that her heart condition cannot be cured with ordinary heal magic. He counters that while heal will not work, proper medical technique can still address it, and he immediately begins examining her. Ignoring her confusion, he checks her pulse and asks for a moment to confirm what is happening. From her pulse, he realizes her heart is racing dangerously and beating irregularly. He identifies the problem as paroxysmal supraventricular tachycardia, a sudden abnormal rapid heartbeat. With the treatment in mind, he tells her to tilt her head back. When she hesitates, he reaches for her neck to carry out the maneuver himself. Not understanding his intent, she panics and thinks he is trying to choke her. Her fear spirals into disbelief that he would attack her over a complaint. She lashes out and shoves him away in outrage before he can finish. The commotion draws the attention of the others nearby. Still calm, he asks whether her condition has improved. She is too angry to process the question at first, still convinced he crossed the line. Then she notices that the pounding in her chest has actually eased. She is stunned at what felt like an assault somehow relieved the illness. He explains that he pressed on her carotid area to stimulate the vagus nerve and slow the abnormal rhythm. He presents it as an old medical technique rather than magic. She falls silent, forced to reconsider both his methods and his knowledge. As she starts to leave, he stops her with one last practical matter. She turns back, expecting another explanation. Instead, he demands payment for the treatment and names a fee of 500 pena. She is left speechless, wondering whether he has gone too far. But her thoughts shift from the price to the bigger revelation that he can cure illnesses he cannot touch. She decides she wants to learn from him, even if he already refused to let her simply observe. So she proposes a compromise. If observation is difficult, he can take her as a temporary apprentice. He is openly taken aback that she is serious. A formal system prompt appears, confirming that Christine has requested instruction and asking whether he will accept her as an apprentice. She waits intensely for his answer. He weighs her status and qualifications, noting that she is a noble woman and a high-ranked healer with a good public reputation. Even so, his immediate answer is a flat refusal. She challenges him, pointing out that he was recently seeking an apprentice and that someone like her should have been ideal. He clarifies that his objection is not to her skill but to her misunderstanding, because medical technique is not something meant to harm patients. She answers by admitting her own healing power is exceptional yet limited, and that many patients still remain beyond what he can save. Her true ambition is to master medical knowledge, become the best healer on the continent, and treat every patient she can. He is startled to hear that her goal mirrors his own, though he knows others usually assume he is motivated by wealth or prestige. She adds that she wants to work beside someone who genuinely cares for patients, which is why his apprentices respect him. Trying to remove any remaining objection, she says money does not matter to her and that she can pay well even if he refuses to pay her. When he questions that logic, she goes further and offers to pay him for the privilege of being taught. She proposes 500 pena a month for personal lessons. He instantly calculates that this would exceed what he earns from many patients and realizes how profitable the arrangement could be. He reassures himself that she is not leveraging noble status and that taking her in would not be improper, especially since she already came to him on her own. After a token hesitation, he raises the price to 600 pena. Greed wins out completely, and he pushes it to 700 pena instead. Having accepted her offer, he welcomes her into the Pennant Clinic as part of the family. The story then shifts away from the clinic to the royal palace. There, a report is delivered that the source behind the recent contagious disease in the Bay region has been found, confirming Baron Pennant's suspicions. The investigation points to the Drotten Kingdom as the force behind the outbreak. The ruler reflects that the assassination attempt on Baron Pennant now makes sense, but orders the matter kept quiet until they have enough evidence and until the culprits are fully in hand. The subordinate accepts the order and prepares to act discreetly. Grand Duke Burkard decides they cannot remain passive, because their enemies will strike again once they have gathered enough evidence and sent bread into the sewers. He concludes that Drotten Kingdom is manipulating events from the shadows and warns that they must prepare for the worst, meaning war. Their side confirms through Baronet Pennant that Drotten Kingdom is indeed behind the plot, and someone suggests rewarding him for that contribution. The Duke refuses any official reward for now, judging the matter unfinished and the timing premature. Still, he decides Pennant deserves an unofficial favor instead. He chooses that favor himself, planning a visit to the Pennant Clinic soon. That decision leaves Pennant caught off guard. A few days later, the clinic is thriving, and Pennant's true reward becomes clear. He values a flood of patients more than any formal prize. Raymond keeps treating the steady stream of people as the clinic grows busier. Rather than feeling burdened, Raymond is delighted that the crowd is turning into income. His assistants watch him and marvel that even under exhausting pressure, his cheer never fades. They admit they cannot imitate that attitude and see him as fundamentally different from them. One of them is especially baffled that he can look at endless patients and still seem genuinely happy. She realizes his joy comes not just from medical curiosity, but from sincere concern for patients, a level of devotion she feels she cannot match. A man observing from the stairs silently takes in Raymond's unusual enthusiasm. He suspects Raymond's happiness may have less to do with compassion than with earning money. Meanwhile, Raymond's system keeps awarding him large amounts of experience from the non-stop treatments. The gains pile up until he levels up repeatedly. Raymond realizes the patient rush is rapidly accelerating his growth. His status window shows he has reached level 50 as a surgeon with the rank of senior resident, though he still carries the degrading title dirty illegitimate child. His updated stats reveal improvements, but without a baseline he still cannot judge how strong those numbers really are. Even while treating patients, he wonders what those stat values actually mean in practical terms. What bothers him more is that the humiliating title attached to his birth still has not disappeared. The system explains that the title reflects social prejudice and can only be removed by gaining more fame. Raymond consoles himself that it should vanish eventually and turns his attention to what reaching level 100 might unlock. The system answers that his class will rise. He eagerly guesses that this means advancing from resident to specialist. Pleased with that prospect, he becomes visibly excited, confusing the assistants around him. He abruptly shifts back to practical matters and insists they all eat beef to restore stamina, despite the protests that they just had it yesterday. Citing its health benefits, he cheerfully decides to buy more meat himself, and his staff immediately volunteers to join him. Before he can enjoy the moment, the system suddenly interrupts with an emergency quest warning. Raymond is startled, unable to understand what danger could exist when everything at the clinic seems to be going well. He hesitates over the alert, trying to make sense of the threat. The quest reveals that a patient tied to a conspiracy has entered the clinic, and Raymond must save that patient, identify the mastermind, and take revenge. The scope of it leaves him reeling. Looking over the waiting patients, he realizes one of them must be the hidden target of the plot. The thought unsettles him as he understands the danger is already inside his clinic. Elsewhere, the conspirators calmly discuss the plan. Certain their operative has already arrived and begun moving. They believe that once the actor starts his role, the outcome is inevitable. They place complete trust in that actor's ability to deceive everyone in the capital. The supposed patient is revealed to be a performer working with the conspirators, while another accomplice lurks behind the act with darker intent. Their patron praises the man not as a mere actor but as an elite swindler. He orders the operative to behave as though the treatment worked, then take poison afterwards so the clinic will be implicated. Raymond's suspicion sharpens as he grasps that poison is central to the scheme. The conspirators reassure themselves that the poison is mild enough to keep the victim alive while still letting Maple Clinic bear responsibility for the incident. One accomplice checks whether they truly intend to treat the actor after he takes the poison. The answer is no, they have decided he must die. They judge his death the most dramatic way to destroy the clinic. They also see it as the cleanest way to erase evidence and silence anyone who could expose them. As the trap closes in, a bottle is opened to set the poisoning in motion. As they wait for word, Baron Canton and his companion drink to the hope that Raymond is about to fall. Their toast makes clear they believe victory is close and are already celebrating Raymond's ruin. Elsewhere, the day passes over the estate while Canton remains confident that the outcome will favor him. Relaxing in luxury, he indulges himself and acts as though the matter is already settled. He reassures himself that the report he wants should arrive at any moment. When visitors are announced, Canton assumes they bring the success he has been expecting and lets them in. Instead of allies, armed officers enter and confirm they are looking for Baron Canton. Caught off guard, Canton rises and demands to know what this is about. He tries to deny his identity and brush them off as if they have the wrong residence. The officers shatter his composure by arresting him for conspiracy to commit murder. Canton explodes in protest, insisting the charge is ridiculous even as the officers seize him. The arrest proceeds anyway, with the officers making it clear the truth of the accusation will be established formally. Then, Pennon arrives in person and declares that he will be the one to reveal whether the charge is true. Canton is stunned to see Pennon there as a witness and immediately senses the case turning against him. When Canton accuses him of setting a trap, Pennon coolly challenges that claim instead of backing down. A man in a patient's robe steps forward, and Canton recognizes him at once. The witness identifies Canton as the one who ordered the conspiracy, directly tying him to the crime. Pennon explains that the truth began to surface the night at Pennon Clinic. At the clinic, Pennon had first realized that a seemingly ordinary case was actually dangerous. A patient's condition and the suspicious circumstances made him suspect hidden criminal intent behind the illness. While examining the patient, Pennon calmly asked to inspect him more closely. Before the examination could continue, a sudden scream interrupted the room and forced Pennon to he found another patient collapsing and calling desperately for a healer. The man was in visible distress, struggling to breathe and fading fast. Pennon quickly judged that the symptoms did not match a simple fever and that something far more serious was happening. The bottle nearby and the patient's condition led Pennon to conclude that he had been poisoned. By treating him directly, Pennon also realized this victim was the key witness hiding knowledge of the conspiracy. Using his advanced herbal medicine skill, Pennon neutralized the poison and kept the man alive. Once the witness recovered, Pennon intended to question him and learn who had arranged the poisoning, relieved that he had avoided being framed himself. That plan nearly failed when the witness suddenly reacted in panic. Terrified and furious, the man insisted he had been tricked into taking poison and demanded revenge on whoever did it. Pennon seized on that outburst, realizing the witness's anger could expose the mastermind. The witness then accused Canton of exploiting his jealousy toward Pennon and using that resentment to draw him into the plot. As the accusation lands in the present, Canton tries to deny everything, but Pennant treats his excuses as useless. Canton keeps shouting that the claims are insane and unsupported, hoping outrage can still save him. The officers answer with hard proof. Canton had recently ordered a subordinate to buy poison through the underworld. That evidence rattles him, and Pennant reveals it came from an informant. Pennant then discloses that he himself moved through those underworld channels, using his Bay region connections to uncover the transaction. Realizing he is trapped, Canton lashes out at Raymond as the one who ruined him. Pennant offers no sympathy, telling Canton that a decent life would have spared him this end. He condemns Canton to spend prison reflecting on the patients he exploited. Pennant's anger sharpens as he makes clear that Canton's crimes destroyed many lives, not just one. The case then moves to the capital, where the consequences of the scandal reach the highest level. In prison, Canton bitterly reflects on receiving a life sentence and on how completely he has fallen. He fixates on Fjord, the accomplice who confessed immediately and left him to bear the punishment. Desperate to save himself, Canton resolves to use every bribe he has paid to recast his testimony and reduce his sentence. Meanwhile, Pennant appears before a high-ranking ruler as the clinic case is formally reviewed. The ruler orders that Baron Canton's case be handled with full seriousness. An official apologizes for failing to stop the Maple Clinic's long record of crime sooner. The ruler concludes that the clinic's tyranny must have caused immense suffering among the people. Reviewing the clinic's situation, the royal aide reflects that Raymond was the only reason Maple Clinic's monopoly did not continue unchecked. He warns the prince that if Maple Clinic shuts down, ordinary people will lose one of their few places to receive treatment. The prince agrees new clinics are needed and decides they should choose one worthy clinic to support until it can stand on its own. When the aide asks for full royal backing for a clinic, the prince refuses direct sponsorship because the kingdom is preparing for war and cannot spare that level of money or power. Instead, he offers a royal guarantee, letting the crown's name protect the clinic even if the palace cannot fund it heavily. The aide immediately realizes that royal endorsement alone would be enough to make a clinic prosper. Asked which clinic he has in mind, he says he wants to avoid another greedy place like Maple and choose one that truly serves the people. He names Galman, and the prince accepts the choice. The prince orders a secret visit so he can inspect the clinic personally before making the final decision. They head into the city in disguise to observe the district for themselves. While watching quietly, the prince notes that people keep praising Raymond and that Pennant Clinic's patient numbers have clearly risen. The aide sees that both the healers and the patients around the clinic look hopeful and energized. Satisfied with what they have learned, the prince decides they have seen enough and leaves. Back at the palace, the matter is brought before the royal court. Nobles protest that Maple Clinic's closure has already hurt the city and beg the prince to reconsider the suspension. The prince counters that Baron Canton allegedly bribed many nobles and recorded it in a ledger, making clear that their pleas may be self-serving. That warning unsettles the court because if the ledger proves their corruption, the prince's judgment could turn sharply against them. The tension in the chamber hardens as the prince prepares to press his point. He demands petitions that genuinely reflect the people's needs rather than the interests of corrupt aristocrats. The nobles are left shaken and subdued by the rebuke. Later, in private, the aide worries about what will happen after the prince dies and urges him to live long enough to secure the kingdom's future. The prince answers grimly that no one can know how long he has left. He reveals that although Count Hellion once healed his coughing illness, his body has continued to deteriorate. He fears that if one of the three princes succeeds him, that heir may be too weak to resist the nobles now gathering influence around them. He recalls how the first prince, Peyton, was elevated only after the crown prince died in tragedy, underscoring how fragile succession has already been. Their discussion ends when word arrives that the accreditation plaque has been completed. The royal party immediately sets out to deliver the recognition. At the clinic, the prince's aide personally presents the plaque to Raymond. Raymond receives the golden accreditation bearing the royal crest. The aide tells him to accept the prince's grace and continue working for the kingdom's people. Raymond is moved, but his expression quickly turns conflicted rather than purely grateful. When the aide asks what is wrong, Raymond hides his disappointment behind polite words about the honor. He almost asks whether there is more to the reward than stops himself. Inside, he fumes that honor alone will not solve his real problems and wishes for something practical. The aide explains that the royal family is strained by war preparations, so they cannot provide major financial support, though a small sum will be given. Once the envoy leaves, Raymond is left alone with the plaque and the reality of what it means. He admits to himself that he had been thrilled by the idea of royal accreditation, but this reward falls far short of what he needs. He reasons that the kingdom's poverty and wartime spending make the limited support understandable. Even so, he knows 10,000 pena is nowhere near enough to improve Pennant Clinic's conditions. He had expected to earn enough once more patients came, but the clinic must relocate immediately, and the old family house was never built to handle this load. The building has already begun to fail under the weight of constant traffic, forcing him to confront the urgent need for a new place. He bitterly recalls that suitable buildings in the capital were unavailable or too expensive, leaving him blocked at every turn. His frustration deepens because even Christine, someone he trusted, could not offer a solution. When a coworker apologizes for having no money and says she planned to pay her tuition from wages earned at other clinics, Raymond realizes how poor his own staff are. He is stunned to learn he has never actually charged her tuition, making him see that he cannot rely on squeezing money from people who are already struggling. Instead, his anger shifts toward the noble landlords whose greed keeps rents impossibly high. Raymond resolves to become successful enough to buy his own building so he will never again be trapped by not having a place to work. At that moment, a system reward appears, recognizing him as a healer acknowledged by the royal family and granting a bonus level up. He also receives 20 skill points, and his fame rises sharply. With his fame passing a key threshold, he earns a new title. A new title is granted to the young noble, and he learns it comes with extra effects. The title marks him as favored by commoners, giving him their support within the capital, though its influence is still limited by his low rank. He checks the system's notice, taking in the unexpected reward. The title's bonus immediately raises his level and grants him 20 additional skill points. He is pleased to have gained both a title and a bonus level up, but the improvement still feels insufficient. Even while trying to settle for something as simple as a good meal, he cannot shake the sense that he needs more. His thoughts are interrupted when Raymond urgently calls for him. Expecting talk about food, he instead realizes Raymond has brought a more serious matter. Confused by Raymond's unusual seriousness, he asks what is wrong. Raymond reveals that an invitation has arrived from Solon. The household gathers around the letter as the news immediately changes the mood. Seeing Solon's seal confirms exactly who has reached out. The name alone alarms him, because Solon is infamous as one of the capital's most predatory moneylenders. He cannot understand why someone so dangerous would suddenly invite him. The letter flatters his recent success and politely asks for a meeting at Solon's estate, framing it as a mutually beneficial opportunity. One of his companions explains that Solon is notorious for targeting vulnerable people and draining them of everything they have. She adds that the Rayburn Duchy itself lost a great deal of money because of him. The loss happened because her elder brother, the family heir, was lured into Solon's schemes and ruined through gambling. With that history in mind, she argues the invitation should be destroyed at once. Even Raymond agrees, but the young noble stops them before they can reject it outright. His companions warn him that Solon is clearly plotting something. He admits they are probably right, yet insists his own circumstances are too dire to ignore the approach without at least hearing what Solon wants. A brief silence follows as everyone waits for his reasoning. Hansen breaks in, making it clear they have misunderstood his master's intentions. He declares that his master is not considering the meeting merely because of money. The claim catches the young noble off guard. Hansen grandly refrains the matter as a chance to avenge the patients who have suffered under Solon. The others are left staring at him, unsure whether to take his dramatic conviction seriously. The young noble is especially baffled by Hansen's sudden heroic interpretation. Hansen explains that Solon built his fortune by lending treatment money to desperate patients and then trapping them with crushing interest. That description finally connects with something the young noble has heard before. He recalls Solon's notorious title as the patient's loan shark, a man who profits from the desperation of the sick. He also remembers that Solon and Baron Canton were widely known to have cooperated for mutual gain. That connection makes the situation feel even more dangerous and complicated. Hansen insists his master is thinking about how to free the victims harmed by Solon's schemes. He goes so far as to portray his master as someone devoted to healing not only bodies but also the suffering in patients' hearts. Embarrassed by his followers' overblown faith in him, the young noble wonders how to deal with such hopelessly enthusiastic people. At that moment, the system issues a new medical quest centered on punishing the villain exploiting desperate patients and restoring their happiness. The quest demands Solon's bankruptcy and the cancellation of patients' debts, offering major rewards including 2 bonus level ups, skill points, fame, and Solon's assets. He is stunned that the system even allows him to temporarily raise 1 skill to a rank for the mission, though the quest still seems absurd. The debt cancellation condition especially shocks him, since he cannot even pay off his own debts yet. He also finds Solon's bankruptcy unrealistic and starts questioning why the quest is rated only medium difficulty. He recalls that low difficulty means success is possible without much hardship. Medium difficulty, by contrast, means the task is hard but still achievable without overwhelming trouble. That logic leads him to realize the quest's rating implies the impossible-sounding goal may actually be within reach. He focuses on the key advantage the system offered, temporarily upgrading one of his skills to a rank. Then his attention fixes on the most tempting reward of all, Solon's entire fortune. The prospect of becoming enormously rich hardens his resolve, and he decides he has to clear this quest no matter the risk. With his mind made up, he reaches out to Hansen. He declares that he cannot stand by and let this continue, and Hansen immediately recognizes that this is exactly the answer he expected. Christine and the others rally behind Raymond, promising to help him expose the fraudulent clinic and protect future victims. At the same time, Solon prepares his next move with theatrical confidence, clearly setting a trap in motion. Raymond arrives by carriage, tense but determined as he heads to meet the man who summoned him. Before he goes in, Christine warns him to be careful, trust his instincts, and stop dealing with suspicious people. She makes him explicitly promise not to sign any strange contracts, and he obediently agrees. Even as he worries about the promised beef party back home, Raymond steels himself for the meeting ahead. He is brought to Solon's grand estate, where wealth and power are meant to overwhelm him. Inside, the lavish setting reinforces that Solon intends to negotiate from a position of superiority. A luxurious meal is laid out, turning the meeting into a display of excess. Raymond is briefly distracted by the feast, lowering his guard just enough for Solon's hospitality to work. When Solon finally appears, Raymond gets straight to the point and asks why he was called. Solon frames the conversation as generous concern for the suffering patients, presenting himself as a benefactor. Raymond's resolve hardens as he activates a mindset that lets him stay firm under pressure. He reminds himself that if he handles this well, his far-fetched ambitions may actually become real. His instincts immediately classify Solon as deeply unpleasant and dangerous. With that realization, Raymond shifts into a mode focused on dealing with manipulative people. He is momentarily thrown by how perfectly Solon fits his worst impression, but keeps listening. Solon begins smoothly, claiming he has carefully considered Raymond's situation and offering wine to soften the exchange. He reveals the real purpose of the invitation. He wants to make Raymond an offer. Solon points out the clinic's financial strain and gets Raymond to admit that money is indeed a problem. Then he presents himself as the solution, saying he has a recommendation that could help. He offers Raymond a loan on terms far better than normal healer financing, making it sound almost charitable. Raymond immediately questions why Solon would be so generous. Solon flatters him, claiming admiration for Raymond's noble work and pretending this is support for a good cause. Rather than hesitate, Raymond abruptly tests him by asking for a large sum on the spot. Solon accepts without resistance, proving he is eager to hook Raymond with easy money. They toast to funding the clinic, sealing the bait with a show of mutual goodwill. Solon then pivots to his real game, inviting Raymond to celebrate at his casino while privately expecting to ruin him there. Raymond realizes the destination is a casino, but is told masks are standard there, making his attendance less conspicuous. Solon watches for Raymond's reaction, gauging whether the lure has taken hold. At the casino, the atmosphere is busy and polished, designed to make gambling feel harmless and glamorous. From the bar, Solon checks whether Raymond is taking the bait, and his staff confirms that the newcomer is fully absorbed. Solon orders them to let Raymond win part of the promised money first, carefully feeding his confidence. When a subordinate worries that such a large early payout could be risky, Solon dismisses the concern. He coldly explains that if Raymond, an illegitimate noble, is ruined by gambling, he will have no power to complain. Meanwhile, Raymond keeps winning and starts to believe the game is easy. His growing excitement shows the trap working, as success begins to cloud his judgment. After winning a substantial amount, he starts thinking he should have gambled sooner. Then he notices a masked woman in blue whose presence jolts him out of that dangerous momentum. He freezes, suddenly aware that something about the situation is wrong. The woman's elegant disguise and piercing stare make her stand out, and she seems to be watching him deliberately. Raymond becomes self-conscious under the attention and worries he is being singled out. He forces himself to calm down, realizing that if he panics now he will lose any chance of turning the tables on Solon. A casino employee approaches him directly and addresses him by title, confirming he has been identified. The employee tempts him with a VIP table where a small bet could multiply his winnings 50-fold. Hearing that enormous payout, Raymond is stunned, but the invitation is framed as a lucky opportunity. After a brief pause, he accepts and decides to follow the lead. He is escorted deeper into the casino, away from the public floor and into Solon's prepared arena. At the private table, Solon and his people are already waiting, making it clear this next stage was arranged in advance. As Raymond arrives, Solon quietly orders the tools to be brought, revealing that the trap is about to tighten. The gray-haired gambler quietly sizes up the dealer in red, already confident that the game is under his control. He and the blonde noble continue the hand, each placing cards with practiced calm while the tension at the table thickens. The gray-haired man believes the cards look ordinary, but inwardly savors that they are actually rigged tools meant to ruin his opponent. Feigning friendliness, he praises the blonde man's luck and invites him to raise the stakes. The blonde player checks what he has and casually decides to keep going. He suddenly commits everything, declaring that he will wager his entire fortune. The table is stunned by the reckless escalation, but the blonde man makes clear he means it. The cheater confirms the all-in with contempt, convinced the blonde noble is making a foolish mistake. Satisfied, he prepares to reveal the deciding cards. Before the reveal can happen, the dealer in red interrupts and halts the game. The blonde noble immediately turns the interruption into an accusation, forcing the gray-haired gambler to deny that the jackpot was obtained through fraud and accept the legal consequences if it was. He invokes imperial gambling law, making the accusation formal and dangerous. The blonde man realizes something is off and senses the cheater is trying to hide evidence. The gray-haired gambler tries to bluff through the pressure while inwardly panicking about concealing the trick. He reaches for the cards in a last attempt to control the proof. The blonde noble stops him before he can tamper with the table. He calls the room's attention to the scene and openly declares that fraud was being committed. Casino staff rush in, confused, while orders are given to clear the table and treat the matter as a serious dispute. The staff submit to the blonde noble's authority and try to calm the situation as his rank becomes clear. A masked woman and another official-looking man arrive, signaling that powerful witnesses are now involved. The newcomer orders everyone to freeze, preventing any escape or destruction of evidence. He insists that, as a royal bureaucrat, he cannot ignore suspected cheating. The official sees people at the scene and begin a search under his command. Observers realize the blonde noble came to the casino expecting exactly this kind of incident. Seeing the investigation unfold, the blonde man relaxes, believing the trap has worked. When the cards are exposed, he is startled that the bureaucrats appeared the moment the cheating tools were about to be revealed. His fear shifts from the search itself to a worse question. How did his opponent identify the cards as cheating devices in the first place? He recalls his earlier confidence and the dealer's silent presence, retracing where his plan began to fail. The memory returns to the moment both gamblers calmly played on, with the blonde man seeming far less reckless than he appeared. Back in the present, the blonde noble hides a relieved smile as the evidence lies on the table. He admits to himself that the danger has passed, and that Solon has finally made his move. A system message confirms he is using the magic eagle's eye, now advanced enough to observe the situation clearly. From above the table, the scene is laid bare as his enhanced perception tracks the cards and the player's actions. He realizes the key was a specific card, the one that exposed the trick. He reflects that the cheater underestimated him, never suspecting he could see through the setup. He reveals the method outright. One of the cards contains a tactic crystal. Caught off guard, the gray-haired gambler abandons confidence and tries to dismiss everything as a misunderstanding. He desperately claims innocence, but the very card he denies becomes the focus of suspicion. His excuses grow weaker as he insists the card was specially prepared yet somehow unrelated to fraud. The blonde noble notices the masked woman behind him, and her presence signals that the cheater's lies are about to collapse. She steps forward with deliberate calm, taking control of the room. She bluntly rejects the gambler's story and makes clear no one present is foolish enough to accept it. Removing any softness from the exchange, she demands to know why anyone should believe him. She reveals a personal motive as well. Her brother's devastating losses at this casino were not some unrelated misfortune but part of the same fraud. Her anger turns into a direct threat, warning the gambler that if he lies again she will make him regret it. The blonde noble nervously decides it is wiser to stay out of her way while she tears into the culprit. As the gambler is restrained, the accusation of fraudulent gambling becomes unavoidable. He tries one last weak denial, but his own losses now only make him sound more entangled in the scheme. The blonde noble concludes that whether or not the man was merely a victim no longer matters, because nobody will believe him after this, and the quest is marked complete. With the cheater ruined and the casino scheme exposed, the system rewards the blonde noble with bonus level-ups and 30 skill points. A blonde noble revels in a sudden turn of fortune, carrying himself like someone who has finally escaped ruin. His windfall feels overwhelming enough that he can only think of himself as newly rich. That shock spills outward as the scale of the money becomes impossible to ignore. But the celebration is cut short when someone bluntly reveals that Solon is effectively broke. The explanation is harsher than that, he only looked wealthy, because almost everything he had was appearance without real value. His estate had been so hollow that trying to swindle the baron now looks like a desperate last move. When asked how he burned through so much, the answer is that he poured money into a new casino in the capital. Still, his ally insists the situation is not hopeless, because Solon has assets even if he lacks cash. That claim draws interest, and the supposed assets are examined more carefully. The truth is disappointing, those assets are just checks. Worse, the checks are repayments to commoners, and the compounded interest has grown enormous. But by law unclaimed funds revert to the government, and can be reclaimed by the baron. The realization hits like a throne being placed beneath him, because Solon has stumbled into a fortune he never expected. He is stunned when the system itself asks whether he wants to receive the money. As the scam collapses, more evidence surfaces, and the speaker hints that an even bigger surprise is coming. That surprise is that the debts Pennant claimed everyone owed him have actually been fully repaid to the people. Among the commoners, disbelief turns into reverence as they begin calling Raymond by a title reserved for royalty. He is recognized as Majesty, an honorific given only to a king or someone granted the highest respect. The system responds to his soaring reputation by announcing that his fame has risen dramatically and awarding him a new title. His standing advances from merely being liked by commoners to being loved by them. That title grants him the affection and strong support of the common people, though for now its influence is limited to the capital. The reward continues with an extra level up and 30 bonus points. Even with all that, Raymond sits alone in disbelief, wondering if he has gone mad for making such a reckless choice. His panic centers on the money he gave up, and he mourns it as if he has thrown away his future. A familiar voice praises his decision and reminds him that his sacrifice was not pointless. He steadies himself by remembering that although the casino has been taken over, he still owns the building and can sell it for funds. That thought snaps him out of self-pity, and he forces himself to act. He decides to sell the casino and use the money to make the Pennant Clinic the best version of itself. With that resolve, he throws himself into the next step. Soon the city is buzzing, not about his charity, but about the shocking rumor that someone like him might take the throne. The gossip turns cruel as people whisper that an illegitimate child could never become king. Others immediately warn that speaking so openly against him could bring punishment. At the royal castle, that rumor reaches a group of nobles and princes over tea. One brother laughs at the absurdity of the gossip, treating it as a joke. Another rebukes him, admitting Raymond did something remarkable even if the commoners are exaggerating. A darker, quieter figure listens in silence, measuring the conversation instead of joining it. He finally remarks that their once dismissed stray has changed a great deal. The insult remains, but it now carries reluctant acknowledgement that Raymond is no longer easy to ignore. The bespectacled brother reads that displeasure clearly and starts analyzing what truly bothers the others. He concludes that Raymond's ties to Christine and his talk of marriage likely irritate one prince, while the Pennant Clinic is probably what troubles him most. He also judges that seeing Raymond as a rival only proves they consider him close to their own level, unlike himself. Privately, he decides that if he meets Raymond later, he should flatter him instead of antagonizing him. Outwardly, however, he speaks as if Houston is the rightful future king and deserves capable vassals. His brother cuts in sharply, sensing the calculation behind those words. Raymond arrives in time to hear enough, and the schemer smoothly pivots to a polite, encouraging greeting. Yet the narration makes clear that this confidence comes from the Rayburn Duchy, the kingdom's strongest power, standing behind him. Beneath the palace calm, the future remains unsettled, and the kingdom itself is moving toward war. The calculating prince has already been studying strategy for years, waiting for a crisis he can exploit. To him, the coming war is not a threat but the chance he has been waiting for. He plans to use that conflict to win back his father's favor and restore his own position. So while Raymond's rise unsettles the court, the real game now shifts to a table where ambition, succession, and war are about to collide. A red-haired prince fixates on the royal throne as something that should belong to him. His ambition hardens into a blunt certainty that the crown is his to claim. That desire hangs over a calm royal garden where a private conversation begins. The blonde noble Saitil greets the prince with easy confidence, already in control of the exchange. Saitil casually suggests the prince may soon gain a new brother, leaving him confused and wary. When Saitil explains that Raymond could be acknowledged as an official member of the royal family, the prince recalls in disbelief. He rejects the idea outright, refusing to even entertain it. Saitil keeps pressing the possibility, but the prince storms off rather than listen any longer. He leaves the garden furious, trying to shake off the provocation. Another man questions why Saitil deliberately stirred him up. Saitil explains that for Raymond to be accepted into the royal family, every queen would have to approve, which makes the idea effectively impossible. When asked why he would raise such a hopeless possibility, Saitil admits he did it simply for his own amusement. That answer catches his companion off guard. Behind Saitil's calm expression, a colder intense surfaces. He shifts the topic to the coming National Foundation Festival and notes they will be able to see their young healer perform there. The mention lands heavily on the listener. Saitil makes it clear he is talking about the youngest sibling, whom he mockingly calls their adorable little brother. Elsewhere, the scene moves into a grand interior tied to the royal household. A violent outburst shatters the quiet as someone roars in rage. Servants immediately bow before the approaching prince, showing his authority over the room. Still seething, he swears he has to deal with Raymond, whom he bitterly calls a bug-like brother. His anger turns physical as he lashes out, unable to tolerate the idea any longer. He knows Raymond will never truly become his brother, but the mere suggestion has already humiliated him. Brooding over that insult, he summons his uncle to help him strike back. The room settles into tense anticipation while he waits. His red-haired uncle arrives at once and answers the summons with formal respect. The prince tells him he wants to discuss Raymond, and the uncle immediately understands the subject. Their meeting turns private and deliberate. The uncle reassures him that Raymond's current rise is only temporary. The prince demands a reason to believe that. He is told to consider Raymond's foundation carefully, because what he uses is witchcraft rather than true healing. From the healing tower's perspective, that makes Raymond a serious problem, even if the uncle personally dismisses him as insignificant. He explains that anyone relying on counterfeit witchcraft cannot endure for long. That argument feeds the prince's cruelty, and he decides he wants to crush Raymond even harder. He resolves to ruin him so completely that he will never dare rise again. The uncle accepts that order and promises the healing tower will keep Raymond under watch. He goes further, vowing to make Raymond pay for deceiving people with pseudo-witchcraft. Because the Healing Tower is an international organization headquartered in the capital, it has broad authority over all affiliated healers. That means even the king would be unable to shield Raymond from the tower's intervention. Meanwhile, the story shifts to a large public building in the capital, bustling with visitors. Inside, a cheerful blonde youth marvels at the scale and luxury of the place, impressed by how expensive everything looks. He realizes the building stands in a prime central district near both the slums and noble neighborhoods, making it highly accessible. He briefly imagines how valuable the property would be, though he knows profit is not the point. A staff member reminds him that nobles do not usually buy places like this. The explanation follows that the building used to be a casino in the commoners' district. Even so, he decides they have no choice but to turn this former gambling hall into their clinic. He accepts the compromise because it worked, and starts dreaming of expanding the clinic until it overflows with patients. With renewed determination, he commits himself to making the venture succeed. Some time later, the new base has become a proper residence and workplace. Settled into an unexpectedly luxurious room, the blonde youth is thrilled by how far he has come. The young healer opens his clinic with forced confidence, trying to reassure himself as he faces the burden of running the place alone. As the clinic grows busier and more profitable, he realizes the expansion has created new costs he can barely keep up with. While cleaning the building himself, he admits he has had to hire more apprentices and has already sunk money into maintenance and remodeling. He grimly calculates that borrowing from predatory lenders would only make things worse, leaving him trapped by debt. His fear sharpens into a worst-case scenario. If he fails, others could take the entire building from him. That threat hardens his resolve to protect the clinic at all costs. As he works, his apprentices quietly watch and try to understand the intensity driving him. One of them concludes that his obsession comes from genuine devotion to patients, treating it as proof of a true healer's heart. The others eagerly include themselves in that mission, proud to be apprenticed under him. Their enthusiasm spreads, and one apprentice decides to study harder rather than fall behind his example. He turns at the sudden commotion, confused by the burst of motivation behind him. Before he can dwell on it, a system alert interrupts him. He learns he has gained experience quickly from his recent work and has even leveled up faster than expected. Seeing a chance to solve his immediate weakness, he decides to push everything into stamina and aim for even higher levels. His updated status confirms the increase, giving him more endurance to keep the clinic running. Pleased, he jokes that at least stamina will help him survive the endless demands of treating patients. His relief ends when he senses someone has arrived. A messenger from the healing tower greets him formally. The visitor hands over an official document from the tower. The healer is immediately wary, unsure why the tower would contact him directly. The messenger explains that the notice concerns liability for healers who use unapproved methods and harm patients. He makes the real point clear. The healing tower is issuing a warning because unconventional healers are often branded frauds and punished. The healer absorbs the message in silence, recognizing the threat beneath the polite wording. He sees through the pretense of patient protection and understands the tower is acting to defend its own interests. In his mind, he recalls that the healing tower has long used such accusations to crush anyone who challenges its authority. That monopoly, he realizes, is why healing in the kingdom has stagnated despite the need for better methods. His anger rises as he recognizes that anything new can simply be dismissed as pseudo-healing. He concludes that the document is not lost so much as a warning that the tower is now watching him. Even knowing he lacks the power to confront them openly, he decides on the only answer he can give. He tells the messenger that his only concern is doing what truly helps patients. The messenger dismisses that idealism as naive. Caught off guard by the cold response, the healer can only watch as the warning is left hanging over him. Once alone again, he steadies himself and forces his thoughts back under control. He decides that if the tower has marked him, he must prepare countermeasures instead of waiting to be crushed. Elsewhere in the city, the story shifts to another crisis beyond his clinic. Attention turns to the prestigious Royale Clinic, one of the kingdom's top medical institutions staffed by elite healers. Inside, a noble household has brought a gravely ill woman there as a last resort. An older man begins to panic as he senses the outcome will be hopeless. The patient lies struggling for breath, already near the limit. A healer apologizes to the Baron and warns him to prepare himself for the worst. The room falls into tense silence as the family faces the possibility of losing her. Desperate, the Baron begs for any method at all and promises to pay whatever it takes if she can be saved. The healer explains that her gallbladder is dangerously inflamed and infected, and that her condition has only worsened despite treatment. He finally admits there is nothing more he can do. The illness is identified as cholecystitis, and the healer explains that ordinary healing can mend damage but cannot overcome an infection this severe. The Baron is left stunned by the finality of that judgment. Overcome with guilt, he realizes she has suffered her whole life because of him and cannot accept letting her die now. He resolves that he cannot simply give up on her, no matter what the experts say. The narration underscores the family's desperation by revealing that noble status has not spared them from financial hardship. With the noble house in crisis and the healer already under pressure from the tower, the stage is set for their paths to collide. A mysterious figure reveals that Smithen came from a family crushed by ruin. Even so, he endured a harsh life through relentless work. His wife stood beside him with unwavering devotion through those struggles. At last, he believed they had finally reached a life where they could smile and live in peace. That hope frames his desperate wish to save her now that comfort is within reach. When he seeks help from Viscount Rand, he learns the healer cannot be summoned for someone of his standing. The explanation only deepens his panic. The Viscount is away treating a higher-ranking noble. He is told that healer only serves council royalty, shutting off that path completely. With options collapsing, he asks whether Baronet Pennon is the only one left and is urged to try him. Though Pennon is rumored to use strange methods, Smithen no longer cares as long as his wife can be treated. Having lost faith in every other option, he can only pray for a miracle there. Elsewhere, Raymond is interrupted by an uneasy sensation before trouble reaches him. He senses something unusual without yet realizing it is the beginning of a major turning point. Smithen arrives before Raymond, bringing the plea that will draw him into the healing tower's affairs. As Raymond faces the desperate husband and the dying woman, the shadow of conflict with the healing tower begins to gather. Inside the treatment room, the staff scramble to inject a vasopressor, but the patient gives no response. Raymond quickly judges that she is already in severe septic shock and that the herbal substitute he made is too weak. He recognizes that his improvised medicinal extract cannot stabilize her. What she truly needs is epinephrine, but he has no obvious way to obtain it. He considers synthesizing it from animal hormones, yet knows his alchemy is insufficient, and operating without raising her blood pressure would be fatal. He realizes that if he proceeds as things are, she will die on the table. Worse, he knows the healing tower would seize on the death of a noble woman as grounds to punish him. Trapped between certain failure and political ruin, Raymond is left asking what he can do. At that crisis point, a system message appears and offers him a quest. The quest orders him to treat a critical patient suffering from severe septic shock and save her. It promises major rewards, including skill points, advancement, and fame if the noble patient recovers. The system also warns that the patient is in terrible condition and the quest will be extremely difficult. Another notice says he can purchase magic regardless of class or level, leaving him startled by what the system expects him to use. Before he can fully process it, Smithen reappears at the door, still depending on him. Raymond calls him in and apologizes, admitting he had underestimated how dire the woman's condition was. He chooses honesty instead of false reassurance. Raymond tells Smithen that because her condition is so grave, the surgery will not be easy. Even hearing the bad news, Smithen remains fixed on the chance Raymond might still save her. Accepting that burden, Raymond promises only that he will do everything he can. Once alone with the patient, he reframes the crisis as an opportunity because this is a case the Raoul Clinic abandoned. Saving the woman everyone else gave up on could become both his answer to the healing tower and proof of his worth. He opens the system interface to search for a solution. Using the market function, he begins looking for something he can buy immediately. He narrows the problem to one urgent need. He must find a way to restore her vital signs. Specifically, he searches for magic capable of raising her blood pressure. As he scans the options, the pressure of time and uncertainty keeps mounting. The system itself warns that precious time is slipping away. With the patient fading, Raymond struggles to decide fast enough. His assistant suddenly interrupts with news that the situation is worsening. The patient's blood pressure is dropping further and her pulse is slowing. Then the crisis peaks as she goes into cardiac arrest. That shock makes Raymond connect the need for epinephrine with adrenaline itself. He spots a berserker-type magic that grants an explosive surge of adrenaline and wonders if it could serve as the answer. The system rejects a normal purchase because the spell's rank is far beyond what his class and level allow. But instead of closing the path, it offers a new possibility by letting him rent the magic. He learns he can spend 100 skill points to temporarily rent an advanced support skill that his current class normally cannot access. The rented skill, Berserker Magic, grants a berserker-like surge of adrenaline and combat power, with greater effect at higher proficiency. A warning makes clear that this is only a temporary purchase and can be used just 3 times. He hesitates at the steep cost and the fact that it is curse magic, wondering whether such a dangerous option can really help. With no better alternative, he commits to buying Berserker Magic anyway. He activates the magic and tries to place the berserker's curse on the patient. The spell settles over the unconscious woman as he waits to see whether it will take effect. The system immediately explains why his first idea failed: the patient is in a comatose state. Because of that coma, the delirium curse cannot activate, and the dangerous side effect is avoided. He turns back to the operating room, still unsure whether the gamble will actually help. A change in the patient's condition begins to appear, giving the staff something to hope for. Her blood pressure and pulse start rising again, showing that her body is responding. The team realizes the method worked, and he understands that her coma prevented the curse from triggering while still restoring her vital signs. He concludes that berserker magic can be reserved for extreme cases when a patient is near shock or already comatose. Even so, he treats it as a risky last resort because its unknown side effects make it too dangerous for ordinary use. With the patient stabilized, he decides to begin the emergency surgery. The operating team gathers around the patient and follows his lead. He starts directing the assistants precisely, ordering one to lift the liver for a clear view. He assigns another apprentice to pull the stomach the opposite way to open the field further. As he works, he identifies the real problem as cholecystitis, an inflamed gallbladder. He explains that a gallstone has blocked the bowel duct, which is what caused the inflammation. He makes clear that the patient will not improve unless the gallstone itself is removed. To handle the operation, he calls on additional skills that enhance his hands and surgical judgment. Those boosts sharpen his senses and steady his focus for the delicate procedure. Now operating with confidence, he calmly asks for the iron forceps. His assistant responds at once, showing the team is fully synchronized with him. He remains aware that one mistake could tear the bowel duct, spill bile, and cause fatal peritonitis. Carefully navigating that risk, he isolates and extracts the gallstones without damaging the surrounding structure. Once the stones are out, he knows the critical part of the surgery is over without complications. The system confirms that he has successfully treated the patient. His success immediately triggers multiple bonus level increases. He also earns 40 skill points from the operation. As the tension breaks, he sits back and lets himself breathe. Another reward appears, recognizing that his resolve saved a critical patient who had been difficult to recover. That achievement brings even more bonuses and another level increase. He receives an additional 20 skill points on top of the earlier reward. The scene shifts away from the operating room as the crisis finally ends. A man connected to the patient approaches him with heartfelt gratitude. The man explains he happened to be leaving the royale clinic when this happened, while the healer downplays the praise and insists he only did his job. When the man says he does not know how to repay him, the healer brushes it off and says repayment is unnecessary. He explains that healing people is enough for him, though the man senses there is still something weighing on him. The man notices that unspoken hesitation and realizes the healer may have a deeper concern. When asked what is wrong, he almost dismisses it, then decides not to keep silent after all. Choosing honesty, he takes out a letter and prepares to reveal the source of his frustration. The letter is from Baron Smithen, someone without much power or money but still important enough to trouble him. He bitterly explains that only greedy healing towers would send such a document, revealing his contempt for their priorities. Watching him, the healer realizes this man possesses something many others lack. That rare quality is simple but powerful, genuine respect. The story then moves to a grand medical institution, suggesting the next conflict lies there. Outside, people discuss medicine as if it were little more than witchcraft, showing how poorly true medical science is understood in this world. A prestigious journal in Houston Kingdom publishes Professor Smithen's paper arguing that medicine may be a new blessing rather than witchcraft, giving the idea unusual authority. The debate quickly centers on the healing tower, where this new medical movement is based. Inside, people review the paper and grasp how serious its impact could become. One side erupts in outrage, refusing to accept the claim quietly. They decide to answer it at once, but admit their earlier rebuttal only made Smithen's position stand out more. Their frustration deepens when they concede that Smithen writes far more persuasively than they do. Unable to defeat the argument honestly, they blame their own weakness with words and grow more desperate. Elsewhere in the noble salon, some dismiss medicine as strange now, while others note that unfamiliar ideas often reshape the world once time passes. Even among nobles, curiosity and fear mix together as people compare healing arts with medical techniques and wonder whether the new methods are truly better. Hearing that the discussion has gone beyond what was expected, the young baronet demands an explanation from his uncle. His uncle reassures him that they are already preparing countermeasures. The plan is revealed to be openly dishonest. If they cannot find a flaw in the healing tower, they will invent one. A few days later, the baronet reviews his clinic's finances. He carefully checks the week's balance, hoping the business is finally stabilizing. To his relief, the clinic has at last earned a surplus. The profit is tiny, only 200 panna, but it is still proof that the clinic can survive. He celebrates the first real gain and encourages himself to endure a little longer until larger success comes. At the same time, noble society keeps talking about medical techniques, spreading the clinic's name further. Even if no other nobles have come for treatment yet, he takes their growing interest as an important first step. He reminds himself that he must hold out until that interest becomes real support, while watching both hostile nobles and the healing tower as looming threats. He recognizes the healing tower itself as another dangerous opponent in the struggle ahead. Once he learns that official documents were handed over through Baron Smythen, he realizes his enemies will not leave matters alone. Though the thought of confronting the healing tower is intimidating, he cannot ignore what is at stake. His resolve hardens when he thinks of the money he has earned and the clinic building he values above everything else. That fierce attachment triggers Heart of Steel, a system response tied to his determination to protect the clinic. He immediately decides he must defend his assets. But before he can act further, his servant rushes in with urgent news. The servant reports that the healing tower has sent an official document, and the baronet instantly senses trouble. The message states that an inspector will be coming. Though the servant panics, the baronet forces himself to stay calm. He declares that it does not matter who comes to inspect them. His priority is simple. Until the inspection happens, they should focus on treating patients as usual. Privately, however, he realizes he must be far more careful than before. He resolves to leave the inspectors nothing they can twist into a fault. With that decision made, the clinic continues operating while they wait for the challenge to arrive. Before the inspection, a nervous commoner named Ronald visits and respectfully introduces himself to the baronet. The baronet notices the man's anxiety and assumes he may be seriously ill, so he asks what is wrong. Instead of seeking treatment, Ronald awkwardly explains that he came to express gratitude. He says he heard the baronet had treated his relative, Mary, some time ago, and that the family had been too poor then to pay properly. Now he has come to repay that kindness, leaving the baronet startled by the unexpected gesture. When the baronet tries to refuse, Ronald insists the money is insignificant compared with the help his family received and pushes it into his hands. Having delivered it, Ronald flees before the baronet can stop him. The bag spills open, revealing a large pile of coins. The baronet stares at the amount, realizing this is far more than he expected. He finds it deeply suspicious that someone would pay him 300 pena in gratitude. He tries to reason that since it was given willingly, perhaps it is acceptable to keep it. But his unease remains, and he senses there is more to this money than simple thinks. At that moment, the system announces a sudden quest tied to the unexpected payment. The quest frames the situation as receiving free money and orders him to use it wisely in exchange for rewards. Left alone with the coins and the new mission, he sits in thought, weighing what this windfall really means. Elsewhere, someone asks whether the money was delivered, revealing that the payment was part of a deliberate plan rather than a spontaneous act of gratitude. The young man admits his wrongdoing and bows deeply before Baronet Pena. He forces himself to apologize for what he calls a terrible offense, clearly terrified of the consequences. Pena listens in silence, weighing the apology with cold amusement. He makes it clear that refusal is not an option and pressures the boy by invoking his family. Pena orders him to appear at the healing tower at dawn and testify, and the boy submits. Even as he obeys, he hesitates and nervously tries to address Pena again. At the hearing, he publicly claims Pena Clinic demanded an unfair amount of money. The accusation is met with loud outrage from Pena's side, as if the charge is absurd and offensive. Shaken but resolute, the boy insists they cannot allow this to continue. The rumor rubs around him, with voices rising as the accusation spreads. Pena immediately turns the moment into action and decides to move on his clinic at once. Pena and his men head straight for the clinic to confront the situation. When they arrive, Pena notices the boy suddenly react to something unexpected. One of the men grabs him as he lunges forward in confusion. They find the clinic shut down, with a notice redirecting emergency patients to Kent Street. Pena's group suspects the healer learned of their move and fled before they arrived. Pena decides to pursue the matter at Kent Street instead, keeping the boy close. His calm explanation carries a threatening edge that makes the boy even more uneasy. At Kent Street, they discover a bustling treatment event already underway. A public announcement reveals that all treatment is free today, funded by someone named Ronald. The boy freezes in surprise as the situation veers far from Pena's plan. Pena also stops short, caught off guard by the healer's move. The blonde healer, Ronald, notices them and remains composed. He quickly understands this free clinic is meant to blunt Pena's accusation and stop him from targeting the patients. Then he realizes something else and prepares to turn the confrontation back on them. A skill activates in his mind, giving him the confidence to deal with hostile visitors. Steeling himself, Ronald decides he can face them without fear. He greets the crowd warmly, taking control of the atmosphere before Pena can. Ronald explains that today's event exists because a man named Ronald was given a large sum of money. He says he wanted to return it but could not find the donor, so he used it to help the neighborhood instead. Hearing this, the boy realizes Ronald is reframing the money as a voluntary donation. Ronald drives the point home by declaring the money was never his to keep. The boy is thrown into confusion, no longer understanding the story he was made to tell. Pena sharply reminds him that he had accused Pena of forcing payment. With a hand on his shoulder, Pena pressures him to answer plainly in front of everyone. The boy decides he has to tell the truth, even if it means contradicting his earlier testimony. Before he can speak, a little girl cheerfully calls out to Ronald, treating him like a trusted healer. The boy recognizes her voice and is jolted by the connection. He realizes she is the chronically ill child who was always bettered in. That recognition makes him suspect she recovered after being treated by Pena, which clashes with everything he thought he knew. Overwhelmed, he questions what he is doing by helping attack the very people who healed others. A call to Ronald snaps him back to the present. Ronald openly states that he is simply putting the donated money to good use. The grateful crowd and recovering patients rally around Ronald, strengthening his position. The boy shrinks behind Pena, unable to withstand the pressure and public contradiction. One of the patients finally shouts for everyone else to be quiet. Pena ceases the silence and directly asks the boy to confirm that Pena forced him to pay. As the implication sinks in, Pena realizes the accusation now sounds dangerously suspicious even to bystanders. Trying to regain control, he dismisses the doubt and physically knocks the boy aside. Pena declares that Ronald's free treatment event violates the Healing Tower's rules and is effectively an unlicensed operation. A blonde noble stands at the center of a growing public dispute in the capital. A woman in the crowd rejects the accusations outright and demands the slander stop. Others insist the baronet could never have done what he is accused of and press Ronald to defend him. The crowd refuses to accept the claims without proof, while support for the blonde noble visibly begins to gather around him. A system message confirms his title, the one who is loved by the commoners, has activated and is granting him the capital's commoners' support. As the atmosphere shifts, someone senses that the situation is changing in an unexpected way. Rao and Christine step forward together, both recognizing that this convenient public scene cannot be left alone. Rao dismisses the uproar as a matter for the Healing Tower to handle internally. When challenged, he asserts his authority as a high-ranking royal administrator. Christine answers by declaring herself a duchy noble, making clear she also has standing to intervene. Together they decide the matter is too serious to leave to the Healing Tower and should be investigated by the kingdom. Rao immediately realizes that if Ronald is taken for questioning, his own involvement could be exposed. The blonde noble quietly understands that this official intervention would ruin the Healing Tower and sees that Rao is trying to stop it. Rao seizes control of the moment by announcing that his side will conduct its own thorough investigation. He orders Ronald brought forward at once. Before that can happen, someone physically stops the attempt. Count Garrison blocks Rao and insists on taking Ronald himself, threatening to call in formal force if resisted. Ronald is brought out under escort, looking frightened and cornered. Seeing the commoners nearby reminds Ronald of the people who could be dragged down with him. Instead of obeying Rao, Ronald refuses to go with him. Rao is caught off guard by Ronald's defiance. Ronald breaks and publicly admits that Count Garrison was telling the truth, including that he accepted money from the baronet's side. The blonde noble apologizes to the baronet for having let the situation go this far. Rather than condemn Ronald, he thanks him for finally telling the truth. He then turns to Rao and calmly tries to postpone the confrontation, denying Rao the chance to control the narrative. Rao decides he must silence the blonde noble before any more can be said. He draws a weapon and lunges with murderous intent, openly threatening to kill him. Ronald realizes too late that the attack is real. He throws up his arms in terror, bracing for the strike. In that instant, Ronald is frozen between fear, guilt, and disbelief. Count Garrison intercepts the attack and prevents Rao from reaching the witness. He declares that Ronald is an essential witness and will be taken into his custody. Rao's fury boils over now that his scheme is collapsing. Count Garrison answers that rage with rank and authority, making clear Rao cannot bully his way through this. Shaken by the near-death moment, Ronald calls out to the blonde noble instead. The blonde noble reaches out and gently asks Ronald to come to him. Ronald hesitates, overwhelmed, but reaches back toward the hand being offered. He breaks down in apology, admitting his ingratitude and swearing to atone with his life if necessary. The blonde noble immediately forgives him, leaving Ronald stunned. He tells Ronald he understands he had no real choice, offering comfort instead of blame. Even as the skill called Heart of Steel activates, the blonde noble keeps Ronald focused on the true priority, punishing Count Garrison's accusation target rather than drowning in guilt. He goes further and tells Ronald he does not hate him, framing him as another victim of the real sin behind the plot. The commoners are deeply moved and begin to see the blonde noble as almost saintly. A system message confirms that the effect of his title is growing stronger. That strengthened title turns the commoners' fervent support against Rao, who is now seen as someone attacking an admirable man. Rao lashes out at the crowd, but his authority is no longer enough to make them yield. someone from the crowd physically moves to block or drive him back. The blonde noble quickly intervenes before the mob can escalate the situation further. He urges everyone to stay calm and assume the healing tower acted from misunderstanding rather than malice, deliberately cooling the crowd he now controls. Rao can only stare at him in confusion as the man he tried to destroy turns both witness and public opinion completely against him. A blonde healer presses Count Garrison to admit the obvious in front of everyone. Put on the spot, the Count nervously agrees. The healer immediately seizes that concession as proof he has won this exchange. He cheerfully refrains the incident, pretending the healing tower was never trying to get them killed and forcing the Count to go along with it. From there, he pushes further, implying the unfair healer qualification exam must also have had some noble purpose. The Count is cornered into justifying both the recent official warning and his manipulation of Ronald as if they were legitimate tests. The healer drives the trap shut by asking whether all of it was supposedly done for his sake. With witnesses all around them, the Count can only claim that the tower was monitoring him because he was considered promising. The healer makes him state plainly whether he is still considered untrustworthy. He answers with practiced sincerity, insisting he has always worked hard for his patients and only wants the tower to recognize that. Unable to oppose him any longer, the Count acknowledges those efforts. The confrontation ends with the healer being affirmed as a respected member of the healing tower. Later, the question arises of whether Count Garrison might retaliate in secret. The healer concludes that he cannot move openly anymore because too many people saw what happened. Meanwhile, the humiliated Count is left swallowing his anger in silence. The healer decides to use this lull to build as much influence as possible by treating many patients and becoming too important for the tower to suppress. That success is immediately rewarded by his system with a completed quest and a bonus level. He also gains skill points and a new title for showing generosity by forgiving Ronald. The rewards pile up, confirming a large jump in both points and levels. Realizing he has advanced 3 times at once, he starts calculating how quickly this generosity-based growth could raise his rank. He sees a path toward chief rank and decides that, with things quiet for now, he can focus on training apprentices. He turns his attention to teaching, planning to use the calm period productively. In class, he begins instructing several apprentices from a medical text. He starts with infectious disease theory, but quickly realizes the lesson is harder to deliver than expected. He reflects that his teaching method is supposed to be simple, built on theory and hands-on practice. In practice, that means treating patients by day and explaining which remedies fit which illnesses. Today, however, he is stuck teaching basic concepts in a classroom setting, and the students are clearly struggling. He identifies the real problem: they lack the foundational medical knowledge needed to follow him. Because many of these concepts do not even exist in Leopstina, all of the apprentices are lost. He at least takes comfort in the fact that the Magic Tower's research has advanced basic science enough that the gap is not completely impossible to bridge. Even so, once he starts explaining ideas like B cells and T cells, the apprentices become utterly confused. He falls silent, recognizing that the lesson has stalled. Admitting the material may be too difficult, he offers to stop and let everyone take a break. Privately, he blames himself, thinking that if he understood medicine more deeply he could explain it better. The apprentices accept the break and reassure him that he has already worked hard. They leave to rest, ending the failed lesson on a polite note. Left alone, he broods over the problem instead of letting it go. A sudden idea strikes him. He remembers his real goal is to raise apprentices who can become skilled quickly and earn money for him. That practical motive leads him to the obvious conclusion that he needs a clearer way to teach. Before he can pursue the idea, one of the apprentices rushes back to interrupt him. Still assuming the student only needs more rest, he responds casually. The apprentice reveals that an unexpected visitor has arrived, Lady Rose of the Viscounty. The name alone shocks him so badly he nearly spits out his drink. He immediately recalls Lady Rose as a mysterious woman whose true identity may not even be known. What he knows is that she appeared in the Houston Kingdom 4 years ago and rapidly built several businesses despite her unknown origins. Rumors tie her either to a wealthy merchant family from the rich peninsula or to a hidden branch of the capital's nobility. But when she actually enters, none of those rumors matter because nothing about her background is certain. What is certain is that he can only greet her with extreme caution. To him, Lady Rose is simply someone dangerous. A pink-haired woman fixes her gaze with immediate interest as she prepares to meet a man of note. She greets the baronet with disarming sweetness, presenting herself as harmless and charming. But beneath that pleasant entrance, she is established as the ruthless head of Healer Loans, feared even more than the devil. She sits down with Raymond in a formal visit, turning the meeting into a quiet test of character. Acting casually, she samples his cookies and asks for more, probing how he will treat her. Raymond eagerly indulges her, while internally reminding himself that this is the dangerous moneylender who serves the king. He warns himself not to be deceived by her soft appearance, knowing she has driven many healers into debt bondage. At the same time, her resolve to protect the clinic strengthens, as if her determination has just deepened into something more powerful. Once he steadies himself, Raymond asks what brought her here. She answers that she came to see one of her customers, pointedly identifying him as a valued borrower. Raymond is caught off guard to learn he has become important to her business. She explains that she came not just to collect, but because she has heard unusual things about him. What interests her most is the rumor that he charges patients only the bare minimum, even at the risk of worsening his own debts. Raymond tries to keep his composure and present himself confidently, insisting this is only the beginning. When she questions him, he reveals that his current clinic is only the first step in a much larger vision. Her curiosity sharpens as she invites him to explain that ambition. Raymond declares that he intends to make his clinic the finest of its kind. Then he raises the scale of his dream even further, aiming to become the best healer on the entire continent. His claim is so grand that she stops him and asks whether he truly understands what he is saying. Raymond answers without hesitation, measuring himself not just against one kingdom but against the great powers of the world. He includes rival empires in that challenge, showing that his ambition crosses borders. He makes clear that surpassing even the holiest and strongest realms is the standard he has set for himself. His conviction hits her hard enough to make her physically tense, as if the force of his resolve has reached across the table. She acknowledges that he truly carries an extraordinary goal. Raymond doubles down, saying his current clinic is only the starting point of something much bigger. She presses him on why he would pursue something so vast so quickly. He gives the noble answer that it is all for the sake of his patients, while privately knowing he must maintain that image. She accepts the answer politely, but inwardly concludes that meeting him in person was worthwhile. As she rises to leave, she draws him in close and signals that what comes next should remain confidential. She reveals that she admires him personally and that meeting him has only deepened that fascination. Raymond is stunned and wonders whether her unusual generosity with loans has been driven by that affection. She goes further, promising to support his dream with more money and especially favorable interest if he needs it. Raymond immediately senses that her words carry dangerous implications. As she departs, he realizes with dread that she intends to keep watching everything he does from now on. Outside, she leaves the clinic with her attendant, already shifting from flirtation to calculation. Her attendant asks what she truly thinks of Raymond. She turns the question back for a moment, weighing the answer carefully. The attendant judges Raymond as an idealist who should be eliminated before he can succeed. She rejects that conclusion at once and instead orders Raymond's customer rank raised to red, the highest level of favor. She adds that any future loan should be granted at low interest, prompting her attendant to ask whether she used her devil's eye on him. She confirms that she did, and says what she saw proved he is not merely a naive fool. Despite his saintly reputation, she concludes that he possesses serious ambition, even if she cannot yet define its full shape. She explains that her devil's eye can read a person only vaguely, and cannot uncover exact thoughts. Still, she trusts the impression she formed during their meeting. In her judgment, Raymond is less an idealist than a revolutionary trying to change the entire continent for the sake of patients, even if his chances of success are absurdly small. That very absurdity is what makes him valuable to her, because an ordinary person cannot achieve what she seeks. She hints that Raymond may be the kind of extraordinary figure needed to help them return to the place they originally came from. She reminds her attendant Karstein that they were once banished to this countryside and must not forget that humiliation. Karstein bows and assures her that he has not forgotten his lord's grievance. She calmly concludes that if Raymond still fails, even after receiving their support, they can deal with him then. He hardens his resolve that if someone becomes a burden, he will cast them aside. After the creditor leaves, Lyndon can barely focus on class because his debt has become an immediate crisis. The size of the loan, already at 10,000 pena, makes the pressure feel overwhelming. He panics over how he could possibly earn that much money fast enough to survive. His fear is sharpened by the memory of the red-eyed woman, whose presence felt dangerously predatory and impossible to forget. A servant interrupts his spiraling thoughts by calling for him. He is informed that ancient ruins have been discovered in the Gar Mountains, and after earlier parties failed, the kingdom's knights are preparing a new expedition. Lyndon immediately recalls that the idea, imagining the ruins as a place full of danger and death, putting safety first, he tries to reject the assignment and tells Hansen to discard the official notice. Hansen moves to obey, but Lyndon suddenly stops him. The mention of treasure makes Lyndon realize the expedition could be his chance to solve his money problem. He reverses himself and decides he should join the expedition after all. Hansen praises the decision as proof that Lyndon is thinking like a true healer who cares about the patients that may be endangered there. Caught off guard by the praise, Lyndon awkwardly goes along with that noble interpretation. Others enthusiastically hold him up as an example of the selfless attitude healers should have. Even while being celebrated, Lyndon's expression gives away that his real motive is not nearly so admirable. Elsewhere, a hooded schemer learns that the Kingdom Knights are indeed heading to the ruins and sees events unfolding as intended. The conspirator is confident that no healer will be able to break the evil spirit's curse waiting there. He expects the knights to be slaughtered, turning the upcoming National Foundation Festival into a scene of fear and grief. When asked whether the expedition could still succeed, he dismisses the possibility and insists the knights are doomed the moment they face the spirit. Pleased, he reflects on how fortunate it was that the ruins were discovered when they were. He ties the timing to a broader plot involving a rotting kingdom, a young king, and enemies seeking to exploit the nation's weakness. His true aim is to poison the Peninsula Kingdom standing and drag down Viscount Langham once disorder spreads. He intends to turn Houston Kingdom into chaos before war even begins, believing brute force is the thinking of fools. An accomplice praises this strategy, noting that past chances were ruined by repeated setbacks. The schemer blames those failures on Baronet Pennon's illegitimate son, Raymond. When he hears Raymond may attend the ruin exploration, his interest sharpens immediately. He outwardly commends the report, hiding his reaction. Privately, he decides Raymond's presence would be ideal because it would let him eliminate him along with the others. On the day of the expedition, the exploration team gathers in the Gur Mountains of Houston Kingdom. As Lyndon arrives, a system alert suddenly announces a new quest. He is startled to receive it the moment he reaches the site and checks what it says. The quest orders him to protect the exploration team in this dangerous ruin, aiming for minimal casualties, with rewards tied to performance and an added promise of someone's favor. What catches Lyndon's attention most is that the reward will scale with how well he does. He learns the best outcome requires everyone to return safely, while failure means most of the team dies and he gains nothing. The system leaves him facing a mission where survival itself is the measure of success. As he heads toward the ruins, Lyndon realizes the quest title and conditions both suggest the expedition is far more lethal than he expected. The system then grants a bonus benefit because of the quest's difficulty, unlimited use of one support skill for 24 hours. That bonus convinces him the danger level is extremely high. He admits to himself that he came hoping for treasure, but now feels he may have stepped into something much worse. Before he can settle his nerves, someone bumps into him and jolts him out of his thoughts. Lyndon snaps back with irritation as he turns to see who it was. Two men size him up and dismiss him as nothing more than a porter. Lyndon corrects them by stating that he is a healer, prompting them to ask what group he belongs to. He starts to ask who they are in return. The older man introduces himself as Mason, an A-rank healer of the royal family who has joined the expedition as support. Lyndon immediately recognizes the name and understands he is facing a famous elite healer. Mason uses that status to place himself in command and tells Lyndon to follow his orders from now on. He makes it clear he expects little from Lyndon and suggests he is fit only to carry bags. Lyndon realizes Mason is looking down on him because he does not acknowledge Lyndon's medical techniques at all. The blonde noble realizes the insults do not really wound him anymore because he has endured far worse. Instead of taking offense, he sees the healer's contempt as a chance to get something useful out of the situation. He calmly agrees to withdraw from the expedition, catching the healer off guard. He reminds the healer that he was the one who claimed not to need him and openly insulted him. As the healer is judged to be a mediocre bully, the blonde noble prepares a way to handle him. The healer hastily refrains his behavior, claiming he only wanted to protect possible future patients and that his thoughts came out wrong. The noble cuts through the excuse, thanks him for confirming he wants out, and makes clear he was happy to leave this ruined team anyway. He raises the price of staying by demanding a formal apology for the insult. The healer bristles, convinced he will never have to bow to that demand. The noble quietly decides that if no apology comes, he will use it as his reason to walk away and leave the healer to handle the ruins alone. Before the healer can refuse outright, armored escorts arrive and side with the noble, stating the healer was clearly in the wrong. They press the healer to apologize, reminding him that Baronet Pennon came for their sake and was insulted for it. Trying to save face, the healer claims no apology is needed because he merely spoke honestly about the noble. Under pressure, he finally forces out an apology through clenched teeth. Even while apologizing, he swears to himself that once they enter the ruins he will prove his superiority as an A-rank healer. With the conflict temporarily settled, the group proceeds into the ancient ruins together. The healer readies himself to show off as soon as an opportunity appears. He smugly tells the noble that thanks to him, entering the ruins will be effortless. The noble cannot tell whether the healer is fishing for praise or simply boasting, so he offers a blunt, cheerful compliment anyway. The healer is baffled by the unexpectedly sincere response. The party continues deeper inside, with the noble leading and the others following through the stone corridors. The noble notices the healer staring at him from behind and grows uneasy about what he is thinking. He concludes the healer is still fixated on him and probably nursing his grudge. The healer's earlier vow now just seems to the noble like the tantrum of a child desperate to be acknowledged. He mentally mocks the healer's grand promise to display turning practical. He decides that since he came all this way, he should at least look for treasure while the healer handles disease-related work. He recalls a basic rule of ancient ruins: where there are traps, there are usually valuables hidden nearby. As the guards carefully probe ahead for danger, he remembers that only someone with sharp perception can bypass such traps and claim the rewards beyond them. That thought reminds him he possesses Eagle's Eye, a skill suited exactly for this kind of search. He activates Eagle's Eye to examine the ruin in greater detail. The skill sharpens his vision enough to reveal tiny and narrow features that normal sight would miss. Though the skill normally lasts only briefly because of mana limits, he notes that his bonus trait lets him use it freely for a full day. While considering that there may be an even better treasure-finding skill, he suddenly notices something unusual on the floor. At first glance, the stone tile ahead looks completely ordinary. Under Eagle's Eye, however, the same spot reveals a hidden difference. He spots a small gleam and initially mistakes it for a jewel embedded in the floor. The moment he moves, alarm shoots through him as he realizes something is terribly wrong. He understands too late that the glitter was not treasure at all. A trap triggers, and a forest of spikes erupts upward around him as the guards rush in panic. The others are stunned and immediately realize he saved them from blundering into the trap first. Caught amid the raised spikes, he looks back, shaken but alive. To explain himself, he claims he had studied ruined traps beforehand and was only verifying his suspicion. That answer impresses the soldiers, who begin admiring him as someone who truly prepared for this expedition. Even the healer is forced to acknowledge that the noble's claim of joining for the ruined exploration was not empty talk. The noble plays the hero, saying he investigated carefully so no one else would be hurt, even though he knows he is embellishing the truth. The onlookers start praising how much he has changed, while one voice objects to bringing up his illegitimate birth so casually. Embarrassed by the attention and his own lie, he tries to let the moment pass. Then a sudden sense of danger cuts through his relief and snaps his focus forward. In the darkness ahead, he notices a strange glowing presence deeper in the corridor and realizes a new threat may be waiting. As the crisis deepens in the ruin, the defenders are ordered forward while the healers are told to stay back. The blonde healer reluctantly accepts the order, though he is clearly uneasy. He stares into the dark passage ahead, sensing that something is wrong before anyone else says it. Fear creeps in, and he can only hope the situation will not spiral out of control. The other healers notice his anxiety and treat it as weakness. They insist that a healer should suppress fear for the sake of patience. One of them reassures him that Sir Baldin is a capable swordsman, implying there is nothing to worry about. They bolster that confidence by reminding him that Baldin is respected even among the royal knights. The reassurance turns condescending as they belittle the blonde healer's low-level healing arts. Before the insult can continue, something abrupt and alarming cuts through the moment. A weapon suddenly skids across the floor from deeper inside, proof that the front line has already collapsed. The healers are stunned as a sinister pressure fills the area and shatters their confidence. The blonde healer realizes they are facing something he does not understand. Even so, the arrogant healer tries to take charge and orders the healers forward. His companion hesitates, but Mason pushes ahead as if this is his moment to prove himself. Mason declares that they need to treat the knights immediately, and rushes in. The blonde healer tries to stop them, warning that charging in blindly is dangerous. Mason dismisses him and tells him to stay behind if he is too scared. Ignoring the warning, Mason orders the others to hurry and follow him. As he advances, Mason quickly concludes that the victims were struck by poison or a curse and boasts that only his A-rank healing can handle it. The blonde healer sees through the bravado and recognizes that Mason is forcing certainty because he is panicking. He also realizes Mason's diagnosis is suspicious, but knows Mason will not listen to objections now. With no better option, he follows after them, trying to trust that Baldin's strength means the worst has not happened. That hope is crushed when he finds only abandoned weapons, with no sign of a successful defense. He understands the scale of the disaster. If Baldin could not stop a single beast, then everyone else has likely already fallen. Now surrounded by unconscious bodies and darkness, he is left alone with the question of how to survive. Panic surges, and his first instinct is simple terror at dying or being torn apart by the beast. His body starts to turn as if to flee. He nearly gives in to that urge to run, but he stops himself when he realizes that abandoning the others would leave them all to die. Frustrated and overwhelmed, he forces himself to think instead of surrendering to fear. He activates Eagle's Eye to examine the fallen more carefully. Rather than rushing into treatment, he decides to first determine whether saving them is even possible. He sets a hard limit for himself. If his abilities cannot solve this, he will not throw his life away pointlessly. His inspection reveals hives on one of the collapsed knights. He also notices swollen lips and eyes, signs that point away from curses and toward a physical reaction. That pattern makes him suspect a specific cause. Though still frightened, he decides that if his guess is right, he may actually be able to save them. He fights through his fear and rummages through his medical supplies despite shaking hands. Inside his kit, he finds syringes and medicine suited for emergency intervention. He immediately prepares an injection. His resolve to risk himself for his patients triggers a new ability, Heart of Steel. With that awakening, his determination hardens and steadies his will. Holding the syringe, he silently prays that his diagnosis is correct. He commits to the treatment, trusting his judgment despite his fear. He recalls the crucial clue from moments earlier, when people had begun collapsing one after another. That memory confirms the pattern was sudden and shared, not the mark of an individual curse. Reviewing his own symptoms, blurred vision, fading consciousness, stomach pain, and shortness of breath, he concludes the cause is not a curse at all. He reaches for the cloth over his face as the answer clicks into place. He realizes the patients fainted because something in the air is making them collapse, and covering the airway is the key to understanding the attack. The young healer injects the spotted, collapsed knight with a prepared medicine to stop the spreading reaction. He identifies the symptoms as anaphylactic shock and realizes the hives and breathing trouble fit perfectly. He confirms the beast's toxins trigger the shock, a dangerous but treatable condition. Remembering the epinephrine he secured earlier, he recognizes that foresight has become their lifeline. He recalls obtaining that medicine through a fortunate alchemy request after hearing something had happened at the clinic. Relieved that the cure is simpler than expected, he opens his supply box with confidence. He reminds himself that a muscle injection should quickly reverse the shock and buy the victims back from collapse. As he readies the doses, he silently promises the fallen knights that he will save them. He moves from body to body, administering the treatment as efficiently as he can. After finishing the last injection, he believes the immediate medical crisis is under control. One knight begins to recover and wakes in confusion, proof that the treatment is working. The healer explains that the beast's toxins brought him down, but the danger has been treated and he can rise soon. With cheerful confidence, he tries to hand the fight back to the recovering knights. That confidence is cut short when the beast suddenly swoops back into the hall. He turns and realizes the monster has closed the distance far faster than before. He notes the problem at once. The knights are still recovering and cannot protect him yet. The bird-like beast crashes down before him, openly threatening him at close range. Trying to sound bold, he denounces the creature and calls for the knights to capture it, even as they remain down. He attempts to wake the knights faster, still acting as if help is only a moment away. A knight weakly admits he still cannot stand, forcing the healer to face how alone he is. The beast lunges again, and the healer finally realizes he has made a disastrous miscalculation. He remembers too late that the injected knights need 20 to 30 minutes before they can get up. Cornered, he desperately tries diplomacy and addresses the monster with awkward politeness. He even flatters the creature's appearance, hoping praise might succeed where authority failed. The beast remains unimpressed, and his forced friendliness only exposes his fear. When it charges, his composure breaks and he runs for his life. The knights can only shout warnings from the floor, unable to intervene. Acting on instinct, he throws himself aside and narrowly avoids the attack. His impossible dodge shocks both the beast and the watching knights. As danger peaks, a system alert declares a dangerous situation and activates his healer's self-defense skill. The skill temporarily boosts his stamina and senses, granting him emergency strength when his life is threatened. He quickly understands that the skill has awakened because his opponent is far stronger than he is. Another tidal effect activates as well, making him slightly stronger from a past achievement. He remembers that tidal came from defeating a giant, and now realizes it grants extra power against formidable foes. After checking the increase, he sees his body and perception have improved enough to matter. A knight warns him to dodge again as the beast launches another killing strike. This time he does not flee blindly, but turns to face the attack as if he can finally read it. The beast bears down on him with both talons extended, certain it has him trapped. Even while recognizing he cannot keep surviving by luck alone, he notices the attack now feels slow enough to track. In that stretched instant, he realizes time itself seems to have slowed around the threat. A recovering knight throws him a mace and urges him to use it. He reaches for the weapon almost absent-mindedly, surprised by how naturally the moment unfolds. As his hand closes around the mace, he marvels that death is not bringing memories but clarity. Facing the descending beast, he understands that the world is not slowing down at all. His sharpened senses are. He seizes the opening and swings into the beast's exposed approach. Breathing hard, he steels himself with a simple resolve. He refuses to die here. The beast crashes away, its wing damaged by his counterattack. The hall erupts as knights and medics finally gather around the aftermath, stunned by what just happened. The witnesses struggle to understand how he managed to counterattack in such a tiny window. They conclude that reacting so precisely in an emergency is something even most knights cannot do, revealing that his feat was far beyond ordinary luck. The recovering knights dismiss the baronet's clumsy mace waving in doubt he was the one who truly saved them. Even so, they are certain of one thing and keep watching him closely. They see the blonde baronet trying to keep the injured men from moving deeper into the ruins. The knights instead treat him as their savior and thank him for protecting everyone. He urges them to rest longer, insisting their bodies are not ready yet. One knight flatly refuses to stay behind. The baronet argues that the evil beast has already been captured, so there is no need for them to risk themselves. When he proposes that the knights rest while healers explore, the lead knight immediately rejects the idea. Frustrated, the baronet realizes the man is too stubborn to back down despite his condition. He decides he must search out the treasure by himself before anyone else can claim it. His greed takes over as he convinces himself there must be riches just a little farther ahead. He imagines that if he pockets enough treasure, he can avoid ever dealing with the woman who keeps hounding him for money. Putting on a pleasant face, he turns back toward the knights with a new approach. He asks for permission to speak, framing what follows as a matter of personal principle. The knights are caught off guard when he calls it his creed. He declares that his duty is to exist solely for his patients, and his persuasive skill strengthens the effect of his words. Because he is addressing those under his care, his sincerity hits even harder and overwhelms the knights. He insists he cannot accept his patients endangering themselves before they have fully recovered. Praising them as the pride of the royal knights, he pleads that they trust him and let him handle the rest. When one knight still tries to object, he cuts him off and refuses to hear any more resistance. He ends the exchange with a firm order for them to rest. Moved and subdued, the knights finally yield and wonder how they can ever repay what they see as his devotion. The moment they stop pressing forward, he slips away at once. Now free of them, he rushes deeper into the ruins, focused only on finding the treasure first. He activates Eaglist's eye to search for hidden valuables. The skill quickly locks onto something concealed nearby. He discovers a small chest hidden beside a pillar. Thrilled, he grabs it and imagines that this find will finally make him rich. His excitement collapses when he opens the chest and finds it empty. Looking closer, he notices dark stains inside and begins to suspect the box is tied to something sinister. The markings resolve into a blood-drawn magic circle, revealing the chest was used in a ritual. He realizes the blood looks far too fresh for ancient ruins, which means something recent and unnatural happened here. The knights catch up and ask what he found after he stopped answering them. He hands over the chest and tells them he found something strange. The knight identifies it as a summoning circle and connects it to the evil beast they encountered earlier. The baronet concludes that someone deliberately summoned the monster in these ruins. The knight confirms it and admits he already suspects who may be responsible. Later, the scene shifts from the ruins to the royal palace. At a formal ceremony, the baronet is publicly praised for saving the knights from danger and for leading the exploration to success on his own. The court adds that he also uncovered a clue pointing to the mastermind behind the incident, making his service seem even more distinguished. Speaking for the royal knights, the king personally grants him an award through his attendant. He accepts with outward gratitude, but inwardly cannot understand why this hollow reward is being given to him. Behind his polite expression, he is furious that he still failed to obtain the treasure he had been chasing. The ceremony ends with the award being placed in his hand. He bitterly thinks that real treasure would have been far better than recognition like this. The insult feels worse because the great discovery that earned him praise turned out to be nothing more than an empty box. Watching him from the side, others notice that even a royal award from the king has not satisfied him. One man suggests the baronet's unease is probably not greed but concern about what comes next, and Sir Baldwin is called on to explain. Asked what he means, Baldwin prepares to interpret the baronet's mood. Baldwin says the baronet is the kind of person who thinks first of others, so his troubled expression likely comes from worrying about the approaching war. As rumors spread that a divine angel has appeared, the common people begin elevating Raymond into something almost sacred. Raymond notices the system reacting to that growing public awe. His fame rises. More people begin seeing him with admiration, but Raymond remains fixated on recovering the reward he feels when the king invites him to speak. Raymond quickly steers the audience toward compensation. He weighs asking for money, then decides a direct request for the stolen prize funds would serve him better. The king pauses, waiting to hear what Raymond truly wants. Raymond formally claims the theft during the ruins incident was deliberate and asks the crown to find the culprit and punish them. His anger breaks through as he makes clear that what he really wants back is his stolen treasure and justice against the thief. The king praises Raymond for his service to the kingdom and acknowledges his contribution. Raymond remembers the king once addressed him more personally during the Bay epidemic, and that contrast makes this formal gratitude feel distant. The king studies him without revealing much. Raymond realizes the king still sees him less as someone close and more as a useful subject. He bows and accepts the praise, even as the exchange leaves him bitter. With the audience over, Raymond withdraws from the throne room still unsettled by what just happened. Outside the immediate ceremony, the moment briefly empties into silence. Raymond turns over the king's intentions in his mind, unable to understand what the man wants from him or what kind of bond they really have. The system interrupts his brooding by declaring the quest a major success and awarding him top-tier rewards. More bonuses pile on, including repeated level ups. He also gains skill points and a new title recognizing that he risked himself to save patients. Raymond is caught off guard as the rewards keep stacking beyond expectation. His fame increases again, and he earns an additional bonus because members of the Royal Knights have come to favor him. Surrounded by notifications, he focuses on what he has gained. Among the rewards is a rare item that can temporarily raise any skill to a rank. Raymond immediately recognizes the item as extraordinarily valuable. His mood improves as he totals the haul, 5 levels, 80 skill points, and a bonus item. Then he suddenly stops to reconsider what those level gains mean. He realizes this should place him at level 73. That pushes him past level 70. Crossing that threshold fulfills the conditions for promotion, advancing his job rank from senior resident to top chief. The significance of that promotion leaves him stunned. He understands that chief is the final stage of residency, the point where training gives way to real professional authority. In practical terms, he has become the representative of the residents. Raymond is thrilled that he has finally reached that long-sought stage. Elsewhere in the throne room, another courtier watches the king and begins reflecting on Raymond's place in the monarch's eyes. The king notices the remark and presses the man to explain himself. The courtier immediately tries to retreat, and asks that his words be ignored. Privately, he wonders whether the king sees Raymond as the son he abandoned or merely as an outsider. The question cuts between Raymond's painful past and his current rise at court. The king falls into thought instead of answering directly. At last, the courtier refrains his comment, saying he was simply marveling at Raymond. He attributes that admiration to Sir Bolton's earlier praise. He adds that Raymond's greatness is not limited to healing alone. The king abruptly shifts the conversation, ordering Galman to thoroughly investigate the clue found in the case and uncover evidence against those responsible. Galman obeys and reports that they have already begun tracing the magic circle involved. The king then turns to a larger matter, asking whether the envoys from Peninsula Kingdom have departed for the upcoming National Foundation Festival. After hearing that contact has been made, he warns that the festival must not be treated as a mere social event. Its real purpose is to secure Peninsula Kingdom's cooperation through the envoys attending the ball. Those envoys are coming not just to offer congratulations but to represent serious state interests. The visit is ultimately a political mission meant to forge an important agreement ahead of the coming war. A century and a half earlier, Droughton broke away from Houston, and the two kingdoms have been locked in repeated conflict ever since. In the present, Houston has grown stronger than before, but its old weakness remains. It began as one of the lesser kingdoms and still struggles financially. Because Droughton now holds slightly greater national power, Houston cannot afford a full-scale war on its own. The court understands that if this ball fails to secure financial backing from Peninsula Kingdom, Houston could collapse. The king weighs that danger in silence, already treating the coming negotiations as a matter of survival. An aide warns him that the visiting envoy, Viscount Langham, is very old and seriously ill, making the talks fragile. To protect the envoy during his stay, the aide proposes assigning Count Helion to remain at Langham's side. That suggestion carries weight because Helion is an elite healer and the king's own personal physician. The aide realizes that lending such a valuable man means the king is staking a great deal on this agreement. The king accepts the risk and orders that Langham be shielded from any trouble. As the order is received, the king admits he expects this peace to be temporary. He asks whether his attendant also sees war gathering again despite the current calm. The question leaves the attendant tense, forced to confront the king's resolve. The king declares that if war cannot be avoided, he has only one duty as monarch. He decides that his role is to win and secure victory for all the kingdoms under his rule. That vow is tied to guilt because he took the throne by killing 3 of his own brothers. He believes the rest of his life must be spent repaying that bloodshed through service to Houston. For that reason, he suppresses his personal feelings and puts the kingdom's needs first. Elsewhere in the palace, the focus shifts from royal burden to a more private scheme. A red-haired noble erupts in frustration, clearly upset by a development he cannot accept. Another man mocks him by saying Raymond is on track to become their brother through marriage, congratulating Satyal on it. He twists the knife further by insisting the younger brother should treat Raymond properly, provoking an angry outburst about Limerton. A companion rejects the idea as absurd, but the conversation turns from disbelief to plotting. He reveals he already has a plan. The plan centers on the upcoming National Foundation Festival. He proposes ruining Raymond during the festival rather than confronting him directly now. His reasoning is that Raymond, newly elevated and lacking noble polish, will attend the banquet with weak etiquette and be easy to disgrace publicly. They frame him as a crude upstart who can be exposed before high society. Satyal eagerly embraces the idea and volunteers to handle the humiliation at the banquet. His ally is pleased, expecting the festival to become the stage for Raymond's downfall. They look forward to making him the center of attention for all the wrong reasons and driving him out of the capital's respect. Unaware of the trap being prepared, Raymond remains at his clinic, focused on his own ambitions. He decides to prepare carefully for the banquet. To him, the event is a business opportunity where he can advertise his medical skills, attract wealthy patrons, build fame, and increase revenue. He reflects on how moving the Pennant Clinic to the Lyme region changed its fortunes. After many clinics appeared in the area following Maple's fall, his clinic still rose above them in prominence and reputation. Its success has become so visible that some people now speak of it alongside the capital's most prestigious clinics. Yet the fame has not translated into strong profits, leaving him troubled by the clinic's weak sales. He briefly considers the harsh solution of refusing patients who cannot pay, just to escape constant money worries. But seeing ordinary injured people outside reminds him who would be abandoned by that choice. He rejects the thought, knowing he cannot squeeze more from the poor without betraying the work he has built. Instead, he decides the answer is to charge nobles appropriately and present himself in a way that appeals to them. As his attendants arrive, he throws himself into the idea with greedy enthusiasm, determined to turn the banquet into an investment that pays off. He is fully absorbed in that plan and barely notices anything else. His attendants ask whether he is actually worried about the banquet because of how he treated Princess Sophia and the possibility that Duke Mingar might retaliate there. He denies it, insisting his only concern is how to do business with the nobles, though his unease suggests he is not entirely convincing himself. He quickly adds that he should still be ready in case emergencies arise among the guests, and his attendants bluntly remind him not to neglect his own safety. One of them warns that this banquet will include more than just people friendly to him. Raymond finally understands that many attendees will look down on him because of his status. His attendants caution that his rising fame will also attract jealousy, and Raymond accepts that he needs to prepare for hostility as much as opportunity. He realizes his medical technique business will fail if people keep looking down on him, so winning their trust becomes his first priority. What makes that harder is the stigma attached to him as an illegitimate child, a title that marks him with contempt until he gains enough fame to overcome it. He also carries another disadvantage and concludes that to compensate for it, he has to become more flawless than everyone else. His attendants point out that he lacks social experience and dancing ability, and they urge him to let them train him before the banquet. He politely refuses their help, insisting he can manage on his own. One attendant immediately warns him that this is not something he can solve so casually. The other backs that up, stressing that a banquet full of nobles and royals will be even more demanding and unforgiving. He brushes off their concern and tries to calm them, though they remain unconvinced. Before they can keep arguing, he hurries them out so he can deal with the problem privately. Once alone, he decisively turns to the system for an answer. He feels a little guilty because their concern for his work was sincere, but he still chooses to handle this himself. He opens his status screen to look for a solution. Instead of being embarrassed by his weakness in social settings, he decides to treat it as another skill gap he can fix. His status confirms how far he has already come as a surgeon, with high medical stats and a top chief position. He notes that becoming top chief raised his surgery rank and unlocked new medical fields like emergency medicine and traumatology. The system explains the real change. His promotion now requires outside recognition, and he is finally allowed to learn social interaction skills suited for high society. He recognizes that a doctor's career extends far beyond the hospital itself. To advance, a physician must speak publicly, build experience, and move through many institutions and circles. That means dealing with companies, policymakers, investors, sponsors, and other public-facing obligations. The system makes it clear that success in those arenas depends on social interaction, especially in competitive settings. Accepting that, he starts wondering which kind of social skill would solve his immediate problem. The system offers several options, including refined conversation, fashion-based charm, royal etiquette, and noble dancing. Since each option costs about the same, he searches for one skill that can cover everything at once. He finds a rare support skill called the banquet's man of good taste. The skill promises to raise his conversation, etiquette, dance, and other banquet manners to the level of an average noble, but only during banquets. It seems perfect for tonight, yet he hesitates when he senses there must be a catch. The catch is severe. Formal wear will amplify his charms so much that he could unintentionally seduce people and create trouble. Even so, the system notes that the skill is cheap for its usefulness, tempting him to accept the risk. He convinces himself it will probably be fine and buys the skill anyway. With that decision made, the story shifts to the carriage arrival at the banquet venue. His attendants steel themselves for the event, determined to protect him because high society is full of dangerous nobles. One of them laments being unable to attend, while the others vow to guard their master in his place if necessary. When he finally steps out in formal dress, he apologizes awkwardly for being late and admits this is his first time dressing like this. His appearance shocks them so completely that they can barely believe they are looking at the same person. He immediately suspects he may have pushed the skill's proficiency boost too far. The system confirms his fear. The banquet's man of good taste has jumped from beginner level to a rank proficiency. Now transformed into an effortlessly elegant nobleman, he calmly suggests they go inside. His attendants are left stunned, noticing that he seems to be practically glowing. As he nervously wonders whether he really looks that different, the system reveals the proficiency increase will last for 24 hours. It also warns that the higher proficiency has magnified the side effects, making him even more attractive than before. The danger escalates further. Others may already be affected by his charm, and that could drag him into scandal or even conflict. He dismisses the warning as exaggerated, unable to imagine a healer getting into a fight over this. At that moment, the system announces a new quest tied to the important event ahead. The quest tells him that many people still despise him, and he must overturn those prejudices by becoming the banquet's central figure and spreading the reputation of medical techniques. If he succeeds, he will gain major rewards, including skill points, level ups, and a possible adjustment to his title. That last reward catches his attention because it might finally let him remove the degrading title that has burdened him. He quickly decides that this chance is too important to ignore. Resolving himself, he commits to becoming the true protagonist of the banquet. The stage is set at the nation's Grand Foundation Festival Banquet, a prestigious gathering where reputations can be remade. Inside, the celebration is already underway as guests enjoy the night, unaware that he intends to use this banquet to change his standing completely. At the banquet, some nobles mockingly wonder whether Baronet Pennon will show up and make a spectacle of himself again. They keep ridiculing him, doubting he will even know how to dress properly for a formal gathering. Their contempt grows as they compare him to the crude way he supposedly behaves around commoners. Even as they sneer, someone's arrival interrupts them before they can continue. Pennon enters transformed, impeccably dressed and carrying himself with unexpected elegance. The room's tone shifts at once, and the same people who mocked him are stunned by how striking he looks. When he is formally announced, the nobles can barely process that this polished man is really Baronet Pennon. Pennon calmly offers a proper greeting, proving at once that he understands noble etiquette far better than they assumed. From across the hall, a red-haired man notices the change and realizes Pennon must have worked hard to prepare for this night. That realization irritates him instead of impressing him. He withdraws to brood alone, clearly upset that Pennon has not embarrassed himself as expected. Watching Pennon shine only makes him more frustrated, because he cannot deny how handsome Pennon looks tonight. He vents his anger physically, furious that his expectations have been overturned. Still, he regains his composure by deciding there are other ways to humiliate Pennon before the night is over. As the event moves on, the atmosphere shifts toward the next formal stage of the banquet. When the music changes, he seizes on the dance as a new chance to sabotage Pennon, convinced no respectable lady will agree to dance with someone of Pennon's standing. That confidence collapses the moment he notices something unexpected. He jumps up in shock, unable to believe what he is seeing. To his disbelief, Pennon is already paired with Lady Christine on the dance floor. The shock deepens because Christine is not just any noblewoman, but the daughter of a duke. A little earlier, Pennon had been anxiously wondering whether anyone would agree to dance with him at all. He reminds himself that he came to promote his medical techniques, not to chase status, yet he still worries that noble prejudice will leave him without a partner. Thinking of asking Rao and Christine for help, he suddenly realizes Christine is nowhere in sight. He recalls that Rao is occupied speaking with academy colleagues, which only sharpens the question of where Christine went. That missing piece begins to trouble him. He spots Christine standing apart from the crowd, facing away in silence. Nearby, her younger sisters cruelly insult her as disgusting and beneath them, treating her kindness toward commoners as a stain on the family. Pennon recognizes the girls as Christine's sisters and is puzzled that Christine is not pushing back against them. Then he realizes there is a reason for her restraint. He remembers the rumors surrounding Christine and connects them to her work as a healer. One rumor paints her as a gentle noblewoman who volunteers to help commoners. The other twists that same compassion into disgrace, branding her as the Duchy Shame. He understands that many nobles look down on Christine as pathetic because of that reputation. That realization hardens his resolve, because he sees clearly that the truly pitiful ones are the nobles scorning her compassion. Once he reaches that conclusion, his own problem disappears. Christine is the only partner he wants. When Christine notices him approaching, she is caught off guard. Pennon gently opens with small talk, giving her a chance to respond without pressure. Christine answers politely, then asks him to grant one of her requests if he has the time. Pennon responds with warmth and honesty, admitting this is his first ball and extending his hand to her. He asks Christine to escort him for the dance, while making clear that he also wants to use the moment to show the nobles the true worth of the Pennon Clinic. Christine accepts with a smile, understanding both his kindness and his intent. Their hands meet, sealing a quiet alliance to face the ballroom together. As the music begins, Pennon settles into the dance with confidence. Later, he reflects that both the dance and his broader goal at the banquet turned out well. Their formal courtesy impresses the onlookers, who begin praising Pennon's grace despite this being his first banquet. The gossip shifts further as Christine's elegance and skill overturn the rumors that had belittled her. Pennon privately revels in the success, feeling refreshed by how thoroughly the evening has turned in his favor. That satisfaction vanishes when he senses a far more important presence nearby. A blonde woman in green appears with overwhelming authority, revealing herself as someone of the highest rank, recognizing the supreme princess. Pennon immediately bows and offers her a formal greeting. A blonde young noble grows irritated by Sophia's silence, and assumes she should simply leave if she has nothing to say. Sophia cuts through his sulking by mocking his awkward hesitation and forcing him to face how foolish he looks in front of her. He realizes she may have gone through all this just to dance with him, and the thought completely throws him off. When he stammers that she wants to dance with him, Sophia immediately snaps at his clumsy wording and demands proper manners. He understands that she wants a formal invitation, but he is still terrified of asking Princess Sophia directly. Despite his nerves, he finally starts to make the request. Gathering his courage, he formally asks Sophia for the honor of a dance. Sophia is caught off guard for a beat, then visibly flusters under the sudden sincerity. She lashes out at him for taking so long and making her wait, while he quickly backs down and apologizes. Sophia admits she thought he had been teasing her on purpose, while he insists he would never dare toy with someone so intimidating. Dropping the argument, Sophia says she approached him because she has something important to tell him in private. Once alone, she bluntly orders him to leave the banquet at once, leaving him stunned. Sophia warns that her troublesome brother is targeting him and that several vassals are helping, so staying will soon put him in danger. He takes her warning seriously and concludes the scheme must be especially vicious if Sophia herself came to intervene. As he thinks through which prince could be behind it, his suspicion settles on the most troublesome one among the three. His mind lands on Saddle, the fourth prince, as the likely source of the plot. Now certain of the culprit, he wonders what Saddle is planning. He starts to leave as Sophia advised, but before going, he stops Sophia and asks for one more moment. Sophia turns back to hear him out. He asks why she bothered to warn him at all. Sophia answers that even if his troubles are none of her concern, she would be annoyed if someone who once treated her badly were humiliated by someone else. With that blunt explanation, she tells him to stay alert and act wisely, then walks away. Left behind, he is baffled by her advice and wishes she had explained what the proper response should be. He forces himself to focus, deciding he cannot waste this chance to promote medical techniques by fleeing too soon. Remembering that society already brands him an illegitimate stain, he decides there is little left for him to lose. He hardens his resolve and chooses to face whatever comes head-on. With his mind made up, he prepares himself for the confrontation. Right then, Saddle approaches Sophia with a smooth invitation to dance. Sophia instantly shuts him down by pretending concern for his injured leg and pointing out that he had already danced with someone else. As Saddle scrambles to apologize and stop her, Sophia leaves him behind without giving him a chance. Her effortless rejection leaves Saddle visibly rattled. The blonde noble recalls that other women have also rejected Saddle with flimsy excuses, making his failures pile up. Even noble women humiliated. Still Sophia internally dismisses him as the kind of prince she dislikes most. She refuses him outright, while the blonde noble privately scoffs at the idea that Saddle is supposed to be refined and intellectual. In contrast, the blonde noble easily draws warm attention from other ladies, who find him far more appealing than the rumors suggested. Watching that, Saddle's resentment deepens and he vows to humiliate the man he sees as a worthless illegitimate rival. The atmosphere shifts as the banquet moves toward a formal announcement. The blonde noble, now holding a drink, notices how unexpectedly friendly and relaxed the gathering has seemed. Saddle steps up with a microphone, preparing to address the room. Speaking as the fourth prince and representative of the royal family, Saddle formally greets the guests and thanks them for attending the evening. The blonde noble realizes this must be the annual commemorative speech for the Foundation Festival and asks nearby guests who will be giving it this year. As he wonders about the speaker, he casually listens for the answer. He learns that at this festival, where promising young nobles gather, the Houston Kingdom traditionally selects a well-regarded young noble to deliver the commemorative address. The explanation continues that this year's chosen speaker is Baronet Pennon. Saddle then publicly calls Baronet Pennon to the front. As an inviting hand is extended toward him, the blonde noble realizes the trap has been set under the guise of honoring him. At the banquet, the red-haired young noble is recognized as the rising star of the Houston Kingdom. He pointedly entrusts an important commemorative speech to Raymond Pennon, putting him on the spot before the gathered nobles. Raymond realizes he is being forced to perform without preparation, while the other man coldly expects him to handle it flawlessly. As Saddle walks away with a cane and obvious malice, Raymond seethes at being used. Seeing a chance to turn the trap around, Raymond steels himself and decides to speak on behalf of the suffering people. He quickly understands that Saddle's sudden courtesy has handed him the perfect stage to promote his medical work. His abilities align, reinforcing his resolve to use the speech as both advocacy and self-promotion. With his social skills fully engaged, Raymond steps up to the microphone and begins confidently. He formally greets the honored guests, his enhanced charisma strengthening every word.